Welcome back to the channel, everyone. If you've been following along, you already know we've been diving deep into Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland, a book that completely redefines how we think about reality, intention, and the power of the human mind. Today, we're exploring chapters 7 through 10, where Zeland unpacks some of the most transformative ideas in the entire transurfing model. Let's begin. Chapter 7 is all about intention, the true force that shapes reality. Zeland explains that there are two kinds of intention, inner intention and outer intention. Inner intention is what most of us rely on. It's when we try to force results through effort, control, and willpower. But outer intention is far more powerful. It's the quiet alignment with the world, where instead of fighting to make things happen, you let reality move in harmony with your chosen path. The secret, Zeland says, is to choose your reality, not chase it. When you act from calm confidence instead of struggle, the universe starts rearranging itself to match your decision. Chapter 8 introduces one of Transurfing's most fascinating tools, slides. Slides are the mental images or inner movies that we play inside our minds. They're the lenses through which we view the world, and they shape our reality more than we realize. Most people create negative slides without knowing it, pictures filled with fear, doubt, and limitation. But when you consciously build positive slides, vivid inner scenes of the life you actually want, you start to program reality itself. Your task isn't to believe blindly or to force outcomes, it's to hold that image gently, to live as if it's already real and the world begins to mirror it back to you. In Chapter 9, Zeland dives into the relationship between the heart and the mind. The mind thinks, analyzes, and decides, but the heart feels truth. When these two forces are in conflict, when your mind wants one thing, but your heart isn't aligned, energy becomes scattered and creation weakens. But when your heart and mind move together in harmony, miracles happen effortlessly. That's why Transurfing teaches, don't force your heart to obey the mind. Instead, let the mind listen to the heart. When you feel genuine joy, ease, and enthusiasm, you're walking the path that was meant for you. Finally, Chapter 10 explores goals and doors, a practical guide to finding the path of least resistance. Zeland explains that not all goals are equal. Many of the goals we chase come from the mind, from society's expectations, ego, or pressure to succeed. These are false goals, and they drain your energy. But true goals come from the heart. They feel light, inspiring, and natural. When you follow a true goal, you'll start to notice doors, unexpected opportunities, and coincidences that open easily. Instead of forcing outcomes, you simply recognize the open door and walk through it. That's the magic of outer intention. You don't push reality, you flow with it. Together, these chapters reveal a profound truth. Reality doesn't need to be conquered, it needs to be chosen. When you align your heart and mind, create clear inner slides, and act with calm intention, life unfolds effortlessly in your favor. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next part of Reality Transurfing, where we'll continue exploring how to live consciously and create your own version of reality. Until next time, stay balanced, stay aware, and keep transurfing.
Chapter 7. Intention. Potential is only limited by intention. Lucid dreaming. In this chapter, we come closer to solving the Guardian's riddle about the fact that we are free to choose anything we want in life, and how to go about it. One of the keys to the riddle lies in what we call dreaming. A person spends a third of their lifetime asleep. Unfortunately, scientific research can only offer us a limited understanding of the human sleep state. And so, what exactly happens to a person when they are asleep remains a mystery. Philosophical interpretations of dreams are no more enlightening, spanning from one extreme to another. Some say that dreams are an illusion, whilst others claim that life itself is nothing more than a dream. Who should we believe? The transurfing model of the universe supports neither position. When adults remember their dreams, they tell themselves that what they saw was not real. The mind is comforted by the interpretation that dreams are a product of the imagination, somehow generated in a state of rest. We know that children, up to the age of 4, fail to distinguish between what they see in a dreaming and a waking state. They believe that the content of their dreams is happening in the same space as the rest of their life. When a child wakes terrified from a nightmare, they are convinced that the monster is still somewhere in the bedroom, and nothing their parents say will comfort them. Gradually, the child's mind begins to accept the idea that dreams are not real. We discussed previously how the mind quickly and willingly organizes any new information that it receives according to abstract references. And yet, it takes a whole 4 years to convince the mind that dreams are not real. This must be the only thing that the mind cannot willingly accept. Most people have no memory of their life before the age of 4, and so, as adults, they cannot bear witness to the confusion the mind must have experienced upon waking from a dream when it was still believed to be real. Every night, when the mind switches off, it falls innocently into a kind of trap. It does not occur to us to take a critical view of events whilst we are asleep. Even on waking, we are surprised by how real and very natural the virtual reality of our dreams appears. The mind is accustomed to finding a rational explanation for everything, and so, despite the fact that people see quite bizarre events in their dreams, for some reason, in the moment of dreaming, the mind responds as if they were quite normal. Whenever we notice or experience something unusual, the mind will instantly provide a rational explanation. And despite this, we do not question the reality of what is happening in the world around us when we are in a conscious, waking state, and the same is true of dreaming. Despite the mind's incessant need to control, the simple question, "Is this real?" slips through the prism of control, and the mind falls into the dream trap. Sometimes, if we are lucky, something quite miraculous happens, and we wake up in a dream, suddenly aware that we are dreaming. Usually, this happens when we dream about something extraordinary or have a nightmare. The rational mind is shocked into part waking, and we understand what to do next in the dream. At this point, the unconscious dream state shifts into lucid dreaming. In lucid dreaming, a person can take part in their dream as if it were a virtual game, at the same time understanding that it is just a dream. If you have never experienced lucid dreaming, or are listening to it here for the first time, you can be certain that it is not a product of our imagination. Numerous books have been published on the topic, and there are many individuals who practice the technique consistently. It is not difficult to try lucid dreaming because it can be brought on by the power of intention. To wake up in a dream, you have to train your mind to ask the question, "Is this real?" It is not that difficult to do if you are motivated. The process of training the mind is quite straightforward, but it does require your focused attention. Over the course of a day, you need to ask yourself whether what you are seeing is real at least 10 times. Your inner guardian will assist you. Instruct your inner guardian to keep asking you whether you are asleep. It is important that you answer each time as conscientiously as possible, so that the rational mind retains a critical attitude rather than it becoming a routine procedure. Shake yourself a little to increase your alertness. Look around, assess the situation, and ask yourself whether everything is as usual or whether something strange is happening. If you are persistent enough, you will eventually wake up in your dream. You will probably find that it is quite difficult to remember to ask yourself this question even 10 times a day, and so you have to be really motivated if you want the technique to work. Depending on the strength of your intention, you may begin to experience lucid dreaming within a few days or perhaps a few months. It can be helpful to use a chiming clock. You can then program your inner guardian to ask you whether you are asleep or not every time the clock chimes. The sound of the clock will be like a bridge to consciousness. When you are asleep and the clock chimes, your inner guardian will become more alert out of habit, which should, in turn, waken your rational mind to causing you to wake up in the dream. You can use other bridges between waking and sleeping, as long as you are using a sound that can be heard whilst you are asleep. Avoid linking your question to signals you cannot rely on, such as the sound of an incoming telephone call. Unless you receive a call in the middle of the night, you will not get the necessary trigger until you see a phone call in your dream. As you can see, the basic principle is to develop the habit of regularly asking yourself whether what is happening is real. Try to answer the question with awareness rather than mechanically. It is important to train yourself to assess the situation critically and respond to the question conscientiously, because, for many dreamers, the one thing that shifts them into lucid dreaming is recognizing an anomaly, a contradiction, or quirky element in their dream that, normally, they would pay no attention to. Why practice lucid dreaming? At the very least, it is fun to consciously play with your dream like a virtual game, rather than just have it happen. No science fiction book or computer game can compare with lucid dreaming, where you can do anything your imagination can conjure up. When an unpleasant situation arises in a dream, you can will it to change. For example, in a dream where someone is chasing you, if you think that what is happening is real, it will be very difficult to escape. If you are aware that you are dreaming, you will probably try to wake up from the dream, which does not always work. However, once you are aware that it is just a dream, you can act much more effectively by simply looking back at your pursuer and thinking, "Go away, get lost, disappear." The pursuer will vanish immediately. You can even mentally lift them up and make them turn cartwheels in the air. As long as two simple conditions are fulfilled, the dreamer can control everything that happens in their dream. Firstly, they have to be aware that they are dreaming, and secondly, there has to be the realization that here they can do anything. For example, if you are dreaming lucidly and want to fly, nothing could be simpler. All it requires is your intention. An important distinction should be made between desire and intention. The desire alone to rise up into the air will lead to nothing, in dreaming as in waking. It is the same with raising your hand. You can say to yourself that you want to raise your hand, but you do not necessarily move it. Then, you suddenly decide to act, and you raise your hand, transforming desire into action by the power of intention. You do not think about how you are going to raise your hand. You just do it, and it is the same with flying in a dream. You simply decide to rise up into the air, and you can fly wherever you want to. Returning to the example of the nightmare about being chased, the desire alone to be free of the pursuer is not enough. When fear takes hold, the rational mind loses the advantage at every turn of events. It is as if someone else decides the rules of the game. Even if you are aware that you are dreaming, you will remain powerless to act until you decide to take control. Whilst you play the role of the passive victim, the game will have control over you. It makes no difference that the game is a product of your own imagination. You are still effectively a slave to your imagination as you tremble in fear and run. In lucid dreaming, you can choose the role you want to play. You can even stop and decide to swap roles with your pursuer, who will oblige you and turn on their heel. Imagine how comical that would be. To any question that starts, "Is it possible to do such and such in a lucid dream?" the answer is yes. You can talk to people, the living and the deceased. You can do whatever you want with people and objects in your dream. Fly around on other planets, solve problems, compose music, rehearse a scene, travel, etc. In comparison to what you can experience in a lucid dream, serious drugs are merely child's play and a lot more harmful. You can also bring information back from a dream. The only thing you cannot do is bring a material object back from a dream into physical reality. At least, I personally have never heard of this being done. If you find that you do not remember your dreams, note what direction you sleep in. It is considered best to sleep with your head to the north. Avoid sleeping with your head to the west, as this can have a negative impact on your health. I cannot explain why exactly, but it is connected with the impact of the Earth's magnetic field on the body. Try sleeping with your head to the north, and your dreams should become more vivid and diverse. Do not worry if you have no desire to practice lucid dreaming, or perhaps have tried to induce lucid dreams without success. Lucid dreaming does play a certain role in transurfing, but it is not essential to practicing the technique. In addition, lucid dreaming carries a subtle threat. You are probably wondering why I introduced the topic so positively if, now, I intend to caution you. Lucid dreaming is a secret door that opens into the unknown. it would be irresponsible of me not to mention the potential danger that lurks behind that door, so I will explain this below. The dream space. To solve the Guardian's riddle, we have to be able to answer two questions. Why is anything possible in lucid dreaming, and why do dreams seem so real? In lucid, as in non-lucid dreams, the pictures we see can be very vivid, depicting the tiniest detail. Sometimes our dreams are sharper in form and richer in color than everyday life. There is a hypothesis that the brain synthesizes certain pictures and, during sleep, perceives them in the same manner as it would in a waking state, similar to hypnosis. As yet, no one has succeeded in proving this theory. The Transurfing model interprets the origin of the images we see in dreams slightly differently. Rather than independently creating these images, the subconscious directly connects to the alternative space and the information it contains. If you look carefully at an object and then close your eyes and try to imagine it, you will not be able to see it as clearly, even if you have excellent powers of visualization. The image your brain commits to memory is like a low-resolution photograph. Even if the brain stores the photograph as a group of neurons in a certain condition, no quantity of neurons would be enough to reproduce all the photographs of all our memories. If our memories and dreams are a product of the information recorded by neurons, imagine how many of these cells would have to be contained in our heads. In the Transurfing model, neurons are not defined as information carriers like memory bytes in a computer. The brain does not store information itself. It stores the address to where the information is located in the alternatives space. The brain is capable of retaining a certain volume of data. However, despite the fact that the brain represents a perfect biological system, it is not capable of holding everything that we are willing to commit to memory. Neither can the brain synthesize the perfect virtual reality that we see in our dreams. It is difficult, even in a waking state, to close your eyes and mentally imagine pictures as naturally as one would see them in a dream, and so it is pointless to indulge in flimsy arguments that claim that the mind suddenly acquires the ability to perceive imagined images perfectly as soon as it switches off in the sleep state. As we said earlier, the mind is not capable of creating anything fundamentally new. It can only build a new version of a house from old bricks. The rational mind only contains primitive information about the building bricks and how to put them together. We store more detailed information on paper or other forms of memory. All other information is channeled to the mind via the heart from the alternative space. In the Transurfing model, the brain represents a comparatively primitive system whose function can be replicated by technology. Scientists have tried to replicate the functioning of the brain, and yet attempts to create artificial intelligence have not yet been successful. The mind may be capable of understanding itself to some degree, but it is still incapable of understanding the nature of the heart. The secret of the intellect in any living being lies in the harmonious connection between heart and mind. So far, efforts in the sphere of cybernetics have been limited to modeling thought processes familiar to the mind. Maybe one day someone will design a machine capable of retrieving information from the alternative space as the heart does. Somehow, the mind is capable of remembering the address of relevant sectors in the alternative space. If it needs to remember something, the mind turns to the heart, which attunes to the corresponding sector in the information field. Perhaps the heart is not very good at attuning to sectors in the field. Perhaps the mind is not very efficient when it comes to retrieving addresses in the information field. Or maybe the mind and heart are just not very good at collaborating. Whatever the explanation, human memory is far from perfect. The heart is capable of randomly attuning to sectors of the alternative space that have not been transformed into physical reality. These are the pictures we see in our dreams, and this is why the dream appears so real. Dreams are not illusions in the usual sense of the word. They are not simply imagined. The mind genuinely sees them. We know that people see pictures in their dreams that do not seem to be of this world. For example, one might see an architectural construction in minute detail that, in principle, could not exist anywhere on the planet. If a dream is simply the brain's memory of reality, where then are images sourced that we could never have observed with the waking eye? As we have said previously, sectors of the alternative space contain various versions of scripts and scenery. The scenery includes our surroundings as well as living beings. If you remember seeing someone you know in a dream, someone close to you, or an acquaintance, you may have noted that they looked slightly different to how they are in waking. They may have a different hairstyle, unusual clothes, display different personality traits, or behave in an uncharacteristic manner. In a dream, you can recognize your friends, at the same time noticing something strange about them. This is a manifestation of the diversity of the alternatives space. In waking, we observe the alternative of possible realities that has been realized in the physical domain. In dreams, we are able to see things that have not been realized in the physical. If you are ever lucky enough to see your reflection in a mirror when dreaming, what you see may shock or scare you. The face you see reflected will not be the same as the face you are used to seeing when you look in the mirror. You will immediately sense that something has changed. This is because, in dreams, a person's appearance corresponds to the sector of the dream space that is being accessed. Depending on the difference between the virtual sector in the dream and current reality, your appearance may differ to a greater or lesser extent. The surroundings you see in a dream may also change depending on how far the virtual sector is from the sector that is manifest as your current reality. You may see your hometown in a dream, but it will appear slightly different. The same streets and houses will have a strange look to them, and you will be confused as if you were seeing an apparition. If the energy body travels far from its current sector, you may end up in a completely unfamiliar environment, seeing places and people that live their own virtual life but do not exist on the material plane. Whatever role you play in that setting, everything that happens there is happening on a non-physical level. Your role is also virtual, but not quite an illusion. An alternative to your personality may or may not be present in that sector. If it is, you might be able to meet your energy double, although, personally, I have not yet come to a conclusion concerning whether this can be done. It is more likely that the soul simply appears in a role written into that sector's script. Perhaps this is why when people look in a mirror in a dream, they see someone else's reflection. Another interesting point about the dream state is that we see movement and take part in a virtual game despite the fact that information in the alternative space is stationary, like a roll of film stored on a shelf. All events are stored in the information field simultaneously. All that ever has been and all that will ever be already exists in the field. Why is it then that when the soul flies in the alternative space, it sees life in motion and not in the form of still images? Maybe our powers of perception are such that we can only perceive information from the field in the form of a moving film roll. Or perhaps it is a quality of the space that it can only show itself to us in the form of moving alternatives. If the soul can fly around different sectors in the alternative space, it means that the soul observes movement. And if this is so, what time period is the soul accessing in the dream state? The past, the future, or the present? Everything about the dream space generates more questions than answers. One thing, however, is certain. Dreams are not an illusion. It may seem weird to say that every night we move into the alternative space and live a virtual life there. The alternative space may not have a tangible, physical foundation, but it is real nonetheless. What can be said about interpreting the meaning of dreams? The answer to this question may surprise you. You probably think that, in the light of the above, dreams would have every right to be messengers of future events. However, in the context of transurfing, dreams are not interpreted as signs, unlike those described in the previous chapter. Dreams demonstrate what could have happened in the past or what could happen in the future. We already know what actually happened in the past, and the future in the alternative space is too diverse to guarantee that what we see in our dreams is an image of the sector that is about to become realized in the physical. adjacent sectors contain very similar scripts and scenery, and so, if the sector occurring in a dream lies close to the dreamer's current lifeline, it may well contain information relevant to impending events in that person's life. However, you can never be sure that the sector you see in a dream does, in fact, run close to your current lifeline. The heart is capable of sensing approaching events, and gut feeling is the most reliable sign a person can work with. In waking, the heart signals how comfortable it feels in response to what is happening, both on the current lifeline and in relation to an imminent change in the flow. Other signs also relate to sectors currently manifest on the material level, and those sectors immediately adjacent to them. In dreams, however, only God can know which sector the soul is exploring. No one can totally rely on the information perceived in dreams precisely, because the soul can fly into any sector at all within the alternatives space. Another interesting question about dreams is the choice of script. Who chooses the script for the events we witness if they are not simply a product of our own imagination? A script is an essential part of every sector in the alternatives space. How events develop when the mind is sleeping so deeply that we do not remember our dreams, nobody can say. In everyday life, events are controlled by a person's mind and behavior, but in our dreams, the mind plays the role of passive observer, taking things for granted. Events are staged according to the script belonging to a given sector. As soon as the soul enters that sector, events develop in accordance with the same expectations, anxieties, and opinions that are a part of that person in waking. In dreams, personal expectations and anxieties are realized instantly. For example, if a being comes onto the stage that the dreamer is afraid of, a threat script will materialize instantly. You only have to have the slightest whiff of the thought that you might be in danger of being pursued, and a monster will appear to start chasing you. The soul chooses a script that corresponds to the dreamer's thoughts and expectations, and moves through the alternative space as their thoughts change. The film roll is turned by the driving force of the dreamer's thoughts and expectations. If you could completely stop your mind from functioning, the film would freeze instantly. Thoughts, however, do not stop. They continually chatter away in the mind. Events in dreams do not necessarily conform to our usual perception of things because the mind's control is weakened. Things can appear all topsy-turvy. Inconceivable visions can appear in which the laws of physics are defied. Incredible things can happen in lucid dreaming too, because the rational mind, understanding that it is just a fantasy, will accept all sorts of strange things. Now, you can see why anything can happen in a dream. Dreaming is the soul's travel through the alternative space where all types of script exist. In lucid dreaming, it is not so much that the script changes of its own accord, so much as it is selected via intention. As soon as the intention emerges in your thoughts to swap roles with your pursuer, the soul reattunes itself to a sector with the opposite script. This is the mechanism for lucid dreaming. Intention selects the script. If the mind realizes that it can control the script, it forms a desire, for example, the desire to fly. This thought flashes through consciousness and is transformed by the soul into an intention. Intention is the force that carries the dreamer into the sector with a corresponding script. Because the soul's travel through the alternative space is unburdened by the density of matter, our dreams are very fluid, and the chosen script is realized instantly. In principle, the same thing happens in physical reality, the only difference being the speed at which the script is played out. In waking life, events develop according to the same laws that govern dreams, but not at such lightning speed, because the material transformation of an alternative into physical reality involves inert matter. In this context, the claim that our life is no more than a dream is unfounded, and yet, in other contexts, the statement is not totally devoid of meaning. I have already described how thoughts are reproduced in the form of external, physical action, and are gradually transformed into the events of physical reality. You always create the object of your mind's most dominating thoughts. Thought is energy vibrating at the frequency of a particular lifeline. In physical reality, the shift to the lifeline that corresponds to the vibration of your thought energy is delayed by various physical factors. In comparison to a sector that exists purely as information, a sector realized on the material level has a heavy, glutinous quality, like resin is dense in comparison to water. This quality hinders the material transformation of a potential reality. In dreams, inert matter poses no obstacle, and so the process of shifting between sectors occurs instantly. Now, you can see why I brought up the theme of dreams. In order to create the destiny you desire, it is important to be clear about how thought carries us from one sector to another, and why not all our desires find expression on the material level. You do not have to practice lucid dreaming in order to attain your purpose, though. Our goal is simply to learn the knack of choosing the script we want in waking. It is much more important to learn to wake up in real life than in a virtual one, not least because, as we mentioned before, the activities of lucid dreaming involve an element of risk. Anyone who practices lucid dreaming would probably assure you that lucid dreaming is not dangerous at all, but perhaps these people fail to realize that they are walking a knife edge. No one can guarantee that you will return from a lucid dream. There is no danger of this whilst your soul is flying in unrealized sectors of the field. But what do you think happens if the soul accidentally ends up in a realized sector of the alternative space? There is a hypothesis that a person can end up physically manifesting in that sector. I know the listener is unlikely to be frightened by wild conjecture, but as you can see, the supposition does point to a certain risk. And what if it were true? It is a well-known fact that there were sorcerers of old who had perfected the art of dreaming and could intentionally pass over into other worlds forever. Their physical bodies literally disappeared from their own world. These sorcerers were either very reckless or knew exactly what they were doing. Today, tens of thousands of people go missing every year without trace. Some people believe that some of these people are abducted by aliens. I cannot corroborate this theory, but I do wonder whether some of these missing people are lost in dreaming and do not return from a sector of physical reality that they have visited in their dream. A soul does not necessarily have to be dreaming lucidly to fly into a physically manifest sector of the field. In this context, lucid dreaming can be risky because the mind, having had a taste of unlimited freedom, is tempted to throw caution to the wind and fly off into unknown corners of the field, not knowing whether the soul will be able to return. If the physical body fails to return from a foreign sector of the field to the place the person usually inhabits, they are simply said to have died in their sleep. It is not my intention to scare the listener, but it is worth remembering that dreaming is not an illusion, and in lucid dreaming, it can be tempting to go a little wild, knowing that you can do whatever you want without being punished or hurting anyone. The dreamer may simply enjoy flying into other worlds to explore. There is no reason why not, whilst the soul is visiting sectors of the field that only exists within the information field. The only danger is if the soul wanders into a sector of the field that is manifest as physical reality. It may take the mind a little while to realize that virtual reality has become physical reality. It would be foolish to comfort yourself with the thought that our visible world is the only world that exists in the universe. The alternative space is boundless and without doubt contains many manifest sectors inhabited by all sorts of living beings. You could just as easily wander into a world that fits your picture of paradise as you could into a world that fits your vision of hell, with no idea of where that world is located in relation to your own. It could be a million light years from Earth, or it could be right here in your coffee cup. It could be very far away or close by, but in another dimension. As we said in the first chapter, eternity appears to cover an infinite distance only if you are looking directly down at it. That said, whether the parallel world is near or far from home is irrelevant. It is very easy to lose your way, but much more difficult to find your way home again, however little or far you have actually wandered from your home sector. We will not go into the theme of travel via astral projection here. Astral projection is something very different to lucid dreaming, although it is also not without its risks. Most importantly, it bears no relation to transurfing. The connection between dreaming and transurfing is fairly minor, as our task is not to escape from the harsh reality by residing in the parallel world of dreams, but to make reality itself more comfortable. There is no need to be particularly afraid of dreaming, but it should be taken seriously. If you get a negative feeling in your gut when you read about lucid dreaming, it indicates that this is not an activity that you should become involved in. Your gut feeling will tell you whether something is risky for you personally or not. The heart is better than the mind at sensing impending danger, and so dreaming without the active intrusion of the rational mind is far safer. However, if you are quite decided that lucid dreaming is for you, be cautious. Do not go sticking your head in the lion's mouth, and be careful to retain maximum levels of awareness. In dreaming, as in waking, make yourself at home, but do not forget you are a guest. The magical power of intention. We have explained that our thoughts and desires direct how we move through the alternative space, and that, when we are asleep, this movement is free of the burden of inert matter inherent in material realization. The slightest hint of a thought is enough to instantly carry the dreamer into a corresponding sector of the field. In sectors manifest in the physical, everything happens more slowly due to the heavy density of matter. The principle, however, is the same. Our thoughts have a direct impact on the course of events in our life. Is this a fact? The listener may ask, not without a touch of irony, as yet untouched by the miracles of the strange transurfing model. And there I was thinking that it was action and not thought that determined the course of my life. How lucky I am to have been informed that it does not matter what I do, as long as I think the right things. In actual fact, there is no contradiction here. And it is not really about what a person first thinks and then does. As a rule, people pay more attention to the consequences of their actions than their thoughts, because they are more clearly evident. This is connected with the impact of balanced forces. We have already described examples of events in which balanced forces engender a result that is the direct opposite of one's original striving. You want one thing, but you experience the opposite. The more excess potential you channel into a situation, the more reality will take on a different shape to your original desire. Unable to find a rational explanation for how strangely the world behaves, people imagine that they must either have slipped up somewhere or that it is just very difficult to get what you really want in life. It might seem that there is a contradiction in the transurfing model. On the one hand, it states that our thoughts program the energy that passes through us, and this carries us onto the lifelines that match them. Or, as you now know, thoughts transfer us into sectors of the alternative space that have a corresponding script and scenery. This is indeed what happens when we are dreaming. On the other hand, it seems as if our thoughts do not really have much weight at all in the physical reality of our day-to-day life, because we cannot achieve the things we desire with our thinking alone. No amount of thinking will initiate a shift to another lifeline, even accounting for the density of matter, whilst you sit on the sofa doing nothing. Exactly, I hear the pragmatic listener cry. You have to act. It has nothing to do with thought and transition. In principle, the listener would be right, but only in principle. There only appears to be a contradiction in how we have presented the role of thought. We are gradually working towards a more comprehensive explanation of why attempts at visualization rarely achieve the desired result. As you know, the most obvious reason for this lies in the excess potential which we create when we are intensely attached to the fulfillment of our desires. The second reason why visualization does not necessarily work has to do with the inert quality of material realization. Sometimes people fail to reach their goals simply because they are not persistent enough, and so the goal does not have time to materialize before the person loses their passion and gives it up as a lost cause. You may even recall situations from your own life where the thing you wanted came much later than you expected, once you had given up hope and forgotten about your original order. Another widespread mistake is the expectation that everything about the goal can be achieved instantly. Also, if you set several goals at the same time that are not connected, your thought energy will be spread too thin and dissipate into emptiness. The alternatives flow will not allow you to swim in different directions at the same time. Attuning to a targeted sector is most effective when focused on one specific goal. We will return to this idea in the next chapter. In dreaming, none of the inauspicious factors described above apply. In dreams, the excess potential of projected importance is much less burdensome. The quality of density plays no part, and the mind rests from the daily struggle to achieve its goals. That said, even in dreaming, not all our desires are fulfilled. Those who practice lucid dreaming will know that not every whim will carry the dreamer to the matching sector. So, what is the problem? The answer is as simple as it is fundamental. There is no problem, and it has nothing to do with a person's thoughts. The secret is that realization is brought about not by desire, but by one's attitude to that which is desired. It is not a person's thoughts about the object of their desire that is significant, but something else difficult to describe in words. There is a certain force that has the last word, and yet it lingers in the wings whilst the thinking game takes center stage. You will, of course, have guessed that this force is intention. The rational mind has not yet found a comprehensive definition for intention among the shelves of its chosen designations. Here, we will roughly define intention as resoluteness in the decision to have and act. Now you can see that thoughts of themselves really do not mean anything in the process of attuning to a specific sector in the alternatives space. Thoughts are just foam on the crest of the wave of intention. It is not desire that is fulfilled so much as intention. Here is another metaphor to describe the idea of wanting. You want to raise your hand. The desire is registered in your thoughts, at which point you become aware of the desire. But it is not the desire that actually makes you raise your hand. Desire of itself does not have the power to generate action. The hand only lifts when your thoughts about the desire have been fully processed, leaving only the decision to act. Neither is it decisiveness that raises your hand. You may have made a firm decision to raise your hand, but not do so. So, what, in the end, makes you lift your hand? What can we call this thing that lies beyond decisiveness? The rational mind is powerless to provide a clear and comprehensive explanation of what intention actually is. Our definition of intention as resoluteness in the decision to have and to act only demonstrates the prelude to the force that creates action. All we can do is state the fact that the hand is lifted, not by desire and not by decisiveness, but by intention. The thing designated as resoluteness is introduced to cause your muscles to finally contract. It really is very difficult to explain what intention represents. We do not even question how we move our arms and legs. We forgot that there was a time when we did not know how to walk or what to do when we first sat on a bicycle without stabilizers. Even when we learn to ride a bike, we cannot explain how exactly we did it. Intention is a very subtle thing. It is difficult to acquire and easily lost. For example, someone who is paralyzed totally loses the power of intention. The desire to move the legs exists, but the ability to enact the desire is lost. There are known accidents where people who were paralyzed have been able to walk again thanks to hypnosis or a miraculous healing, which returns the power of intention. Desire of itself leads to nothing. On the contrary, the more intensely you desire something, the more active the backlash of balanced forces. Desire focuses on the goal, whereas intention focuses on the process of achieving the goal. Desire is realized via the creation of excess potential in relation to the goal. Intention is realized via action. Intention does not intellectualize about whether the goal is achievable or not. Once the decision is made, all you have to do is act. If, in a dream, when you want to fly, you start analyzing whether it is possible or not, nothing will happen. If you want to fly, you just have to intend yourself up into the air. In dreams, the choice of any script is brought about not by desire as such, but by the firm expectation of having the object of your desire. You do not analyze. You do not desire. You simply have and act. We have talked about the futility of wanting something already, but what about asking for something to be given to you? There is not much that can be said about asking for things. There is no point in asking the angels, God, or higher powers for things you want. The laws of the universe are absolutely dispassionate, completely indifferent to your complaints, pain, and lament. Gratitude, however, is another matter, because gratitude is, by nature, similar to unconditional love. When a person experiences feelings of sincere gratitude, they radiate creative energy. The excess potential created by a request, on the contrary, delays action, leading to a concentration of energy. Complaints, requests, and demands are the invention of pendulums aimed at harvesting energy. Thoughts expressed in the words give and want automatically create excess potential. When you speak these words, it suggests that you do not have something you want and are trying to attract it with the power of your thoughts. There really is no point in trying to solicit something from higher powers or any other power. It is the same as walking into a shop and asking the owner to give you some of what they sell for free. You can request things of people within certain limits if they are well disposed towards you, but everything else in this world is built on objective law and not the desire to have someone help you. Imagine how absurd it would be if the Earth asked the Sun for permission to shift into a different orbit. It is equally absurd to ask for something of anything other than another human being. The only thing that does make sense is your intention to choose. When you choose, you are really creating your own destiny. If the parameters of the energy you radiate match your choice, and no laws are being contradicted, then you will receive what you choose. Choice is about the decision to have and to take action, not about request. Intention does not create excess potential because the energy inherent in the desire's potential is dissipated through action. Intention unites desire and action. Intention in action discharges the excess potential created by the desire quite naturally, without invoking the medium of balanced forces. If you need to solve a problem, act. Contemplating the complexity of the problem simply creates excess potential and feeds the pendulum your energy. When you take action, you realize the energy behind intention. The hands do what the eyes fear to pursue, as they say. When you set about realizing an intention, trust the alternative's flow, and the problem will resolve of its own accord. Waiting, worrying, doubt, and desire only drain your energy. Intention in action not only dissipates the energy behind excess potential, it uploads that energy to the person's energy field. You can see how true this is when you are studying. Swatting and cramming requires a lot of energy for a relatively minor result. In contrast, rather than leaving you feeling exhausted, learning via action, physical work, or applied problem solving is inspiring and fulfilling. Intention is the driving force that transforms sectors of the alternative space into physical reality. The question is why our fears are also realized. Surely our fears cannot be categorized as intention. In real life, just as in dreams, we are constantly chased by alternatives with a script to match our fears, anxieties, aversions, and hates. Why should these scripts be transformed into physical reality if we neither desire them nor intend to have them? And yet, we do experience the things we love to hate. It would appear that the nature of our desires, whether it is something we love or something we love to hate, is ultimately irrelevant. Why? The mystery is unveiled by an even more enigmatic and powerful force we refer to as outer intention. Outer intention. Intention is a combination of desire and action. The intention to do something by your own efforts is obviously a personal inner intention. It is much more difficult to extend the action of intention to the external world. We refer to this kind of intention as outer intention. Outer intention has the potential to rule the world, or rather, to choose the model of behavior the external world lives by, as well as determine the script and scenery. The concept of outer intention is critical to the alternatives model. Today, all manipulations of time, space, and matter that cannot be explained logically tend to be described as magic or paranormal phenomena. These things are the work of outer intention, which works to choose lifelines in the alternatives space. Inner intention could never transform an apple tree into an avenue of pear trees. Outer intention does not transform anything either, but it is capable of choosing an avenue of pear trees instead of an apple tree in the alternative space and executing the shift to the relevant sector, as a result of which the apple tree is substituted with the pear. Nothing happens to the apple tree. There is simply a substitution. Material realization shifts in the alternative space from one lifeline to another. No power on Earth is actually capable of magically transforming one object into another. Inner intention may try, but its capacities are sorely limited. You cannot move a pencil that is lying on a table with the power of thought, but if you hold the firm intention to imagine that the pencil has moved, you may be successful. Let us say that you were able to move the pencil. Some people with extrasensory abilities are capable of doing this. What I am about to tell you may seem strange, but physically, the pencil will not actually have gone anywhere. At the same time, you are not simply fantasizing that the pencil has moved. In the first instance, the pencil is subjected to thought energy, which is clearly too weak to shift a material object. In the second case, you slip across lifelines in which the pencil has a different location. Can you see the difference? The pencil is lying on the table. With the power of your intention, you imagine that it is beginning to move. Your attention scans sectors in the alternative space where the pencil is placed in all sorts of other positions. If the thought energy you radiate at this stage is powerful enough, the pencil will materialize at different points in the space of physical reality. It is the separate pencil layer that moves, whilst the remaining layers, including the layer of the observer, remain unmoved. It is not the object itself that moves, but its point of realization in the alternatives space. It is hardly surprising that most people cannot get the pencil to move. In the majority of people, capabilities such as these are weakly developed, not because they have a weak energy field, but because it is so difficult to evoke pure outer intention if you struggle to believe that such things are possible at all. People who have the ability of telekinesis do not move objects. Rather, they have a unique capacity for the power of intention that enables them to shift the location of a point of material realization in the alternatives space. Everything connected with outer intention is generally considered mysticism, magic, or, at best, inexplicable phenomena, proof of which is successfully stored away on distant, dusty shelves. The predominant worldview totally negates these things, and so anything irrational evokes a strange fear. People who witness UFOs also experience high levels of fear and consternation. UFOs are so far away from our day-to-day reality that we do not want to believe they exist. When they display the stunning audacity of being real, they evoke a weird kind of horror. Outer intention is a case of, if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. Did you think it was just a saying? Outer intention does not have to be all about paranormal phenomena. In day-to-day life, we constantly come up against the results of outer intention. Outer intention is the force or mechanism that causes our misgivings and worst expectations to be realized in the physical. Because the dynamics of outer intention function independently of our will, we do not necessarily realize what is happening. It is much harder to work with the force of outer intention than it is to work with personal inner intention. Imagine that you landed on an island where you had to face a tribe of savages. Your life would depend on what you did next. One possible outcome is that you would become the victim, apologizing for your presence, making gifts, justifying yourself, and trying to ingratiate yourself with the natives. In this case, you would be likely to get eaten. The second possible outcome is that you would become the conqueror, showing signs of aggression, launching an attack, and trying to assert your control over the tribe. You would either be victorious or lose your life. The third alternative is that you would present yourself as master and leader. If you were to reach out your hand like the powers that be, you would be obeyed. When you have no doubt in your own might, your thought energy is attuned to lifelines where you are king, and everyone else assumes this is how things should be. The first two types of behavior demonstrate inner intention, whereas the third type demonstrates how outer intention works. Outer intention simply chooses a certain alternative. The fly that beats itself against a window pane right next to an open window acts on the basis of inner intention. What do you think outer intention would look like in the case of the fly? You would think the answer would be for the fly to discover the open window and escape, but it is not. If the fly were just to take a step backwards and look around, it would see the pane of glass and spot the open window. In the case of the fly, it is just a matter of having a slightly wider perspective on reality. Outer intention literally opens the window for the fly. Inner intention aims to impact the outside world of your current lifeline. Everything that is possible within the confines of a materialized sector can be described by the laws of the natural sciences and fits nicely within the limits of a material worldview. Outer intention, by contrast, chooses a lifeline on which your desire can be realized. The analogy of the fly in relation to intention is probably quite clear by now. Insisting on flying through a closed window is an expression of inner intention, whereas shifting to a lifeline where the window is opened is an expression of outer intention. You can make a superhuman effort to move the pencil with your thoughts, or, working with outer intention, simply scan the alternative space for the pencil where it is placed differently. Let us imagine that it is Christmas Eve, and you are certain that you will not be able to find a parking spot just outside the supermarket. The voice of inner intention would say there could not possibly be a free parking space because the whole world is out shopping. Outer intention allows for the possibility that one space might become free just as you are arriving at the supermarket. It is not so much that, in the case of working with outer intention, you solidly believe in the possibility. It is more that you simply claim the possibility of what you deem necessary, dispassionately and unconditionally. Outer intention is born of improvisation, like insight. You cannot prepare for outer intention. All magic rituals are aimed at evoking the power of outer intention, but ritual is just the preparation for magic, a theatrical prelude. Imagine that you fell from a cliff in a dream. You would have to evoke the intention to float in the air. You would not have time to prepare yourself or speak an incantation. All you could do is take it into your head to fly, and you would do so. Spells and magical attributes can help to awaken the power inherent in each and every individual, but they cannot directly apply it. Unfortunately, in contemporary man, the ability to direct the power of outer intention has all but atrophied. People have even contrived to erase the ability from memory, although ancient legends vaguely hint at it. Today, it is pointless trying to prove that the Egyptian pyramids and similar constructions were built with the power of outer intention. Any hypothesis explaining the principle of their construction will be considered, just not this one. The ancients who built the pyramids would no doubt be quite amused to learn that their descendants considered the ancestors a more primitive civilization and were bending over backwards trying to guess the secret of their construction within the limited context of inner intention. Time has not totally deprived us of working with outer intention. The ability is just locked. Everything that can come to be called magic is nothing more than an attempt to work with outer intention. For centuries, the alchemists sought in vain for the philosopher's stone that would turn any base metal into gold. There are many complicated and misguided books dedicated to the topic of alchemy. Legend has it that the secret of the philosopher's stone fits into just a few lines inscribed on an emerald tablet, the so-called Smaragdine tablet. If the secret is so succinct, why are there so many books on the subject? No doubt because of the desire to understand the meaning of those few lines. You will have heard of the Holy Grail that has been so ardently sought, including by representatives of the Third Reich. There are many legends about ritual objects that supposedly endow their owner with unlimited power and strength. Such legends are, of course, naive misconceptions. Fetishes, incantations, and other magical attributes have no power at all. Belief in the magical power of ritual attributes can, to some extent, help the subconscious mind to waken from the daydream and stimulate the weakly developed capacity for outer intention. However, the power is not in the objects themselves, but in outer intention and the individuals who use the objects. Ancient civilizations so perfected the skill of working with outer intention that they no longer required the prop of magic ritual. Naturally, their power in this regard created intense excess potential, which is why civilizations like Atlantis, which had conquered the secrets of outer potential, were destroyed by balanced forces. Shards of secret knowledge have been passed on to us in the form of magical practice, with the aim of restoring what was lost. In general, however, these are frail and superficial attempts, often undermined by false understanding and confusion with inner intention. The essence of the power of outer intention, as such, has remained a mystery. The priority placed on the development of inner intention and the loss of knowledge concerning outer intention is the work of pendulums which feed on the energy of inner intention. A person can only truly develop the ability to work with outer intention once they are as free as they can be from the manipulation of pendulums. You could say that the pendulums have so far managed to keep the upper hand in the battle with man. We have established that the nature of thought energy aimed at achieving set goals manifests in three different forms: desire, inner, and outer intention. Desire is the concentration of attention on the goal itself. As you can see, desire has no power. You can think about your desire to reach a goal for as long as you like, but there will be no change. Inner intention is the concentration of attention on the process of moving towards the goal. This can work, but demands a lot of effort. Outer intention is the concentration of attention on how the goal is realized of its own accord. Outer intention simply allows the goal to realize itself. Outer intention presupposes the firm belief that the alternative of the goal's realization already exists and only remains to be chosen. Inner intention achieves the goal, outer intention chooses it. Inner intention can be characterized by the thought pattern, "I insist that," whilst outer intention follows a totally different principle. Circumstances are such that, or it turns out that. The difference between these two thought patterns is huge. In the first case, you actively exert pressure on the world, making it obey your wish. In the second case, you take the position of an outside observer where everything happens according to your will, but without the slightest coercion. It is the difference between changing and choosing. You fly in your dream because of the thought pattern, "Oh, I'm flying," not "I insist on being able to fly." Inner intention strives directly towards the goal. Outer intention is focused on the process of its independent realization. Outer intention does not hurry to achieve the goal, as it is already a done deal. The fact that the goal will indeed be achieved is neither doubted nor discussed. Outer intention is unremitting, cool-headed, detached, and moves the goal indomitably towards its realization. The following bilateral comparisons can help discern where inner intention and outer intention come into play. You try to get something from life. Life freely gives you what you want. Fight for your place in the sun. The world offers you its embrace. Bang on a locked door. The door opens wide before you. Try passing through a wall. The wall moves aside for you. You try to generate certain events in your life. The events come of their own accord. Using inner intention, a person tries to reposition their own fact of material realization relative to the alternative space, whereas outer intention shifts the alternative space so that your material realization is where it needs to be. Can you see the difference? The end is the same in both cases, but it is achieved by very different means. If the second part of the comparisons listed above describes your actions, then you have understood the principle of outer intention. When you battle for something, it is like you are trying to push your realization into the alternative space, whereas when you choose something, the space comes to you. Of course, the alternative space does not totally independently reposition itself in relation to where you are within it. You have to take certain actions first, which lie beyond the widely accepted perception of things. Throughout this book, I will provide examples of the difference in approach between inner and outer intention. Outer intention is the cornerstone of transurfing. It is the key to the Guardian's riddle about why there is no need for us to fight with the world and why we can simply choose the things we want. Nothing is beyond the capacity of outer intention. You can fly in waking or walk on water if you have the outer intention of a Christ, and it would not represent a contradiction of the laws of physics, for the laws of physics work in just one sector of material realization. Outer intention is manifest in the movement of realization through different sectors of the alternatives space. It is impossible for a person to fly within the limits of a sector that is manifest in physical reality, because you would have to resist the gravitational pull of the Earth. Trying to do so would be an example of inner intention, demanding a massive input of energy in order to overcome the force of gravity. Free flight in dreaming, as in waking, is not really movement through space in physical reality. It is a shift in the relative position of your realization point. In other words, the body consequently materializes in new points of the physical space. You could also put it this way. It is not that you fly through space, but that space moves relative to you in accordance with the choice of your outer intention. This probably does not sound quite right. Nonetheless, we will not go any deeper into the theory of relativity here. We can only guess how it really happens. In order to fly, you have to have absolute faith in the idea that it is possible to do so. Why did Jesus so matter-of-factly say, "According to your faith, be it unto you"? Perhaps because nothing can be received or completed without intention, and there is no intention without faith. We would not be able to take a single step unless we believed it was possible to do so. However, you will never be able to convince the rational mind that it is possible to fly in waking as it is in dreaming, at least in a normal state of consciousness. There are yogis in India who can leave the ground during meditation. These are the only reliable cases of levitation that I have come across personally. Their intention may only be sufficient to attune to the movement of alternatives in which the body floats in mid-air. Taking into account the incredible capacities of yogis in comparison to ordinary people, you can imagine how difficult it must be to overlay one's personal will on the power of outer intention. The dozing mind can accept the possibility of flight during sleep, but in conscious waking, however hard you might try to convince yourself otherwise, human flight will always seem impossible. For the mind to accept something, there has to be faith as well as knowledge. Faith presupposes the possibility of doubt, for where there is belief, there is also room for doubt. Knowledge eradicates doubt. You have no doubt that when you throw an apple, it will fall to the ground. You do not have to believe in this, you just know it to be true. Pure outer intention is free of doubt and consequently of belief also. Whereas in the sleep state, a mere hint of outer intention is enough for flight to occur. In the world of inert material realization, the intention has to be absolutely pure. There is no need to be overly concerned with acquiring a knack for creating pure intention. To realize your personal goals, run-of-the-mill intention will do. It just takes some time for material realization to build up momentum. It is interesting to consider outer intention in the context of hypnosis. It is difficult to say whether hypnosis is a result of inner or outer intention. Thought energy alone is clearly insufficient to enable personal will or inner intention to move physical objects, even very light ones. Thought energy is sufficient, however, for one person to send a suggestion to the unconscious mind of another. Some people seem to have a marked ability to radiate and direct powerful waves of energy. If that energy is programmed with specific thoughts, the person the energy is aimed at comes under the effect of hypnotic suggestion. I hope you do not think that the effect of hypnosis is occasioned simply by magnetic gaze or mesmeric passes. The impact of the hypnotist's energy does not rely on visual or voice contact. However, as far as I am aware, hypnosis works mainly at close distances, suggesting that the impact results from a transmission of thought energy directed by inner intention. In cases where hypnosis works across greater distances, outer intention undoubtedly plays an important role unless some other technique is being used. To experience the power of outer intention, you have to escape Procruste's bed of everyday thinking and feeling. The rational mind usually exists within the narrow confines of the predominant worldview. It can be very difficult to move beyond the limits of the conventional mindset because outer intention is essential to make the leap, and the rational mind will not easily yield its position. It is a vicious circle because you have to apply outer intention in order to experience it. Not an easy task. I am afraid I will have to disappoint the listener, as I am not aware of any exercises that specifically develop a feeling for outer intention. The aim of such an exercise, if it existed, would probably be something strange like to intend to have intention. The only way of understanding the nature of outer intention more deeply is to practice lucid dreaming. In place of some targeted exercise, however, I would recommend simply practicing conscious living in the sphere of physical reality, not so much training outer intention as living it. The reality of the waking state differs from dreaming only in the inert quality of material realization in the alternative space. In all other ways, they are the same. You may wonder what we have to work with if we are not able to direct the power of outer intention. Of course, you are highly unlikely to move slabs of stone weighing several tons, but the density of the material world can be overcome by time. Conventional methods of achieving goals are based on activating the power of inner intention. The essence of the Transurfing method, in contrast, is based on leaving inner intention alone and applying the principle of outer intention. Inner intention transforms into outer intention when the conscious mind meets and merges with the subconscious. The boundary between the conscious and the subconscious mind is so elusive that it is almost impossible to draw a clear line marking exactly where inner intention ends and outer intention begins. It is like the feeling of free fall, or the feeling you have when you first manage to keep your balance riding a bicycle. The closest feeling to the point of merging between the conscious and the subconscious is when you deliberately raise your body into the air in a dream and find you can fly. The conscious mind merges in total harmony with the subconscious in a very narrow segment. It is easy to deliberately move your finger, a little harder to move your toes, and even harder to wiggle your ears, to say nothing of manipulating your inner organs. By comparison, the muscle of outer intention is even less developed. Hence, to join the conscious and the subconscious mind in the intention to leave the ground and fly is considered practically impossible. Levitation is the highest embodiment of outer intention, but we will set ourselves more grounded goals than meditating several feet off the ground. The power of outer intention is so great that even its tiniest part is enough to achieve formidable results. In everyday life, outer intention works independently from our personal will and can even be detrimental, such as when it manifests in the form of our worst expectations. We have already discussed situations in which a person experiences the things they love to hate. On the one hand, you are followed by the things you fear, hate, or wish to be free of, because your thought energy, focused on the unwanted event, carries you into a sector where it exists. On the other hand, it was never your intention to experience these things, so how does intention function in this instance? Inner intention is focused on avoiding the things you see as negative, that are oppressive, cause you anxiety, or evoke resentment. There are some things we just want to avoid with all our heart, things that cut us to the quick, that evoke fear and aversion. The rational mind is fearful, and the soul, too, is anxious. The rational mind experiences enmity, and the heart feels the same. The mind experiences hate, and the heart all the more so. The heart and the mind are in complete agreement. It is in these moments of union between the conscious and the subconscious that outer intention is activated. The only problem is that it is not directed in accordance with your personal will. It is probably not quite accurate to speak here of outer intention being directed. Whereas inner intention has the focus of staving off the negative, outer intention would be more accurately described as giving the green light for the realization of whatever the soul and mind agree on. What they agree on, of course, is their assessment of a given event. Whether it is a desired event or not is irrelevant. It is as if outer intention, on seeing that the mind and the heart are united, automatically chooses the matching sector in the alternatives space. The heart and the mind most often agree over things they would rather avoid in life, and so the cases where a person's worst expectations are realized provide the most indicative illustration of how outer intention works. As we have said before, people usually have an excellent idea of the things they do not wish to experience, and only have a vague sense of what they desire with a passion. To subject outer intention to your will, you have to wipe all negative thought from your mind and establish harmony between the heart and the mind in your positive striving. You already understand what a harmful effect a negative attitude can have on your life. When you express resentment and dissatisfaction, you become subject to the impact of balanced forces. Then, you become dependent on destructive pendulums, and your thought energy becomes focused on negative sectors of the alternative space. Attracted by the negativity, outer intention transforms the sector into the physical reality of life. This is why outer intention can work independently from your will. It is difficult to harness the power of outer intention, but there are ways of making it work for you. This is our next task. We have already established that, to avoid experiencing the undesired results of outer intention, it is essential not to create the potential of projected importance and to refuse to have anything to do with negativity. Now, we need to grapple with the task of how to make outer intention serve the goals you set for yourself. It may not be quite as simple as rubbing Aladdin's lamp, but methods to activate the mechanism of outer intention do exist. Much of what has been described above may be a little obscure. It is a theme that is hard to understand because outer intention defies literal description. The picture will become clearer, however. I have no desire to surround these ideas in a fog of mystery, just to intrigue you, as adepts of certain schools and spiritual groups have a tendency to do. Everything you need to know about outer intention is contained in this book, and all the skills you need to have to work with it can be acquired from personal experience if you put the principles of the Transurfing method into practice. No special classes or seminars are required. Neither is there anything mystical or mysterious about the Transurfing technique. Secret knowledge is often clouded by metaphor and illusion, but a person who thinks clearly also tends to express their ideas clearly. If a guru claims to carry secret knowledge so precious that it can only be whispered into the ear of a disciple, the rest of the time being alluded to only allegorically or with profound rhetoric, they probably have not fully penetrated the essence of this knowledge either. It is not our goal to acquire the power of absolute intention capable of lifting the body into the air. If we knew how to levitate, there would be nothing left to say. The alternative space exists and the freedom of choice exists. You choose which possible pathway in the alternative space manifests as your physical reality. The task we have set ourselves is to learn how to achieve goals given the capabilities and resources we already have at our disposal. Even though these may have their limitations, Transurfing represents knowledge that can awaken a power we rarely make use of. Transurfing does not require you to exhaust yourself with meditations, various practices, lucid dreaming, and other mystical activities that are enough to make the head spin. I understand that the Transurfing model seems unlikely to work, but all you have to do is reconsider your established views of the world, and you will be able to achieve things you previously thought were beyond you. Likely as not, you will soon become convinced that you really can make the power of outer intention work in your favor. The game script. Dreams are very malleable, and so they serve as an excellent model by which to demonstrate how outer intention works. So, we will return now to the theme of dreams. As we said, in essence, dreaming is very similar to real life. Everything that happens in a dream is a result of a game played according to a script chosen by the soul. When the rational mind sleeps, we dream, but we do not remember our dreams. The soul travels uninhibitedly through the alternatives space. Where exactly the soul is gallivanting whilst the mind sleeps, no one can say. All our conscious memories are controlled by the mind. Dreams that we remember occur when the mind is just dozing. The mind's control is weaker during this stage of sleep, being reduced to the role of passive observer. The mind is not imagining things when we dream. It simply perceives what the soul witnesses in sectors of the alternative space that have not been transformed into physical reality. In non-lucid dreaming, the mind does not weigh on the soul with its need to control. It is like a cinema goer watching a film. On some level, though the mind does experience what it sees, and the sensations evoked are communicated to the heart, which immediately attunes itself to a matching sector. The script, therefore, changes as it goes along, the scenery and the characters likewise adjusting to the changing script. The imagination plays a part in dreaming only to the extent that it generates ideas. In a dream, when you have the passing thought that a person may act aggressively towards you, the thought is instantly materialized and someone appears on the scene to threaten you. As soon as the weather vane of your opinion turns in a different direction, foe is immediately transformed into friend. It is a bit like a kitten playing in front of a mirror, whose mood smoothly shifts from friendly to aggressive as it jumps about. The kitten sees a figure in front of it and wonders what to expect from it. At first, its attitude is neutral and curious. Then, the kitten lifts a paw, and the assessment instantly shifts towards possible danger. The kitten puts its hackles up, makes an attack, and then dodges to protect itself. The kitten jumps backwards, sees its comic image in the mirror, and its mood changes to one more playful. Then, the ritual is repeated as the kitten dynamically corrects the script, either attacking its reflection or substituting aggression with playfulness. A person corrects the script in non-lucid dreaming in exactly the same way. The kitten is not aware that it is looking at its own reflection, just as a person is not aware that they are dreaming. Did you know that when a person looks in the mirror, the facial expression they see is not the facial expression they usually have? A person's expression changes the moment they look in the mirror, too quickly for them to notice. This is because of habits and desires we have since childhood to look in a certain way. As soon as you say to a child, "Look in the mirror, see how awful you look when you cry," their face will change. Adults also have certain expectations when they look at their reflection. They say to themselves, "I like myself," or "How do I look?" or "I look terrible," etc. The facial expression is immediately corrected depending on the thought. The mirror is an example of how we dynamically correct our own script. Only the mirror is an example of how inner intention functions, whereas the dream is an example of outer intention. In waking, a person sees their reflection in the mirror, and immediately inner intention changes the expression on their face according to their expectations. A dream is like a play, and the script that will direct the role of the outside world is chosen by the dreamer's outer intention in accordance with their experience and expectations, but irrespective of whether they will experience pain. Participants in a dream behave exactly as the dreamer expects them to. The original idea is nothing more than the initial impetus. The rest is orchestrated by outer intention. The dreamer's own behavior in a dream is determined by inner intention, whereas everything else is subject to the dreamer's outer intention, whether they like it or not. As we have already said, inner intention tries to impact the world directly, whereas outer intention allows the external world to become realized in accordance with intention. In dreams, events can only unfold according to a script you can tolerate. Nothing could happen in a dream that the dreamer could not conceive of. This partly explains the low level of critique the mind applies to the events that take place in dreams. Even total absurdities are taken for granted, because the dreamer writes and produces their own dream script. It is not that the absurd is considered the norm, so much that the subconscious does not rule out the possibility of the absurd. For, in a dream, the rational mind dozes, whilst the subconscious can easily anticipate all sorts of unlikely events. Over the course of a lifetime, a person's brain deals with a huge mass of information from external sources, as well as from the world of its own fantasies. Some of that information is filtered out by the rational mind as unreal and is scrapped. The information does not actually go anywhere. It may be locked in a closet, but the subconscious still has access to it. When sleep approaches, the soul tiptoes into the closet and, unbeknown to the rational mind, experiments with all sorts of outlandish scripts. Moreover, in non-lucid dreaming, the soul is free to choose which sectors of the alternative space it wishes to visit. The majority of these sectors are never realized because their events are irrational, which means they require large inputs of energy to create. Only God can know how exactly the soul chooses its dreams. However wildly the soul chooses its dreams, the rational mind witnesses them and corrects the script according to its experience and expectations. As we have already established, it is a person's worst fears and all that they strive to avoid that is most quickly realized. In this case, outer intention functions with no regard for personal will and often to their detriment. In physical reality, a person is also very likely to end up experiencing the things they fear. The mind is capable of making inner intention work through willpower, but outer intention functions irrespective of the will of the rational mind. It does not follow orders and manifests freely when there is agreement between the heart and mind. In dreaming, the rational mind has no direct control and does not even realize that outer intention is working. To some degree, dreams continue after the dreamer has woken up, and so, at this point, the mind can have more say in what happens. In a dream, the dreamer can be completely absorbed in the most ridiculous, meaningless games, unaware of their absurdity. The same can be true in real life. When a group of people involved in a very narrow specialized activity, be it professional, religious, or special interest groups, they often come up with their own understanding of things, vocabulary, and actions that, to anyone outside the group, would appear unnatural and even silly. The mind's uncritical attitude to waking reality is what allows phenomena such as hypnotism and entrancement to work. Gypsy hypnosis, for example, is based on 3 yeses. A person answers yes to 3 separate questions, which makes them feel that everything is going as it should. The person consequently becomes less vigilant and, in a sense, dozes off, their critical abilities being reduced to a minimum. People in this state are almost literally daydreaming, automatically going about their daily affairs. This is particularly the case with individuals who have a strict daily regime. When you talk to someone, it is like you are in a deep sleep. Fully engaged in the game, you naturally understand what is happening, but your active participation makes you incapable of behaving or evaluating the situation objectively as an outside observer would. Any football fan who understands the game criticizes the players for their mistakes. What would happen, though, if that fan were to be brought onto the field to play? Would they do any better as a participant? Everyone acts unconsciously to a certain extent. When a person is lying, their eyes tend to shift to the right. They make involuntary movements with their hands, totally immersed in the game. The state of hypnotic suggestion is an extreme case of daydreaming, but everyone is, to some extent, asleep in their day-to-day physical reality. In this moment, as you listen, you can shake yourself and say that you are aware of what you are doing and what is happening. Later, however, a person, event, or problem will distract you, and you will again get drawn into the game and doze off. You will remain sleeping all the while that you are on the stage and conscientiously playing your role. You will wake up when you come down into the auditorium and rouse your inner guardian. Once in the auditorium, you will continue to play your role, speak the necessary words, carry out the necessary actions following the established rules. Only now, you will play your role consciously in a more detached manner assessing what is happening around you with a sober mind. In non-lucid dreaming, the dream just happens. Outer intention acts independently of your will, and there is nothing you can do about it. In lucid dreaming, a person steps down into the auditorium and consciously directs the script. It is not that outer intention deliberately aligns itself with a person's will, it just ceases to contradict it. In this case, the mind gives the heart more freedom and, in exchange, receives its sanction. The unity of heart and mind, in turn, activates our intention. In the forthcoming chapters, we will describe how to work with outer intention on the path towards one's goal. The level of conscious awareness is higher in waking than it is in dreaming, and this is sufficient to direct inner intention. Outer intention requires an even higher level of conscious awareness. In lucid dreaming, as in waking reality, in order to work with outer intention, you have to wake up. The game according to your rules. What can you do if you are attacked in a dream? There are 4 types of inner intention: flight, fight, awakening, and realization. Opposition and retreat, in response to being attacked in a dream, are primitive forms of response generated by inner intention. If you are attacked in a dream and you fight back, events will unfold in much the same way as they would in waking reality, i.e., in accordance with the standard model of behavior. Your conscious mind already has a script for how the fight should end. If you are accustomed to losing, you will lose the fight, and vice versa. Your dream will shift around the alternative space in accordance with your script. In a dream, you tend to behave in the same way as you are used to behaving in waking reality. But because in a dream anything is possible, working with outer intention can be very effective. With the power of outer intention, you can quietly turn to your opponent and imagine them retreating before finally turning into a frog. It is not that you yearn or strive for your opponent to turn into a frog, for this would be to actively will a change on the outside world using the power of inner intention. When you work with outer intention, you simply imagine that your opponent is turning into a frog. In other words, you accept that their turning into a frog is a potential reality. Outer intention only imagines an event to be true and accepts the possibility of a different script. If the mind can fully accept the idea that there can be an alternative to the usual development of events, the heart will not object. Union between the heart and mind activates outer intention, which transforms the chosen script into physical reality. As you can see, outer intention arises not as a result of will, but as a consequence of harmony between the heart and mind. Outer intention acts independently of personal will, and so inner intention, personal will, should only be directed towards achieving a harmonious connection between heart and mind. To successfully set outer intention, you have to first acknowledge that the script can be controlled. Awareness is also essential if you want outer intention to work in your favor. Whilst the dreamer is not lucid, the dream cannot be controlled. It just happens. In dreaming and in waking, the majority of human actions are carried out relatively unconsciously. When a person's relationship with their surroundings is unconscious, they experience a situation as something determined and conditioned by external factors which they have neither the strength nor the capacity to influence. If a person believes this to be true, other people and the vagaries of fate will have a greater impact on their life. In this sense, reality also just happens, the rules of the game being set not by the individual, but by the outside world. To gain control both in dreaming and in real life, it is essential to switch from the role of immersed participant to the role of witness. You continue to take part and play your role in the game, but your inner guardian is always vigilant. It is as if you detach yourself, enough to be playing the part of an actor, at the same time as observing your role and the theatricals of others from the auditorium. The guardian is always switched on in the background. It does not get involved. It just follows carefully and soberly assessing all that it observes. In non-lucid dreaming, it is as if the observer has switched off, leaving the actor alone to get involved. In this state, the individual becomes totally absorbed in their role, unable to see the situation from the outside. To avoid getting completely absorbed in a role, the intensity of inner importance and the projection of outer importance must be kept to a minimum, and the guardian must be always ready. Even without taking outer intention into account, a person's ability to control a situation is directly proportionate to their level of conscious awareness. In dreaming, the level of awareness is minor, and so the dream happens. If, however, a person is aware that they are dreaming, the situation is under control, and they can do whatever they wish. Susceptibility to the influence of other people and destructive pendulums is in inverse proportionality to a person's level of conscious awareness. In sleep, many people behave like zombies. If they are being chased in a nightmare, they can run away, unable to do anything else about it. The script belongs to the individual, but it has been given over to a different producer for staging. The individual is prisoner of their own conditioned perceptions of how an event may develop. Despite the fact that the perceptions originate with the individual, they dictate their own will, reducing their owner to the position of victim. Remember what happens when you become totally immersed in a problem. Imagine, for example, that you are approached by a colleague who announces that some job has to be done. If doing the job is a problem, your first response would probably be concern, perhaps a feeling of dejection. You would then run various scenarios around in your mind for events might develop. That's not going to be an easy task. How will I do it? I so do not want to. My life is so difficult and stressful, but if I do not do it, such and such will happen, etc. At this stage, you have joined in the game, becoming susceptible to outside influence. In other words, you have dozed off. You can now be taken by the hand and led, like an obedient child, into a room where difficult, exacting work awaits you, ending up on a lifeline where this is exactly what happens. This is what happens if you allow the pendulum to hypnotize you and make its own game your problem. By turning the problematic script around in your conscious mind, you reach a point where the heart and mind are in agreement over their concern, at which point, outer intention immediately shifts you onto a problematic lifeline. This can happen quite easily, as feelings such as fear, despair, dissatisfaction, and worry can take hold of a person quite quickly. The underlying cause is, of course, importance, both inner and outer. You can be pulled into the game or lulled into a slumber whenever you assess the game to be important, either of itself or for you personally. Now, imagine a different version of events. A person comes up to you with a problem. In this moment, you shake yourself and tell yourself that you are not sleeping and can decide whether the first prod of the pendulum will become a problem for you or not. This is the first condition to establishing control over the situation. The second condition is to take it into your head to defeat the pendulum. Even before you learn the nature of the problem, program yourself to perceive whatever it is as a mere trifle. The most important thing is not to allow yourself to be led by the hand. Do not take any assertive steps, refuse to get involved, prevaricate, or become irritated. Simply listen to what the person wants from you. Externally, it is best to nod your head, make the right noises, and internally, remain the witness, not the participant. This is the role of the observer who takes part, like a trainer who sometimes plays as well. To be detached in this case does not mean to be distracted or lacking in concentration. Quite the opposite. Control over a situation presupposes attentiveness and total clarity of mind. To stand back from something means to be aware of the fact that you make up the rules of the game, deciding whether the play will turn either into a tragedy or a comic sketch or like vaudeville. It depends on what you want, which is probably for everything to be resolved quickly and easily. If you fear that there will always be complex problems just around the corner to be wrestled with for ages, do not worry. There is always a simple solution to any complex problem. A simple solution lies on the vaudeville lifeline. To shift to this lifeline, all that is required is the intention to imagine yourself that it is so. Once you start practicing this technique, you will be pleasantly surprised. The outcome may be most improbable. At the very least, the problem will be solved easily, or it may disappear, or given to someone else to resolve. There simply are no complex problems on the vaudeville lifeline. You do not have total power over outer intention, but you can act in such a way that, firstly, it does not act against you, and secondly, that you get the opportunity to help it work in your interests. Circumstances may unfold in various ways, and not necessarily in your favor, but by taking this position, you significantly increase your chances of coming up roses. Do not forget to trust the alternative's flow as well. If the level of unity between heart and mind in the vaudeville attitude to the problem is sufficiently high, you will receive mind-boggling results that you could only have dreamed of. You are no longer a puppet on a string. I should warn you, though, to be careful of the temptation of considering yourself the puppeteer. You understand that this would disturb the balance, and you would instantly receive a slap at the first sign of any conceit, feeling of superiority, contempt, or, heaven forbid, disdain towards others. No individual can ever have complete control over all that happens in life, even in dreaming. Remember, you only have the right to choose, not to change. Make yourself at home, but do not forget you are a guest. It is also important to remember that when you detach yourself from a situation, it is essential to act with complete integrity. A vaudeville attitude to a problem does not suggest being slack or nonchalant, but it does mean being capable of soberly assessing the importance of things. It would be a mistake to interpret conscious awareness as the striving to establish control over the surrounding world. The rational mind is accustomed to insisting on its own view of things, trying to alter the course of events, and fighting against the current. Sometimes, when a person steps off the stage into the auditorium, they are seduced by the desire to change the script by force, imposing their will on the remaining actors. This type of behavior has nothing in common with transurfing because it depends exclusively on personal will, inner intention, to push against the current. You have to remind yourself again and again of the need to go with the flow. Conscious awareness lies in observation, not in the ability to control. Control should only be directed towards imagining an auspicious script, allowing it into your life, and embracing it with all your heart, instead of floundering about in negativity. It is not about forcing your own script on the world so much as considering it possible, allowing an alternative to be realized, and allowing yourself to receive it. You will not only succeed in ceasing to do battle with the world and allowing yourself to choose if the heart and mind are one. In the previous chapter, we looked at different models of behavior and the roles of the beggar, the indignant, and the fighter, neither of which fit the context of the transurfing model. So, what role could be worthy of the one who is master of their own fate in this game called life? By now, you have probably guessed that, in the transurfing model, it is considered to be the guardian. The more conscious awareness you have in waking, the more effectively you will be able to take charge of your own destiny. The role of the guardian is much more engaging than the role of the administrator. Captains, managers, and other leaders tend to take a more proactive position in life than simple administrators, and not only because they have greater responsibilities. Senior management personnel are more likely to adopt the role of guardian because their position requires them to be more awake in comparison to other workers who are able to remain asleep, fulfilling their responsibilities simply because they have to. As soon as you embrace the position of guardian, you will feel a burst of energy and increased levels of vitality because now, rather than dejectedly carrying out actions that are the will of another, you are creating your own destiny. Taking responsibility for your own fate is not a burden, but an act of freedom. Man differs from animals, not so much in level of intellect as in level of awareness. Animals embody a sleepier state. Their behavior is mainly determined by stereotypical scripts instilled in them by nature, and which manifest in the form of instinct and reflexes. Animal behavior is like that of an actor in a play with a fixed script. In this sense, human beings are more awake. Man is, by nature, more inclined to self-awareness and understanding of their place in the world. At the same time, the general level of human awareness is still very limited, with most people too completely immersed in the script to have the necessary detachment for awareness. The secret of so-called clever people lies in their awareness. Awareness gives clarity of mind. Some people are able to think and express their thoughts clearly, whilst others are muddled. The relative sharpness or dullness of one's mind depends more on awareness than it does on intellect. Choosing simplicity of mind can also be means of protection from unwanted information. I don't want to know. Leave me alone. In contrast to an astute mind that embodies openness, curiosity, and the desire to receive and process information in the spirit of, I want to know everything. Obtuseness is sometimes a result of retardation, and both these traits can be developed in childhood. For example, when a child is forced to learn or psychologically manipulated. The more we daydream in everyday life, the more mistakes we make. The fly that beats itself against the window pane is also deeply asleep. When you are totally immersed in the script, you are not able to take a wider, more objective view of reality. Obsession with the game narrows perception and puts up a barrier. People are surprised when they realize they have made a mistake because they were too immersed in something to see more clearly, and ask themselves, where was I looking? As if they had been seduced by some apparition. Even on April Fool's Day, when people know they may have tricks played on them, they still fall into the trap. What is this if not a daydream? Lack of awareness is the result of not wanting to look reality in the eye. The ostrich hides its head in the sand to escape the threat of reality. When people have their head in the sand, it reflects the desire to insulate themselves from the outside world in the sense of, I cannot see anything, I can't hear anything, I don't want anything. Leave me alone. It is not possible in life to totally put your head under the blanket and sleep, and so people try to dull their powers of perception. Unfortunately, this compromises their awareness. For example, a mild, harmless person may try to hide from the imminent threat of aggression, but they will not be able to dodge the blow because their awareness is blocked by fear. Their reactions are dulled as if their eyes were covered in a film. Rage also dims understanding. When a person is immersed in the game, they are incapable of seeing or hearing anything else around them, hence the phrase blind rage. Fear and anger are extreme examples of the absence of awareness. Pendulums will also try to gently dull your vigilance with a zombifying effect, playing on the fact that most people spend the majority of their time in a semi-aware state, only experiencing acute awareness and clarity of perception when the right circumstances give them an adrenaline rush. This is why it is so difficult to do something as seemingly simple as wake up in a dream and say, "Hey, you, stop messing me about. It is just a dream, and what's more, it's my dream. So I say what goes, not you." Intuitive knowledge can be drawn from the subconscious by the power of awareness. Intuitive knowledge can be more easily perceived if you can catch yourself thinking, "Why do I suddenly want to do this?" The soul's reply will be soft and barely audible. The rational mind, however, will shout, "Shut up, I know very well what I want and what I should be doing." You have to develop the habit of constantly listening for the rustle of the morning stars, to hear the music of intuition. In a semi-conscious state, it is almost impossible to remember quickly enough to note what your inner voice is trying to say. Even if early in the morning you set yourself the strict task of listening to the voice of your soul, you will not remember to do so at the appropriate moment if you sink into the daydream. So, harmony between heart and mind generates outer intention, and mindfulness enables you to have it work in your favor. Unity of heart and mind is so easily achieved in dreams for the simple reason that, in dreams, the heart is free of the authoritative control of the mind. In lucid dreaming, there is still an element of control, but it is limited to adjusting the script. In dreams, the mind will accept all manner of miraculous events. In the tinderbox, a fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen. There is a scene in which the princess, convinced that she is dreaming, agrees to walk on the roof with the soldier. In dreams, the rational mind will accept anything, but in waking reality, it fitfully grabs hold of its familiar worldview. It is not easy to achieve a state of harmony between heart and mind once you step beyond the realms of common sense. Common sense is like a lifetime cell from which it is difficult to escape. A person may be interested in mystical teachings, have their head in the clouds, and believe in the impossible, but there will always be place for doubt. The mind will go along with things, but at the end of the day, it knows that apples really fall to the ground. This is why it is so difficult to completely align outer intention with your own will. Nonetheless, personal experience will show that mindfulness greatly increases your chances. Maximum awareness can be achieved as long as the inner guardian is constantly present in your consciousness. The guardian objectively evaluates what is happening and assesses in whose interest the game is being played. It makes sure that you will not get drawn into the game like a puppet. You have to remember to ask yourself every minute of the day, are you asleep or not, so that it becomes an attitude. You can also practice lucid dreaming if you are unafraid to do so, but the dream will come to an end and everyday reality will return. Surely, it makes more sense to focus on developing conscious awareness and mindfulness in your everyday life. As you can now see, this alternative gives you the chance to furnish your life layer according to your own taste. It is your choice. The purification of intention. Outer intention is a huge, unfathomable force. At the same time, you can see how fluid and subtle it is. It is control and, at the same time, the renunciation of control. It is the decision to have, at the same time as the abandonment of the need to achieve. It is something unfamiliar to the mind. We are used to securing what we desire by setting an inner intention. We are used to thinking that if we have the right to direct impact on the world, it will respond immediately. The idea of inner intention is clear and straightforward. Even so, things do not always come that easily. You still have to make an effort, insist on your goals, struggle for what you want, and fight your way forward. The method of transurfing suggests that if you let go of launching an advance, the world will offer its embrace. Obviously, such an unconventional approach is bound to leave the rational mind confused. How can you achieve a state of balance in which you combine the decision to have with the abandonment of direct action? The answer is obvious. You have to maintain balanced intention, which means to want without desiring, to take care without worrying, to strive without being distracted, and to act without demanding. Balance is destroyed by the excess potential of projected importance. As you already know, the more important the goal, the harder it seems to reach. The saying, "If you really want something, you will eventually get it," will have quite the opposite effect if the wanting is intensely driven and frantic attempts are made to acquire the object of your desire. Frantic intentions are taken only when a person does not really believe that their wish will come true. Compare these two positions. This is the first. I really want to achieve what I desire. For me personally, it is a matter of life and death. Whatever happens, I have to have it. I will do everything I possibly can to make sure I get it. This is the second. I have decided that I will get what I desire. I want it. What's the problem? It will be mine. Full stop. It is clear which position will be successful. Desire also differs from intention in that it includes the possibility of non-fulfillment. If something we desire is difficult to obtain, it makes us want it even more. Desire always creates excess potential. Desire is potential by definition. Desire is when somewhere something is absent, but thought energy is aimed at attracting that something to make it present. Intention neither believes nor desires, it simply does. Pure intention never creates excess potential. Pure intention assumes that everything is already in the bag. you simply decide that it will be so. It is like an almost accomplished fact. It is the calm realization that something will come into being. For example, I intend to go to the newsagents and buy a paper. There is no desire in this. Desire was present up until the moment I decided to buy a paper. The chances of non-fulfillment are extremely low, and if I fail, it is not the end of the world. In this case, intention is free of desire and, consequently, of excess potential too. The thought energy of desire is focused on the goal. The energy of intention is focused on the process of its being achieved. When a person wants something, they create perturbance in the energetic picture of the immediate environment, which bring about the impact of balance forces. When a person simply walks into the newsagents to get a paper, no heterogeneity in the energy field is created. Within the context of a lifeline, this is what desire looks like. I want it, but am afraid I cannot actually have it, and so I think of failure, because it is important to me, and radiate energy at the vibrational frequency of a failure-ridden lifeline. Here, outer intention has the opposite effect. I know that I will have what I claim. It is already decided, and so I radiate energy at the frequency of a lifeline where I have what I want. So, achieving the goal is inhibited by two types of excess potential: desire and belief, or rather, the passionate desire, whatever the cost, to achieve the goal, and the battle with one's own doubts concerning the possibility of achieving it. The more strongly the goal is desired, the weightier one's doubts over a successful outcome become. Doubt, in turn, makes the thing we desire appear more valuable. We have already established that desire, rather than helping, just makes things harder. The secret to fulfilling one's desires lies in the understanding that desire must be replaced by intention, total resoluteness in the decision to have and act. The importance one attaches to the goal makes one determined to follow through, continuing to impact the outside world with the strength of one's inner intention. When the mind sets an intention, it launches headlong into battle. It is the feeling of importance that creates the mental habit of trying to put pressure on the outside world. You will not get a single step closer to working with outer intention unless you reduce the level of importance and emotional intensity you associate with your goals. Outer intention is totally different to inner intention in that it has no striving to impact the outside world. You will never learn to work with outer intention by setting an inner intention to do so, however strong it is. The force is referred to as outer intention, precisely because it lies outside of yourself. So just what exactly is outer intention? I confess I have no idea, and I am not afraid to say so. It is extremely difficult to talk about intention within the limited context of reference familiar to the rational mind, and yet we can bear witness to certain aspects of it. For example, outer intention emerges in moments when there is harmonious connection between the heart and mind. As soon as this condition is fulfilled, a kind of resonance is created between thought energy and the outer power of intention that picks us up and carries us into the corresponding sector of the alternative space. Outer intention is the force that makes transurfing possible, i.e., switching lifelines, or, in other words, moving the point of material realization through sectors of the alternative space. To ask why this force exists and where from it originates would be as futile as asking why God exists or wondering whether there is a connection between God and outer intention. No one can know these things. The main thing is that this force exists, and all that remains is to take joy in the fact of using it, just as we take joy in the sunshine. Outer intention makes it possible to shift the point of material realization from one sector to another in the alternatives space. It is the same principle as the force of gravity that indicates the possibility of falling from the roof of a building. Nothing happens whilst you are standing on the roof, but as soon as you take a step off the edge and give yourself up to gravity, it will grab hold of you and throw you to the ground. To give yourself up to outer intention, you have to achieve unity of heart and mind. This can only be done if the intensity of importance is absent. Importance gives rise to doubt, which stands as an obstacle on the path to unity. When there is doubt, the rational mind desires something, and the heart resists, or the heart strives towards something, but the mind suppresses the urge. Importance beats the mind against a window pane, whilst the heart sees the open window. The heart asks for what it truly wants, but importance has the mind trapped in a web of common sense which says no. Finally, unity may be reached, but usually the agreement is over the non-acceptance of something, as a result of which outer intention goes out of its way to fob you off with something you do not need or want. Lack of harmony between the motives of the heart and mind is conditioned by the fact that the mind is under the power of preconceptions and false ideas referred to here as pendulums. And, as we know, pendulums pull us by the strings of projected importance. This leads us on to the second condition to using outer intention: reducing the intensity of importance and abandoning attachment to achieving one's goal. It sounds paradoxical, of course, that in order to achieve your goal, you have to abandon the desire to achieve it. We understand all aspects of how inner intention works because we are so used to functioning exclusively within these narrow confines. We have defined intention as resoluteness in the decision to have and act. The difference between inner and outer intention lies in the first and second parts of the definition. If inner intention is the decision to act, outer intention is closer to the decision to have. In the first case, you decide to fall, so you run until you drop. In the second case, you want to be on the ground, so you let go of control and give yourself up to the force of gravity. The thought pattern described below will help you to cleanse your intention of desire. To start with, you consider the goal you want to achieve. As soon as doubts enter your head, you know you have desire. If you start worrying about whether you have the necessary qualities and skills to achieve the goal, it means you have desire. Even if you believe that you can and will achieve your goal, desire can still be present. You have to want and act without fueling the emotion of desire. The intention to lift your hand up and scratch the back of your head is an example of intention free of excess potential. There should be the pure intention to act, not the desire to act. This requires reducing the levels of inner and outer importance you associate with the goal. There is a very simple way of reducing importance, which is to come to terms with the possibility of defeat at the very beginning. Unless you accept the possibility of defeat, you will not eliminate desire. Make sure that, in the process of purifying intention of desire, that you do not lose grip on the intention itself. Set the intention to achieve your goal and start by accepting the possibility that you may fail. Run the scenario of defeat round in your mind a few times and consider what you would do if that happened. What might serve as a plan B or safety net. Invite the realization into your mind that not achieving the goal would not be the end of the world. Imagining the scenario of defeat should be a one-time event. There is no point in constantly returning to the scene of failure in your mind. The exercise is only intended to free you from the need of achieving the goal exactly as you had imagined. You cannot know how the goal will be achieved, but we will return to this point later. Once you have consciously accepted the possibility of failure, do not think about failure or success. Just move in the direction of your goal and set off just as you would if you were going to the newsagents to buy a paper. Success will be in the bag, and if, for some reason, it is not, then there is no cause for sorrow or regret. If you do not succeed the first time, you will succeed the next, as long as you do not tear yourself apart over the initial failure. Finally, letting go into outer intention does not necessarily mean completely rejecting your personal intentions, sitting at home with your arms folded, waiting for harmony between heart and mind to magically appear. No one is stopping you from achieving your goals in the usual way. Eliminating desire and importance has the same beneficial effect when applied to inner intention. It is just that, now, the powerful force of outer intention can also work in your favor, helping you achieve things that you previously thought impossible. Summary. In conscious dreaming, the mind controls the game script. Dreaming is the virtual journey of the soul through the alternatives space. Dreams should not be interpreted as signs. The soul will not necessarily return if it flies into a realized sector of the alternatives space. It is not desire that is realized, but intention, i.e., the resoluteness to have and to act. Desire is the concentration of attention on the goal. Inner intention is the concentration of attention on the process of moving in the direction of the goal. Outer intention is the concentration of attention on how the goal realizes itself. The goal is achieved by inner intention and by outer intention simply chosen. Inner intention strives to impact the outside world directly. Outer intention gives the green light for the autonomous realization of the goal. The laws of natural science only work in one given sector of the alternatives space. Outer intention works by moving through different sectors of the space. Outer intention is the unity of heart and mind. Imagination takes part in dreaming only to the extent that generates the initial idea. The heart and mind are united in negative expectation, which is why they are easily realized. In reality, a dream continues in waking to some degree or another. If you want to exercise control over outer intention, you have to wake up. Whilst you live without conscious awareness, reality cannot be controlled. It just happens. Any game must be played with an element of detachment, like a participating observer. Awareness is achieved by being detached from the game. Detachment presupposes vigilance and complete mental clarity. Conscious awareness is not so much about control as observation. Control should be exercised only to the extent that it allows desired scripts into your life. In order to choose the necessary script, you have to imagine that it will be exactly as you desire it. Inner intention is resoluteness in the decision to act. Outer intention is resoluteness in the decision to have. Outer intention is the power that makes transurfing possible. In order to reduce the importance associated with the goal, the possibility of failure must be accepted at the outset. Once you have accepted the possibility of failure, do not think, just move in the direction of your goal. Chapter 8. Slides. You deserve the best. Illusion. Transurfing suggests that we should be careful when tempted to interpret illusion as pure fantasy of the mind. Dreams, hallucinations, psychotic reality perception, and even reality itself are all generally referred to as illusion. With the exception of psychosis, the perception of a different reality is more than just a fantasy of the mind. Dreams and hallucinations are experienced as a result of the soul's journeying through the alternatives space. Illusory perceptions of reality are often experienced when we glimpse other sectors of the information field that have not yet been streamed into the pathways of material reality. And finally, reality itself is no illusion. Anyone bold enough to claim that all they perceive is nothing more than an illusion has too high an opinion of themselves. For some reason, man has assumed that he must be capable of understanding and providing a rational explanation for all natural phenomena, when in fact, we are only capable of understanding some of the laws of the universe and some of life's many manifestations. Or, not all natural phenomena are subject to rational explanation. On the one hand, declaring that some of the things we witness are illusions is an acknowledgement of our failure to provide a logical explanation for everything. And yet, on the other hand, the capacity of the intellect is overestimated in the claim that the illusion is generated by the brain or imagined by the mind. When people are under the powerful influence of drugs or alcohol, they lose control of their awareness, as we do in dreaming. When this happens, the subconscious mind becomes attuned to unrealized areas of the alternative space. Perception roams the virtual sector, while the body remains in the physical sector, i.e., the material world. We may walk along familiar streets and buildings, but see things in a distorted light. People and places will look strangely different because the scenery has changed, becoming half dream and half reality. Similarly, psychotic patients may perceive an unrealized sector of the field, whilst their body is present in a realized sector. In this case, the individual's perception is attuned to a sector in the alternative space where not only the scenery is different, but the script and roles have also changed. People with mental health issues are not necessarily ill in the normal sense of the word. It is assumed that a patient simply imagines themselves in the role of a Napoleon or other odious personality, but they may, in fact, be experiencing an alternative reality. The alternative space contains infinite possible realities. The individual simply chooses the alternative they feel most drawn to. When the conflict between heart and mind reaches its peak, and the tortured soul can no longer bear the harshness of physical reality, personal perception usually ends up in a virtual sector of the information field, leaving the body to continue living out its existence in the material sector. A psychiatrist once shared the story of a female patient who suffered a pathological desire to have the ideal husband and children. Expressed in the terms of transurfing, the importance the poor woman had attributed to having the ideal family was right off the scale. In the end, she married a man who brutally abused her and was herself unable to conceive a child. Real life became unbearable, and the woman ended up in a psychiatric unit, having lost all awareness of the materialized sector of the alternative space. Her body remained in the material world, but her awareness had attuned to a virtual sector of the alternative space in which she was idyllically happy, playing the role of wife to an English lord and mother to her perfect children. The woman's perception was totally focused on a virtual sector of the field, and yet, to all intent and purposes, she appeared to be living in the same material world as everyone else. Why is it that virtual sectors of the field that are the focus of the mentally ill are not transformed into physical reality? Doctors try to help psychiatric patients with contemporary medicine, but many patients are actually happier living in an illusory world which they find a great deal more pleasurable than the physical reality they previously had to endure. What these people are experiencing is not really an illusion as such, but an unrealized alternative of reality which exists in the information field just as fully as the sector that exists as a physical manifestation. As we have already said, an alternative reality is transformed into a physical reality when thought energy is programmed in a state of complete harmony between the heart and mind. Obviously, it is not possible for a psychiatric patient to embody this kind of connection. Perhaps the distortion between the material and virtual sectors is too great, and so it would require too much energy to realize the virtual sector in the material plane. A contemporary Napoleon, for example, would be an extraordinary occurrence, and an alternative reality that lies far beyond the potential limits of the alternative's flow. There may also be other reasons that we are currently unaware of. As well as perceiving alternative realities, we are also capable of experiencing a false, distorted perception of our physical reality. A person's manner of perception greatly depends on the information they have absorbed in childhood. In a well-known experiment, 2 kittens were kept in different environments. One kitten was kept in an environment that contained no vertical objects, and the other in an environment that contained no horizontal objects. After some time, the kittens were both brought into an ordinary room. The first kitten was constantly bumping into chair legs because, in its perception, vertical lines simply did not exist, and the second kitten, who could not comprehend the phenomena of horizontal lines, constantly slipped down the stairs. Of course, the mind is capable of great imagination and fantasy, but only within the relatively narrow limits of its accumulated experience. The mind can only construct a new model of a house from the bricks of a previous design. So, where is the line between imagination and actual perception of another reality? It is a fine line that has no concrete boundaries, and yet this is of no great relevance to the purpose of this book. What is important, however, is how our internal beliefs affect our perception of reality. and how this reflects on a person's life. Next, we will explore what lies at the root of a distorted perception of reality and how strongly this distortion can influence the shape of one's physical reality. Distorting reality. No individual is capable of a totally objective perception of the world around them. It is like inserting a slide into a video projector. Uniform light passes through the film and is transformed into an image that becomes visible on the screen. Metaphorically speaking, the light represents the world around us. The slide represents our worldview, i.e., the model of our understanding of the world. And the image on the screen is our perception of things. How individuals perceive themselves and their environment is always relative to the truth. It is our personal slides that introduce the element of distortion. For example, when a person is obsessively concerned with some symptom or personal shortcoming, they tend to experience a feeling of inferiority and low self-esteem. They also tend to assume that their weaknesses matter to other people as much as they do to themselves. So, when they are communicating with others, they insert an inferiority complex slide into their projector, which makes them see things in a distorted light. You might, for example, be worried about how you are dressed. It might even seem to you that other people are looking at you with disdain or sneering at you. However, the people around you will not be thinking anything of the sort. Negative thoughts are all in your own head in the form of a slide, which distorts your picture of reality. As a rule, most people are 90% preoccupied with thoughts of their own person. Even if you are sitting through a job interview, you can be certain that the interviewer is thinking more about how well they are playing their own role than they are about the suitability of the interviewee. Slides distort your perception of what other people think about you. A slide is a distorted picture of reality. A slide is something you carry around in your brain that others do not have in theirs. For example, you might consider your looks to be insufficiently attractive. If the thought does not particularly bother you, then no distortion is created. Things are what they are. The issue is not so much what you think of your personal appearance, so much as the wider influence the corresponding slide can have on your life. If you are worried about your appearance, you will create a slide in your head that reads, "I am not beautiful, handsome," and you will look at the external world through the slide as though a filter. The corresponding image is a slide because it exists solely in your own thoughts. Only potential partners, a very small percentage of the people you come into contact with, actually evaluate, i.e., attribute importance to your external appearance. No one else particularly notices what you look like. If you do not believe me, ask the severest arbitrator you know, yourself, how much the outward appearance of the people you meet matters to you if they are not part of your immediate circle as a potential partner or competitor. It probably does not even occur to you to question whether you find these people attractive or not. Other people think the same way, or do not think at all, with regard to yourself. Even if you think you are ugly, you can be certain that the same principle applies. Ugliness makes an impression only in the first moment of meeting, but after that ceases to attract attention like any other part of the scenery. So let us suppose that you have inserted a slide into the metal projector relating to your seemingly unattractive appearance. You will perceive other people's behavior, be it a look, facial expression, or other aspect of body language through the perspective of the slide. What will you see as a result? You will see a sneer in a welcoming smile and hear mockery in the sound of happy laughter. You will be convinced that a quiet whispering is other people gossiping about you. A random glance is interpreted as an askance look. All someone has to do is wince from indigestion, and you think, "Lord, what must they be thinking of me?" Finally, any compliment makes you feel patronized. Yet, people will be thinking nothing of the sort. It will all be in your head, fashioned by a slide of your own making. Your behavior is also affected by your thoughts, which can make you genuinely unattractive. You may start making awkward gestures with your hands, not knowing where to put them. Your face will become distorted by tension, and all intelligent thought will disappear, as the inferiority complex claims the seat of domination in your mind. As a result, the slide in your imagination is played out in the material dimension. The action of slides is twofold. Firstly, their bias skews the perception of your true place in the world and how others relate to you. Secondly, they distort your perception of the external world. In addition, people have a tendency to perceive the self-deprecating qualities of their own slides in the people around them. For example, when a person dislikes certain innate qualities in their own character, they try to hide them so that they will not have to look at that part of themselves. And yet, it is impossible to conceal an unsightly slide. It sits in the person's head, doing its own thing. If you buy into the basic illusion that others think and act just as you do, you will tend to perceive in others the qualities you dislike in yourself, i.e., hanging your projections on others. A projection is when a person's dissatisfaction with self that has been forced into the subconscious pours out onto others. No one wants to criticize themselves for their own unacceptable attributes, and so they tend to ascribe them to other people instead. People are often quick to criticize others for the very things they dislike in themselves. You have probably done the same thing yourself without being aware you were doing it. Of course, this does not necessarily mean that whenever a person blames someone for something negative, they necessarily embody the same quality themselves, but this is often the case. Observe yourself. The position of the inner guardian in role plays will enable you to quickly tell whether someone is trying to hang a projection on you. If someone is unfairly accusing you of something, or accusing you of being something that you are not, ask yourself whether that person embodies the same trait themselves. It is probable that they do, because if you are genuinely not guilty of what you are being accused of, the accuser probably has a slide in their own head that is projecting its image onto you. What serves as the foundation for the slide? What film role does it belong to? The answer is importance. We keep coming back to importance. You worry about your outward appearance because it is important to you. The slide lives in your head alone, given that your appearance does not matter to anyone else for any particular reason. Ugliness or physical deformity is just part of the scenery to everyone else because, to them, it is of no personal significance. Other people note the appearance as unusual, but nothing more. It is the biased slide of importance that claims an unusual appearance to be ugly. Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, the famous French painter, broke both his legs in childhood and was physically handicapped for his entire life. Whilst growing up, Lautrec suffered depression caused by the realization of his own ugliness. As the years passed, his physical deformity became all the more evident, causing him to suffer even more deeply. There came a point at which his distress reached its peak, and Lautrec was forced to accept the inevitable. He finally overcame the limitations of his deformity and threw himself into life. As soon as he let go of the importance of his condition, the slide ceased to exist, and good fortune came his way. Aside from realizing his talent as a painter, he was also extremely popular with the ladies. Lautrec was one of the founders of the famous Moulin Rouge Cabaret in Paris. He was loved by many women, and not only for his paintings. Slides are created when you attribute too much meaning to other people's opinions of you. If it matters to you what other people think of you, and yet you do not know what their opinions are exactly, a slide will take firm root in your mind. The slide is a product of the imagination, and so it can be called an illusion, and yet it is an illusion that can deeply affect a person's life. Slides are one example of how outer intention can act to your detriment, irrespective of your personal will. As a rule, a negative slide is generated by unity between the heart and mind. As you may remember, outer intention works flawlessly under these conditions. It catches the owner of the negative slide and carries them to a sector where the content of the slide is expressed to its full extent. The transition does not take place straight away. It is a gradual and consistent process which lasts for as long as the slide remains in the person's mind. The light strokes a person sketches onto their negative slide when they first get a whiff of importance become sharper and, eventually, end up larger than life. If a person hates being plump, they will continue to put on weight, and if a birthmark bothers them, it will continue to get bigger. If a person considers themselves basically inadequate, they will quickly receive confirmation that this is the case. The more a person worries about being unattractive, the greater the problem will become, just as a person tortured by feelings of guilt will find punishment to be forthcoming and plentiful. The behavioral pattern will continue until such time as the person stops ascribing the slide such great importance or switches to creating a positive slide. As soon as importance disappears, the negative slide loses its foundation, crumbles, and ceases to function. All you have to do is insert a positive, colored slide, and you will see that it works just as flawlessly as a negative one. Focus on the most positive sides of your personality, and people will perceive you in that light. This is the other positive aspect of slides, which can and should be exploited. Positive slides. When you concentrate your attention on the unwanted parts of yourself that you would rather conceal or be rid of altogether, you create a negative slide. The task in this case is to switch your attention to the qualities you do like about yourself and other attributes you would like to acquire. As we have shown previously, it is not possible to totally disguise your imperfections, but if you want to, you can easily emphasize and develop your strengths and virtues. First of all, you should take stock and look at your negative slides. Ask yourself what it is you do not like about yourself, what you would rather hide or be rid of. Slides are created subconsciously, but now you can wake up and consciously look your negative slides in the eye. In a conscious state of awareness, you can easily determine what your negative slides are. The mind needs to be cleared of negative slides like we clear our space of unnecessary junk. But it is much harder to clear the mind of slides than it is to locate them. Clearing a negative slide is not like shaving off a beard. So, how can you root out your negative slides? If you battle with a negative slide, it will assert itself even more forcibly. You have to deprive slides of their essential foundation, namely your attention and the significance you attribute them. You have to switch your attention from negative to positive. Dismiss with a wave of the hand anything that has been getting you down and give up the internal battle. Turn your attention away from your shortcomings and towards your virtues and any other positive qualities you would like to acquire. Is it important to you to disguise your shortcomings? If so, this is the basis of a negative slide. Is it important to you to make a good impression? If so, this is the foundation of a positive slide. Nothing changes except the focus of your attention and the importance you ascribe to things. Draw yourself as you would wish to see yourself. You do not have to worry about the danger of indulging in self-deception because you are playing this game consciously. Battling with your failings, on the other hand, thinking you can hide them or dismantle them by setting personal intentions is self-deception. Create a slide where you see yourself shining in all your glory. Love the you that you see in the slide. Work on the image, embellishing it with detail. The slide does not have to depict a static image. It can be a representation of how gracefully and confidently you move, how elegantly you dress, your aristocratic manners, shining wit and charm, how quickly other people warm to you, or what brilliant problem-solving skills you have. Feed the slide into your mind and forward. Just like a negative slide, a positive slide will directly affect your actions and overall behavior. You will, unwittingly, unconsciously, begin to adjust to the slide. The main task, though, is for outer intention to fulfill the picture in the slide. You have to recreate the picture in your thoughts until the slide dissolves. What I mean by this is that, with time, the slide will become an integrated part of your personality, at which point it will cease to exist. Once you achieve your desire, the slide will cease to be significant. Importance will disappear, and the slide will melt away, but not without first fulfilling its mission. When this happens, the heart will be in harmony with the mind. the slide's mission cannot fail to be fulfilled because you desire it both with your heart and your mind. When the mind tries to transform a slide into reality by itself, your heart knows that it is just playing a game of masks. On the other hand, if you systematically and consecutively consolidate the slide's image in your thoughts, the heart will get used to it and agree to integrate the slide into its essence. Remember that outer intention will not realize the slide immediately. It requires time, and the effect is gradual. As you can see, it really is not that difficult to achieve the desired result. It is all about the will to have. The pictures you draw on your slides can be connected to any qualities you think you are lacking. However, it is important to be aware of how realistic it is to manifest your slide in physical reality. It is better to start with steps that are realistically achievable than to start by drawing a picture of your absolute ideal. With time, you can progress to closer versions of it. One thing you must avoid doing is creating an image that is a copy of someone else you believe already has the qualities you wish to embody. Your slide must be truly yours and not a copy of someone else's. We will return to this idea in more detail in the next chapter. For now, it is enough to say that any quality you admire will have an aspect to it that you can apply in the initial stages. Bravery can be represented by resoluteness, beauty by charm, strength by dexterity, the ability to talk by the ability to listen, intellectuality by awareness, and physical perfection by confidence. By setting realistically achievable goals, you give outer intention the opportunity to fulfill your minimum order more quickly, which means it can then set about realizing more complex tasks. Positive slides will take effect more rapidly and effectively if you interact with people you have not met before, as they will have no previous conception of you. This could be at an interview, a competition, a party, or some other event. Feed the necessary slide boldly and fearlessly into your mind. Remember the picture on the slide and hold it constantly in your awareness. Indulge yourself and disregard any doubt or wavering that might pop up, such as, what if it does not work? Avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. Let go of your doubts and anxieties. If your will to have is strong enough, you will achieve your maximum potential and, sometimes even, incredible success. Positive slides can be created not only in connection with your personality, but also in relation to the outside world. This type of slide lets the positive in, but blocks the negative out. If you remember in the chapter, The Wave of Fortune, we discussed the transmission of positive energy. In any scenario, it is most advantageous to be open to all that is good and to ignore anything bad. At an exhibition, you stop to look at the exhibits you find attractive and walk indifferently past the others. The outside world differs from an exhibition in that if you do not pass negativity by indifferently, it will start following you around. By the same token, if you accept it joyfully, the positive will never leave you. It might seem that positive slides are like rose-tinted glasses. Contrary to the established view of things, rose-tinted glasses are the invention of pessimists, not optimists. Pessimists are pragmatically fearful of seeing everything in a rosy light, and hence, instructively warn optimists against doing so. This pragmatism is nothing more than a negative slide. The pessimist cannot allow themselves the luxury of having, and so they receive accordingly. There is no need to worry that the positive slide will skew your perception. In the majority of cases, the element of inner control will make sure that any distortion is relatively minor. The distortion brought about by a positive slide will be beneficial, as long as you do not go to the extremes of imagining yourself to be a Napoleon. Everything should be approached in good measure, not forgetting the dangers of excess potential. In contrast, the distortion created by a negative slide can do immeasurable harm. But the fact of the distortion is not the primary issue. The main feature of a slide lies in the fact that outer intention will slowly transform it into physical reality. Widening your comfort zone. Are you filled with the ambitious desire to become a star or a millionaire? If so, can you give yourself permission to become one? Most people believe that fame, money, and power are the privilege of the chosen few. But if this is the case, who chooses the chosen ones? Primarily, they choose themselves, and only later is the choice confirmed by others. If you dream of something but cannot allow yourself to have the dream, it just will not happen. A homeless person may stand in the street, gazing through a window at a Christmas table, but can they allow themselves to sit at the table and eat? Of course, if invited, they would accept. It takes decisiveness to walk into a house and sit at the table, i.e., inner intention. But, as the homeless person is well aware, who would extend such an invitation to them? The Christmas table exists in the layer of someone else's world. Is the homeless person ready to have this table in their own home, in the layer of their own life? They know that they do not have the house or the money or the means to earn it. Outer intention will not give the homeless person anything because, at the level of pure common sense, they are not actually ready to have. Suppose you want to get rich. Would you be ready to accept this gift of fate? Of course, if someone were giving away a spare million, we would all find it in ourselves to accept the gift without any problem. Wealth will not ruin your life, as some films with a moral try to teach us. But this is not my point. Are you ready to take the million? You are probably thinking that I mean that the million must be earned and won, but this is not what I mean either. Are you ready to simply choose and allow yourself to have? You have to come to terms with the idea that you will achieve your goal. If you want to be wealthy, but are afraid of walking into expensive shops, you will not achieve your goal. If you experience discomfort when visiting an expensive shop, it means you are not ready to give yourself permission to own expensive things. The shop assistants in such places can tell immediately who they are dealing with, a potential buyer or a window shopper with an empty wallet. A buyer acts as if they are in control and holds themselves in a calm, confident, and dignified manner, aware of their right to look around and choose. The curious window shopper, who is hungry with desire but poor, behaves like an unwanted guest. They have a tense, stiff, slightly inhibited manner. They sense the evaluating looks of the shop assistants and all but apologize for daring to appear in such a prestigious place. The merely curious visitor simultaneously creates a whole range of importance potential. Desire, envy, feelings of inferiority, irritation, and dissatisfaction because not only is the shopper not ready to allow themselves to have all this material wealth and luxury, they do not even consider themselves worthy of it. For the mind harps on, none of this is for us. We are poor. We need something a little more modest. And the heart takes what the mind tells it literally. Give yourself permission to be worthy of the luxury. You genuinely deserve the best. Destructive pendulums only instill the idea that you must cut your coat according to your cloth, because it is to their advantage to keep you under control. Walk boldly into expensive shops and look at their wares with the manner of an owner and not a servant to a wealthy house. Using self-suggestion to persuade yourself that you can afford to buy expensive things is, of course, futile. So, how can you find a way of believing and giving yourself permission to have? To begin with, let us distinguish between the realms of inner and outer intention with the phrase, be willing to give yourself permission. People who are used to thinking and acting within the limits of inner intention tend to be quite categorical. I cannot afford this, full stop. What else is there to say? Well, it is true that there is not any point in trying to persuade yourself that you can afford something expensive when all you can feel in your pocket is an empty wallet. Here, though, we are talking about something else. Inner intention entails the decision to act, i.e., to find the money. However, because the money is not there to find, the mind announces a pragmatic verdict. You really will not achieve anything at all if you act solely within the realms of inner intention. Outer intention will not hand the goods to you on a plate like manna from heaven either. For how can something come to you if even you will not give yourself permission to have it? Outer intention requires the will to have. In other words, considering yourself worthy and knowing that it all comes down to your personal choice. With outer intention, it is not so much a matter of believing as knowing. In your heart, you always doubt that a dream can really come true, and so, just being willing to take the necessary action is not enough. If you do not actually believe that your dream can come true, you will not feel worthy of it either, or you will doubt that the goal is realistic. People who become celebrities and millionaires are no different to the rest of us in their abilities, but they do distinguish themselves in being able to give themselves permission to have the things they want. It is essential to give yourself permission to have. The feeling is similar to riding a bicycle without stabilizers for the first time, when, suddenly, all doubt, hesitation, and verbiage disappears, leaving nothing but the wordless clarity of knowing. The feeling of clarity without words, knowledge without faith, confidence without hesitation, comes from the unity that exists between heart and mind. When you experience this state, you sense your own oneness with the silent force that rules the universe. This force catches you and carries you into a sector where the subject of agreement between heart and mind can be manifest. Everyone is free to choose whatever they desire, but far from everyone believes in this overriding principle of indulgence and leniency. No matter what I say, you may not yet fully believe in freedom of choice. Because the majority of people still live under the power of pendulums, life tends to give examples of the opposite. Even if you have freed yourself from the clutches of pendulums, freedom of choice may still lie beyond the limits of your comfort zone. It seems too unreal, too implausible to have freedom of choice in a world of pendulums. In your heart, you probably do not believe that achieving a remote goal is down to personal choice. However, positive slides can help include the implausible into your comfort zone. When the idea that any dream is achievable no longer makes you uneasy, doubt will melt away and faith will be transformed into knowledge. The heart will come into harmony with the mind and the will to have appears. It is futile to try and convince the heart of anything. The heart does not reason, it just knows. The heart can be taught, however, and it is capable of embracing a new comfort zone. This requires a slide. With the help of slides, unity between heart and mind can gradually be achieved. The fortress is taken by lengthy siege. Create the dream slide in your mind and hold it in your awareness constantly. Return to the picture you have created again and again. Refine the details, constantly adding new elements to it. Do not look at the slide from the standpoint of the objective observer. Delve into it, live it, at least virtually. Pinch yourself every time you find yourself picturing the slide like an image from a film on a flat screen, as this is not very effective. You have to mentally play out the scenes, experiencing yourself as a direct participant rather than as a cinema goer. Whatever you are doing, conjure up the slide in your mind's eye as often as you can. You can think about other things, but the picture should always be there in the background. Seeing the slide has to become a habit. A slide will only bring results if it is reproduced systematically over a period of time. Express an active interest in anything that relates to the object of your dream. Absorb all the necessary information, allowing it to penetrate the layer of your world. It helps to play your slide out in real life, at least formally. For example, in those expensive shops, you can practice how you would like to choose. Do not think about the money, and do not look at the price tags, because money is not the goal, so much as what you can buy with it. It is enough simply to be around expensive items, to feel the taste of them, to spend time choosing, calmly looking around, and evaluating the items on display. Allow all these things into your personal space. Look at the items as if you were planning to purchase them soon, and not as if they represented an unattainable luxury. Pretend you own the goods already. Let the shop assistants think you are a potential buyer. Play at being a buyer who is discerning in their tastes, being careful not to be superior. By letting these things into the layer of your world, you will gradually attune to a lifeline in which they can be yours. There is no need to be concerned with how the things you want will become yours. If you are resolute in your desire to have, outer intention will, without your knowing how, find a way you would never have suspected. When this happens, do not be surprised. Do not try to convince yourself that it is a coincidence or show of mysticism. I do not remember now who exactly said, "Coincidence is a pseudonym for God when he does not want to leave his signature." Whenever you feel the slightest sense of awe for the world of your dream, drive the feeling out of your mind. Outer and inner importance are obstacles on the path to unity of heart and mind. This is your world, and there is nothing in it that is unavailable to you. The world of your dream should be joyful and, at the same time, commonplace. When something is yours, it seems unremarkable and has an everyday quality to it. So, in order to attune yourself to a lifeline that corresponds to your dream, you have to feel as if you already had it. You are consciously playing a game, not just kidding yourself. There is no better example of the will to have than the new Russian billionaires who are now more numerous in Russia than in the developed countries of the West. During perestroika at the end of the 1980s, certain lightweight politicians decided that a socialist economy could immediately be transformed into a market economy if everything were to be privatized. Those who understood the significance of the moment and happened to be right next to the feed box got rich straight away without any particular effort or manpower. Everything that had belonged to the state during the socialist epoch, such as oil, gas, gold, and diamonds, etc., as well as various natural, industrial, and intellectual resources, instantly became the property of a small handful of oligarchs. What had been common property now belonged to a small handful who had never studied business management, unlike the real billionaires who had to actually earn their millions. All those who found themselves close to the feed box had to do was put their hand out, shout, "Mine," and then seal it with a legal document. On what basis did property that was previously common come to be owned by this elite group of individuals? This period in Russia's history is, of course, unique, but there were many other talented people around at the time who ended up with nothing. So why these few? The individuals who finally reaped the resources were the ones who gave themselves the permission to have. The newfound wealthy few suffered no feelings of guilt, qualms of conscience, doubt, or sense of inferiority. They did not consider themselves in any way undeserving, and it never occurred to them to feel guilty for shopping in expensive boutiques. They had the will to have, and so dispassionate outer intention gave them what they wanted, and yet you would find this approach implausible. Visualizing the goal. The transurfing methods proposed for reaching personal goals lie beyond the realms of common sense and conventional worldview. Of all known unconventional methods, visualizing one's goals has the most in common with the methods of transurfing. Visualization involves using the imagination to create a mental picture of a goal in as much detail as possible and carrying the picture in your mind. The conventional worldview would say that visualization is a waste of time. It is true that distance is covered by the one who walks the road and not by the one who sits around lost in daydreams. However, imagining a mental picture of the goal has the same deciding weight as the actual process of achieving it for reasons you are already aware of. The one who simply walks the road will achieve average results and live the same life as everyone else, making their own fine contribution to the majesty of common sense. In contrast, the pilgrim who has the methods of transurfing at their disposal is capable of achieving the kind of results that common sense can only attempt to explain, grasping at the notions of luck, coincidence, and fate's chosen few. From the point of view of common sense, transurfing seems to turn everything on its head. The same, of course, can be said of common sense from the point of view of transurfing. If you do not want to live like everyone else, if you do not want to be content with mediocre achievements, if you strive to experience life to the maximum, then you are a pilgrim. In transurfing, the pilgrim is not Lady Fortune's chosen one. On the contrary, Lady Fortune is the pilgrim's choice. You can achieve anything you want if you succeed in toppling the monolith of common sense. This does not mean floating in the clouds. Quite the opposite. It means coming back to earth and grounding, because the majority of what we call common sense is nothing of the kind. You will have seen the truth of this several times already, and many more unusual ideas await you yet. We still need to answer the question of why visualization does not always bring about the desired result. Even dedicated followers of alternative psychology and all things esoteric cannot totally depend on visualization for success. Various visualization techniques exist, ranging from quite simple to more complex versions, and they all work to varying degrees of success. Sometimes they work, and sometimes they do not. Like me, you may find this level of reliability unsatisfactory, and so I would like to reassure you from the outset that the technique used in transurfing is slightly different. As long as it is practiced according to the rules, transurfing offers a no-fail visualization technique. There are 3 common types of visualization technique. The first type is the dream. From a practical point of view, this is the weakest and most unreliable form of visualization. There is no harm in dreaming, but in terms of transformation, it is fairly useless. Dreams do not come true. As a rule, those who love to fantasize are not actually expecting their dream to be realized. They might think they do, but deep down, they either do not believe it is really possible, or they lack the intent to have and act. Dreamers look at their dreams in the same way as they gaze at distant stars. When you hint to them of castles in the sky, they close up like an oyster clamps its shell shut. Leave my dream alone. When you define the goal of the dreamer with more precision, you find that it is in fact just the process of dreaming and nothing more. The second type of visualization is the film. I do not mean the kind of film one watches at the cinema, but the kind of film people watch in their mind in relation to their desires. This is different to simply dreaming, because the process is initiated consciously. There is the intent to have and to act, and one action undertaken includes visualizing the realization of your desire as if you were watching a film. For example, you want to have your own house, and so you imagine the house of your dreams in all sorts of different ways and in all its detail, i.e., according to all the rules of visualization. In your mind, you will probably have a very clear picture of what the house looks like and will hold the image in your mind's eye every day. If you fulfill this task perfectly, you would expect the desire to materialize, but guess what? You will see much the same or exactly the same house that you imagined, but it will not actually belong to you. It will be a house that belongs to someone else, because you get what you order. If you work conscientiously on visualizing your perfect house, but do not explain to the waiter that the house belongs to you, the waiter will simply carry out your order perfectly. You can end up being so busy with the quality of the visualization process, like they teach in the books on the subject, that you forget about the most important thing: who owns the house? This is the key mistake most people make when they practice this type of visualization. The film remains a film they will never participate in. They end up staring at it like a beggar stares into a shop window. In the third type of visualization, a person plays a role in the film rather than simply observing it. This type of visualization is much more effective. By playing an active role in the visualized material, you set the parameters of your thought energy to the corresponding lifeline. For example, if your goal is to have a new home, there is no point in looking at it in your thoughts as you would at a painting. Create a kind of virtual waking dream. Enter the house. Walk through the rooms, touching things as you go. Sink into an armchair across from the fireplace and feel the cozy warmth and smell of smoke. Put a couple of logs on the fire. Go into the kitchen. Take a look in the fridge to see what you can find. Go to sleep in a comfortable bed. Do you feel relaxed? Sit at the table with your family. Have a housewarming party. Move the furniture around. Touch the grass in the garden, noticing how green and soft it is. Plant some flowers. What are your favorite? Pick an apple from the tree and eat it. Make yourself at home because it is your home. Do not look at it with the eyes of a suffering dreamer, with awe as if it were something unavailable or some distant prospect. The house is already yours. Act as if it were real. As you know, the visualization described above represents a slide. This kind of slide will widen your comfort zone and, with time, is sure to be materialized, although when exactly no one can say. You may have to wait a long time. It all depends on how you work with the slide. If all you do is play with it for a while and then forget about it, you will not have much to hope for. There really are no miracles. It is important to remember the following points when working with a slide. Firstly, if you lose passion for your goal, it will dissipate, and if you have to force yourself to work with a goal, you will soon become fed up with it. If this is the case, you should ask yourself whether you really need the slide or not. Secondly, it is worth remembering that outer intention does not manifest slides straight away. It gradually brings you closer to the targeted lifelines. It requires patience and perseverance. Perseverance is essential only in the initial stages. Once visualizing the slide becomes a habit, you will not have to force yourself to remember to do the exercise. Finally, if the goal itself is not your personal goal, but a goal mixed up with pendulums, you will not be able to generate the necessary state of unity between heart and mind required to achieve it. We will talk more about this in the forthcoming chapters. If you strive towards your goal with all your heart, then visualization of the slide will definitely bring results. When you acquire the genuine will to have, outer intention will find a way of realizing your goal. If you think the slide represents the entire method of visualization in Transurfing, you are mistaken. Even a slide of the highest quality can take a long time to materialize, particularly if the goal lies in a fairly remote sector of the alternative space in relation to your current lifeline. The process of reaching the goal, however, can be quickened with the help of the Transurfing visualization technique. Soon, you will learn what this is. Visualizing the process. Let us practice this task a little and imagine that your main goal is to get rich. In an attempt to reach this goal, you practice visualizing a suitcase stuffed full of notes. You do the exercise according to all the rules of the third visualization type over a relatively long period of time. What will the result be from this practice, and when will it show itself? The answer is that there will never be any result. You can practice this exercise every day for the rest of your life, and at best, you will see suitcases crammed full of money a little more often, most probably in films. Your chances of finding the treasure or winning the lottery are very slim, and who wants to rely on chance? You will wonder why this is. After all, in your thoughts you constantly open the case, take out the money, rearrange the notes, stroke them, and all but eat them. If the third type of visualization is more than just a film, what is the problem? And what about that all-powerful outer intention? From the point of view of Transurfing, there are two mistakes that undermine the example of visualization shown above. The first is that your true goal is not really a suitcase filled with money. Money is an attribute, not a means, and certainly not a goal. We will talk more about personal goals later. For now, we will push ahead. The second mistake is that concentrating attention on the end goal will not move you towards that goal unless you are already just one step away from achieving it. Of course, your comfort zone will be widened and the outer intention will gradually take effect, but you are not helping it. You have to at least put one foot in front of the other. And yet, the fact that you have to act as well as visualize is not the point here, as we are still discussing the practice of visualization. Until now, experience has told you that if you want to achieve something, you have to focus all your thoughts and efforts on your goal. Now, you have to forget this idea. As I promised in the beginning, Transurfing undoubtedly works, but you have to let go of commonly held ideas and embrace new ones that may seem a little incredible from a more conventional standpoint. We will explain how visualization in Transurfing is fundamentally different to other visualization techniques. As you know, desire is the concentration of attention on a goal. Intention is the concentration of attention on movement towards the goal. The driving force behind any action is intention and not desire. Hence, what moves you towards the goal is to visualize the process of moving towards the goal, rather than to contemplate the goal itself. Intention becoming realized is a process, not a fixation on one single frame, although, of course, that does not mean that the goal cannot be part of the mental picture. The mental picture of the goal should serve as the background to the central focus, which is the process. Visualization of the process differs from visualization of the goal in the same way that intention differs from desire. Desire is ineffective. We return once again to the example of lifting your arm. Imagine that you want to raise your arm. First, think about the fact that you want to raise your arm and the result of that desire, i.e., the arm in a raised position. Now, lift up your arm. At the first stage, desire is strong, but nothing happens. There is simply a statement of the fact of the desire and a mental picture of the goal, the raised arm. At the second stage, intention is in action and continues to take effect for the whole time the arm remains in a raised position. During this process, the goal is understood to be the final image towards which one strives, but attention must be concentrated specifically on the process of achieving the goal. Finally, to desire something, to imagine oneself at the desired destination, is sufficient in the early stages, but to progress any further, you have to move and carry out a concrete process. These comments might seem trivial, but look at the conclusion they prompt us to make. Visualization of your goals is the work of desire, which will not bring you a single step closer to your goal. Your visualization will effectively be a dummy run. In Transurfing, the visualization practice involves imagining a mental picture of the process of moving towards your goal, based on the principle that the goal must be reached sooner or later because the power of intention is working. Movement towards the goal does not take place in waking as quickly as it does in dreams, but there is tangible movement nonetheless. If you study the chapter Forward to the Past, you will even learn to see movement along lifelines. Whatever you are doing, if it involves a lengthy process, visualizing the process will help. This type of visualization method is particularly helpful in creative work, where the end goal may not yet have acquired distinct contours. What should be understood by visualization of the process in this context? You might be working on a piece of artwork and have an idea of the general qualities you wish the piece to convey, but not yet know how exactly it will turn out. When you take a break from your work, imagine that the piece you are creating is constantly improving. Today, you complete certain details. Tomorrow, you plan to add a few new touches. Imagine to yourself that your creation is becoming all the more transformed. You give it ever new qualities, and it becomes a work of art in front of your very eyes. You are content, engrossed in the creative process, watching your baby grow with you. You will automatically know what to visualize in any situation. The secret is to go beyond contemplating the nature of your piece, to imagining the very process of its birth, development, and perfection. There is no point in assuming that in your mental picture, the creation or artistic piece will paint, sculpt, or construct itself. You are the one creating it, and the piece will reach its perfection in your hands. An artist creates and admires their work simultaneously. A perfect example of this is how a mother cares for her child when it is growing up. A mother feeds her child, puts it to bed, and imagines her tiny tot continuing to grow with each passing day. She takes care of her child at the same time as constantly confirming her admiration of its beauty. The mother plays with her child, constantly giving it instruction. She contemplates her child's intellectual development, anticipating the onset of schooling. As you can see, in relation to her child, the mother is not focusing on an end result so much as simultaneously creating and visualizing an ongoing process. The mother does not simply observe her child's growth. She takes part in it, all the time imagining the child's development and the kind of person they will become. If what you are creating is a computer program, every day when you finish work, imagine that the program is gradually becoming more effective and easier to use, and how, the next day, you will impress everyone with the new enhancements. If, on the other hand, you are working on a business project, imagine that innovative ideas suddenly occur to you, and that every day you introduce unique proposals. Observe the growth of your project and give yourself permission to feel assured that it is being transformed into an example of best professional standards. If you are working with your body, nourish it, as a mother does her child. Imagine that your body is gradually acquiring perfect form. Look after it, train it, and then imagine that you are building more muscle, making your body look more toned. Whatever the focus, visualize the process. Visualize the means by which your project will reach completion. Contemplating the end result will expand the limits of your comfort zone, and so in this sense it has value. But visualizing the process of moving towards your goal will significantly quicken the work of outer intention. Do not worry if you do not yet know how your goal can be realized. Continue to visualize your slide calmly and systematically. Once the goal fits easily within the limits of your comfort zone, outer intention will present you with a means. There is no need to rush about, stressing over how to find a way of achieving your goal. Do away with importance and trust the alternative's flow. Watch the slide, live it, and you will automatically take the right type of action. The method does not stop at visualizing the process either. The material realization of the alternative space is inert, like resin, which is why, unless you have a Messiah's mastery of outer intention, the transition has to occur gradually. Gradually not only means continually, but also progressively. Herein lies the secret of another aspect of visualization in transurfing. Transfer chains. If the realization of your personal goal lies in lifelines which are quite distant from your current coordinates, it is practically impossible to attune your energy to these lifelines directly. For example, if you are intending to sit an exam but have absolutely no knowledge of the relevant subject matter, you cannot attune your energy to a lifeline in which you pass the exam with flying colors. If you know nothing about the relevant subject, you will not be able to visualize your answer to a single question. The path that leads from your current position to your future goal may be quite long, although not necessarily in a temporal sense. It is not only your position that must change, but also your way of thinking, your manner, and perhaps even your character. You cannot attune the parameters of your energy to any level of precision without actually walking the path. If you try to visualize the process of moving towards a very distant goal, you may be tempted to jump ahead and rush events, which is ineffective and leads to frustration and annoyance, which, in turn, will set balanced forces against you. You can play a slide with a mental picture of the distant future in your mind as often as you like. It will not do any harm, but visualizing the process of moving along a part of the path that you would not naturally be treading for a while yet could end up getting you lost. Imagine that you have to head down a winding river. If you had the option, would you not walk along the riverbank instead of pulling the boat behind you and making a shortcut of the winding river bends? If the goal needs to be reached progressively, you will have to work through all different stages towards it, whether you want to or not. For example, you cannot become a professional in any given field in one fell swoop. You have to first finish your studies, then find work, polish your professional skills, etc. This consecutive path towards a goal in the alternative space is called a transfer chain. Every link in the chain represents a separate stage. Because the individual stages are linked together in a chain, it is impossible to move onto any given stage without having completed the one immediately before it. For example, you cannot study for a master's before finishing your first university degree. Each link in a transfer chain is made up of interconnected and relatively homogeneous sectors of the alternatives space. The path to the goal is made up of transfer chains and the alternatives flow. The alternatives space is inherently an ordered structure, which means that if you try to create a path to your goals in an unordered fashion, you will never reach them. You already know that, in order to avoid disrupting the balance and losing a sense of the alternative's flow, you have to be careful not to create excess potential. Do not slap your hands on the surface of the water. Do not fight against the current. That just leaves one more rule, which is to practice visualizing the process of moving towards your goal at your current stage only. You can picture the end result as often as you like in the form of a slide, but the process should only be imagined within the context of your current link in the transfer chain. There is no need to hurry. Everything happens at the right time. Now, we can give a final definition of visualization in the Transurfing method as mentally picturing the realization process of your current link in the transfer chain. Mentally picturing an image helps to direct thought in the necessary direction. If thoughts are just given a little push, they will continue of their own momentum, both in a script as in dreaming. The goal is achieved by living out the link's realization process in both thought and action. As you can see, the approach is actually quite straightforward. It is not difficult to determine the separate links in your personal transfer chain. What if the sequence of movements towards the goal is not known to you yet, or you have no idea by what means or paths your goal might be achieved? Do not worry. We will repeat the steps you can take below. If you do not know yet how your goal might be realized, do not worry. Just continue visualizing your slide calmly and systematically. Once the limits of your comfort zone have been widened enough to embrace the goal, outer intention will offer up a suitable means to achieve it. There is no need to stress over finding the right way of achieving your goal. The slide itself will nudge you and take the necessary actions automatically, even subconsciously. Eliminate importance, remain calm, and trust the alternative's flow. Here, I would like to add a few more words about signs. If you interpret a sign which you believe might point towards the possibility of achieving your goal, you should be aware that signs only relate to your current link in the transfer chain and only have a very tenuous connection to the final goal. In other words, indicators only relate to the particular road you are walking at the current time. You can interpret signs that relate to anything about the current link in the transfer chain. However, if several chains separate your current lifeline from your target line, the signs you perceive will not serve as indicators for the goal itself. This does not mean that signs symbolic of a distant goal do not exist. It just means that you will not be able to interpret them sufficiently reliably from your current position. In transurfing, with the exception of a negative response from the inner voice, sign interpretation is considered to be the least reliable technique one can use, so it is not recommended that you attribute them a great deal of meaning. It remains only to clarify the place the third type of visualization has in transurfing and whether it is worth practicing goal-based visualization techniques. The answer is unequivocal. It is essential to practice goal-based visualization in any form that is convenient. The goal should be held in the mind in the form of a slide, which helps widen the limits of the comfort zone and attune the frequency of your thought energy to the target lifeline. This is the sole function of third type visualization. In contrast, the physical shift to a target lifeline is accomplished by the workhorse of transurfing, i.e., visualization of the process of moving towards your goal. By visualizing the process, you unite your personal, inner intention with outer intention. Summary. Illusions are not the result of fantasy, but the perception of a different reality. People present in the material world are capable of perceiving other realities. Inner convictions can distort a person's objective perception of the world. A slide is something you carry around in your own mind that others are not. Slides distort the perception of true reality. People have a tendency to hang their projections on others around them. Importance lies at the foundation of all slides. As soon as importance disappears, the slide ceases to exist. Outer intention gradually but consistently realizes the content of the slide. Stop battling with yourself and switch your attention from the negative to the positive. Create a positive slide that is pleasing both to your heart and mind. Look at your slide more often, each time embellishing it with more detail. Never portray an image in your slide that is copied from another person. You will never receive anything that does not trigger your will to have. Allow yourself the luxury of deserving the absolute best. The will to have is the immutable knowledge that you deserve what you want and that it is your choice. Positive slides help you to push open the limits of your comfort zone to include things that previously seemed implausible. Do not treat the slide as if it were just a picture. Live it, at least in the virtual world. Allow in any information relating to the world of your dream. It is not contemplation of the result, but visualization of the process that moves you towards your goal. Rather than contemplating the result, imagine the process of birth and growth. In Transurfing, visualization is understood to be the act of focusing on a mental image of the realization process of a current link in the transfer chain. If it is not clear to you how to achieve your goal, focus on visualizing the slide instead. The slide will take you in the necessary direction. Chapter 9. The Heart and Mind. The soul comes into the world, reaching out trustingly with a child's arms. The wind of intention. Everyone is born an individual, unique creature that later develops a personality. Thoughts, knowledge, convictions, habits, even character gradually build up like layers of plaque. These parts of the self obviously do not come out of nowhere, and yet, what is there of us originally? Could we all really have begun as a completely clean sheet? Just try for a moment being a completely clean sheet. Close your eyes and stop the mental chatter. If you contemplate the blackness, you will manage not to think for a short period of time. For a moment, your mind will be completely empty, and yet you do not stop being yourself in this moment. The activity of the mind is temporarily halted, but a sense of the integrity of the self remains. How do you explain that you are, in fact, you? An awareness of personal identity usually comes from one's position in society. Yet, imagine for a moment that the social environment has disappeared and that you are just hanging in the empty space of the cosmos. There is no earth, no sun, no past, and no future, just black emptiness. Everything else has disappeared. All that remains is you. So, what of your former personality? All knowledge and thoughts, manners, habits, desires, fears, character, and pursuits were dependent on your previous environment. What would remain of the self? It is difficult to discuss this question within the framework of reason, and yet a discussion on the eternal theme of the existence of the soul goes beyond the scope and purpose of this book. It would also take up a lot of time and lead to nothing. Neither is the issue of the existence of the human soul of particular importance to the aims of transurfing. It may suit you to believe in the soul, or, as you might prefer to call it, the subconscious. You may or may not agree with the concept of the eternal nature of the soul, but it is inarguable that the human psyche consists of the conscious and the unconscious. We previously agreed that all conscious experience would be referred to as the mind, and all unconscious experience as related to the heart or soul. For the sake of simplicity and practical purposes, we need only to draw a rough distinction between the heart and the mind by suggesting that feelings relate to the former and thoughts to the latter. States of elation, openness, and inspiration, as well as oppression and depression, depend on the inner feelings of the heart. The mind is entirely in the power of pendulums which impose limiting perceptions and beliefs. The extent of human freedom is narrowed to what pendulums will permit. This may explain why people tend to identify their position in the world mistakenly as servant or master. From the point of view of transurfing, neither of these positions is correct. For man is nothing more than a drop that flies from the ocean for a brief moment. Sea spray that forms when an ocean wave crashes serves as a good illustration of birth and death. A drop of spray that has become separated from the waves cannot experience oneness with the ocean or receive energy from it. The individual drop of spray thinks that it exists separately and has nothing in common with the ocean until such time as it falls back into the waters that its awareness of oneness is restored. At this point, the drop merges with the ocean into a single whole, for, in essence, they are made up of the same element, water. An individual particle of water can take various forms. It can be a drop, a snowflake, an icicle, or a cloud of steam. The form differs, but the essence is the same. The particle does not remember that it is the same as the ocean. It believes that it exists in the form of a drop, a snowflake, or a cloud of steam, and that the ocean is made up of waves, foam, spray, icebergs, currents, and calm. It is very difficult for the particle to see the common essence inherent in all these external manifestations of water. Despite being familiar, the essential communality remains elusive. Biblical texts on the subject reveal the truth colored by the distortion of the mind. The statement that God created man in his image and likeness is true, only this truth is normally distorted. God can take any form, but his essence does not lie in the fact that he has a head, 2 hands, and 2 feet. If you compare God with the ocean and the individual with the drop, both have the same essence, which is water. According to the testimony of people who have had near-death experiences, when death is close by, the soul experiences an inexplicable serenity and bliss that comes from a feeling of oneness with the cosmos. In a sense, the drop has returned to the ocean and rediscovered the awareness of its true essence, knowing that it consists of the same substance as the ocean. In that moment, the entire energy of the ocean passes through the drop. Throughout the history of human civilization, man has always sought a feeling of connectedness with the universe. In pursuit of spiritual perfection, all religious schools have ultimately striven for the same goal of reaching enlightenment, of experiencing a sense of oneness with the world, of dissolving into the ocean of energy, losing awareness of the self as a separate essence. An enlightened master has all the energy of the universe at their disposal. They see no fundamental difference between themselves and infinity. Their thought energy enters into resonance with the energy of the ocean. Then, the intention of the enlightened becomes identical to outer intention, the powerful and unfathomable force that rules the world. When a kite is the right shape, it will climb up through the airstreams. In the same way, the wind of outer intention lifts a person up and carries them through the field to a sector that corresponds to the quality of their thought energy. In order to travel purposely through the space, you have to be able to feel the wind of outer intention as clearly as you feel currents of air or water. Until a person becomes conscious of their essence and the nature of their oneness with the ocean, the workings of outer intention will be beyond their grasp. We are not going to set ourselves the task of reaching enlightenment, for this would be too hard a task and, in any case, it is not essential to the realization of your personal goals. You do not have to hide away in Tibet and meditate. Transurfing provides a loophole which allows you to compel outer intention to your personal will, to a small degree perhaps, but nonetheless, enough for you to fulfill your desires. The principle of the loophole is relatively simple. The mind has will, but is not capable of ruling outer intention. The heart, on the other hand, can experience oneness with outer intention, but has no will, flying through the alternative space like an uncontrolled kite. Achieving unity between heart and mind is enough to bring outer intention under the sway of your will. Creating a harmonious connection between heart and mind is a difficult, but nonetheless realistically achievable task. As we saw earlier, the effect of outer intention is quite tangible when it comes to working against the will of the conscious mind and materializing our worst expectations. What we need to do now is to understand how our best expectations can also be realized. In the chapter on intention, we defined the key conditions for mastering outer intention: awareness, reducing importance, and letting go of the goal. Soon you will discover new secrets of transurfing which will open more doors onto the mysterious world of outer intention. The heart's sail. People generally tend to interpret themselves and other physical phenomena in the world as essentially material objects. Yet, All material objects have one informational and energetic essence in common, which defies conventional perception. It is this essence that directs the behavior of material realization in the alternatives space. The language of abstract symbols we are used to referring to is only sufficient to describe the outer manifestations of this informal and energetic essence. The original essence itself cannot be unambiguously described using the language of the mind. Hence, the magnitude of philosophical and religious movements that have attempted to do so. Human perception is like this because we have been taught, since early childhood, to concentrate our attention on separate elements. Look at Layla. These are your hands, and these are your feet, and this is your porridge. Look at the bird. Our perception continues to be shaped and conditioned throughout our entire life, and so the mind constantly channels data according to an established template of how the world is described. For example, if someone has never seen another person's energy field, the mind will be reluctant for the eyes to perceive it because it is not consistent with the established template. In childhood, no one ever drew our attention to auras, and so they were excluded from the template we use to describe the world. Now, we understand theoretically that the aura exists, but our ability to perceive it visually is poorly developed. The mechanism of perception still remains a puzzle. Our current understanding is such that only certain elements of it can be discussed with any clarity. Ants, for example, have never seen the stars. They have never seen the sun, mountains, or even the forest. Their vision is designed so that, from birth, they only focus on objects that lie in close proximity. An ant's perception of the world differs radically from our own. When we ask, what does the world really look like? We are attempting to pose an objective question in the hope of receiving an objective answer. But the question is not really objective. The world looks just as we see it, because the notion "looks like" is also an element of the template that colors our perception. In the template of a blind mole, for example, the notion "looks like" simply does not exist. The world demonstrates itself to us in accordance with our template of perception, and, at the same time, the world does not actually look like anything. There is no point in claiming that the world looks as it always has done, or looks like an accumulation of illuminated energy, or anything else. There is only any point in speaking of the individual manifestations of reality that we are capable of perceiving. Consciousness is a product of human society and emerges from the concepts and definitions that surround us. Whereas the soul, subconscious, is part of man from birth, consciousness is acquired as the surrounding world becomes defined by ideas and definitions in terms of human language. The world does not only exist because people have described it using their own concepts. In this sense, the human soul will always be illiterate, for it does not understand the human language of words. The heart is only capable of understanding the things we call feelings. First, a thought emerges, and only afterwards is it formulated in words. You do not have to have words to think. Thoughts are primary, not words, and thoughts are the language the subconscious can understand. There is no point in trying to communicate with the subconscious in the language of the intellect. The existing set of concepts society uses is far from sufficient to express the entirety of human experience. As you can see, I was not able to fully describe the nature of outer intention. Fortunately, humanity has preserved one means of universal expression through art. We do not need words in order to understand works of art. Everyone can understand the language of the heart. This is the language of things created with love and passion. When a person walks towards their innermost dream through the right door, i.e., does the thing that suits their soul best, they become capable of creating a masterpiece. This is how art is born. You can graduate from a conservatory and compose colorless music that no one remembers, and you can paint empty paintings that are technically immaculate, but no one would proclaim them a masterpiece. Yet, if you can say of a created work that it has something, then it can at least be considered a work of art. What specifically that something is, the critics will explain, but one thing is certain: that something can be understood by all without words. The Mona Lisa's smile speaks in a language everyone can understand. There are no words. Words fall short of expressing the things we understand instinctively. What exactly is being comprehended is not important, as everyone has their own unique way of divining and feeling. You could, of course, explain that the Mona Lisa smile is mysterious, or that it has an elusive quality, etc. But words are still powerless to explain that special something that makes the painting nothing less than a masterpiece. It is not just the elusive quality of the Mona Lisa's smile that evokes such avid interest. Have you ever noticed that the Mona Lisa's smile is similar to the Buddha's smile? People say that the Buddha achieved enlightenment during his own lifetime. In other words, people say that the Buddha, like the droplet of water, experienced a sense of oneness with the entire ocean. In all the pictures of the Buddha, his smile is totally dispassionate and, at the same time, it expresses serenity and bliss. It is a smile that can be characterized as an expression of the contemplation of eternity. When you see the Buddha's smile for the first time, it evokes a strange mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, because it reminds you of a drop of something distant and forgotten, the feeling of oneness with the ocean. Any reminder of this distant oneness touches a chord in the heart. When human language emerged, the language of the soul gradually began to atrophy. People focused too exclusively on the language of the mind, and so, with time, it began to take primary position in our experience. Even the story that explains how this occurred is told in the context of an intellectual concept. A distortion of the process is described in the legend of the Tower of Babel, in accordance with which the gods became angry with man for failing to construct a building that reached the height of the heavens, and so they confounded the languages of man so that the people would no longer be able to understand one another. In essence, the majority of myths and legends express a truth which has been interpreted via mental constructs. Perhaps the high tower serves as a metaphor for the power the people received when they learned to express their will consciously in the language of the mind. As we have already said, the heart can feel the wind of outer intention, but it is not capable of putting up a sail to harness the wind's force. The will of the mind, however, can put up a sail. Will is an attribute of conscious awareness. The subconscious flight of the heart on the winds of outer intention is spontaneous and uncontrolled, whereas conscious awareness allows personal will to be expressed deliberately. Initially, before the languages of the heart and mind became so divorced from one another, harmonious connection between heart and mind was easily achieved. Later, the mind focused so intently on constructing a worldview based on its own references that its knowledge of outer intention was left far behind. Due to colossal intellectual effort, the mind has achieved outstanding success in the technotronic world of material realization, but has lost connection with everything that is in any way related to the unrealized alternatives space. It is because the mind has radically distanced itself from an understanding of outer intention that so many ideas within the Transurfing model seem implausible. The mind can retrieve the knowledge that has been lost, but in order to do so, there must be a connection between heart and mind. The difficulty is that the heart, unlike the mind, does not think. It knows. While the mind considers the information it receives, passing it through the analytical filter of the template worldview, the heart receives knowledge from the information field directly, without subjecting it to analysis, and communicates with outer intention in the same manner. In order to make this communication more focused, there has to be agreement between the will of the mind and the strivings of the heart. Union between heart and mind is essential. If you can achieve this connection, your heart's sail will fill up with the wind of outer intention and carry you directly to your goal. The Wizard Within. Your heart already has everything you need to know to realize your desires. Do you remember the story about the Wizard of Oz? The clever Tin Man dreams of having a brain. The kind scarecrow longs for a heart. The brave lion strives to acquire courage. And the girl, Dorothy, wants to go home. All the characters already have the things they desire. But if Oz, the great and powerful, tells them so, it will sound too implausible to be true, and so he creates a magic ritual instead. In reality, all that was needed was for the Tin Man, Scarecrow, and Lion to give themselves permission to have the qualities they so desired because they already existed in their soul. For the girl, Dorothy, the task was a little more complicated. She had to express total will in the will to have in order to return home. The magic ritual helped her to strengthen her faith, and then the wind of intention carried her home. As we have already said, not everything that is connected with outer intention fits into the framework of the concepts of the mind. The mind is responsible for this scenario. Pendulums also assisted in the process because freedom and individual control over outer intention would have severely undermined the pendulum's interests. The pendulum monsters only benefit from people who do not stand out in any way and are content to work for them as a cog in a wheel. The realization of individual potential is a pernicious threat to the pendulum because an individual who is free works for their own development and prosperity. Hence, from childhood, we are instilled with conditioned standards and rules which conveniently mold us into obedient adherence. On the one hand, there is a positive need to teach the individual certain rules that will help them to get along in life, as the people who break these rules become losers or outcasts. On the other hand, social conditioning strongly suppresses a person's unique individuality, and so people generally cannot say what they really want and have no idea of their true capabilities. If you want to suppress a person's ability to master outer intention, it is enough to break the heart's connection with the mind. Throughout the history of humanity, huge efforts have been made to divorce the heart from the mind. The mind has worked constantly to perfect its language of symbols, at the same time becoming ever less practiced in the language of the heart. Pendulums of religion, like pendulums of science, have pulled the mind in different directions as far as possible from the true nature of the heart, and, finally, the development of industrial and information technologies witnessed over recent centuries has dissolved the connection altogether. The influence of pendulums is particularly great at the present time because everyone is now reading books, listening to the radio, watching television, and accessing information via the internet. Humanity has absorbed a huge volume of knowledge and equally as much delusion, which holds just as steadfastly in the psyche. The separation of heart and mind is humanity's greatest loss. The idea that real success, be it in business, science, art, sport, or any other sphere can only be achieved by a few individuals is widely accepted as the normal state of affairs. Nobody seems to question it or consider it abnormal. There is no point in you and I trying to save humanity. I simply wish to suggest that you, dear pilgrim, ask yourself the following question. Why him, her, and not me? What do I have to do to become one of those chosen few? I am no Oz the Great and Powerful, and so cannot create magic rituals for you. I will simply answer the question directly. You already have everything you need. All you have to do is use it. You are capable of anything. It is just that no one has told this yet. You are capable of creating incredible works of art, making unique discoveries, achieving phenomenal results in sport, business, and any other profession. All you have to do is turn to your heart, for the heart has access to all knowledge, as well as the previous achievements of all humanity. You just have not asked your heart yet. All great geniuses of art, science, and business have only succeeded in creating masterpieces because they turned to their hearts. What makes your heart any worse than theirs? Nothing. All masterpieces speak to us in the language of the heart. Whatever you do, your work will only create an impression if it comes from the heart. The mind can build a new house using bricks from a previous model, but no one will be astounded by the new design. The mind can make a perfect copy, but only the heart is capable of an original. All you have to do is accept the axiom that the heart has everything it needs, and then give yourself the joy of making the most of it. It is incredibly simple and, at the same time, totally incomprehensible, and still, you can allow yourself the luxury of having. The will to have depends on you alone. You can do anything. The listener may doubt what I claim to be true, And yet, we rarely experience doubt when we are persuaded that we lack the necessary caliber, ability, and quality, or that we are not as worthy or talented as others. We easily believe the statements that erect high walls on the path to our goals. So do yourself, not me, a favor, and embrace the knowing that you are worthy and do deserve the absolute best and are capable of achieving whatever you desire with all your heart. The fact that everyone is worthy of the best and capable of anything is meticulously hidden from us. We are told we are naive to believe we have unlimited capabilities, but the opposite is true. Wake up and shake off the delusion. You can dictate the rules of the game if you consciously exercise your rights. No one can forbid you from trying, but the conventional worldview and pendulums will try to convince you in every way possible that your goal is unattainable. There will be all kinds of reasonable arguments put forward to prove that your capabilities are limited. Ignore these arguments and shield yourself with the unreasonable and frivolous conviction that, together, your heart and mind are capable of anything. After all, you have nothing to lose. For what have you really achieved living within the framework of those other very reasonable arguments? You only have one life. Is it not time to shake up the pile of commonly held beliefs? What if they turn out to be false and you would never have known? Do it now. Otherwise, you will not have time to find out whether they are true or not. Life will pass you by. All the possibilities will have been exhausted, and the gifts of this miraculous life given to others, and perhaps, indeed, they will only be given to a few, but nonetheless, they will not come to you. Only you can decide whether you want to fully exercise your rights or not. If you can allow yourself to have something, you will achieve it. Begin by believing in the unlimited possibilities of the heart, and then turning your mind round to face it. False beliefs make this more difficult to do, but the Transurfing model helps to deconstruct many erroneous ideas. One of these beliefs stands as follows: it is hardest of all to overcome the self, or it is hardest of all to battle with the self, or the predatory Russian saying, you have to be able to stamp on the throat of your own song, i.e., sacrifice your own desires in the interests of others. This is one of humanity's greatest delusions. How can one possibly battle with the amazingly beautiful creature that lives within you, and what would be the point? Negativity does not live within. It lies on the surface like a layer of dust on the surface of a painting. If you wipe the dust away, a pure heart is revealed underneath. The creature that hides behind many different masks and costumes is imbued with truly wonderful qualities. The task is to allow yourself to be you. Surely the masks you wear are not capable of achieving success, abundance, and happiness? It is futile to try and change yourself, because all you do is create another mask. If you remove the masks destructive pendulums force us to wear, you will reveal the treasure that is hidden in your heart. You really do deserve the best because you really are an amazing, unique, special being. Just allow yourself to be so. If you admire the geniuses of the art world, science, or cinema, know that you too can join their ranks. The reason the work of genius appeals to you so much is because these creative works are born of the heart. What you choose to create will please others just the same, as long as it originates from the uniqueness of your soul. Everything that is ordinary and mediocre is created by the mind. There is nothing unsurpassable about the mind or its creations. You carry a real treasure within you, for the heart is unique. Only the heart can produce an ingenious creation. Make sure the mind allows it to do so. The mirage. All their lives, people are forced to believe that success, wealth, and fame only befall the chosen few. At university, in tournaments, competitions, and similar events, people are constantly made to understand that they are far from perfect and that other people are better and more deserving than they are. The ones who achieve success, wealth, and fame in abundance are the ones who do not buy into the deception. It is that simple. It might be difficult to believe that everyone deserves these things and is capable of achieving them, but you can begin to believe it if this is your intention. Many people dream of becoming a star and achieving huge success, and the general standards for success are actively and widely promoted. The pendulums love to demonstrate the achievements of their favorites to the silent majority. They introduce their favorites as an example of the success we should all strive for if we want to reap the full range of benefits life has to offer. A star has everything the life can give, swimming in the rays of wealth and fame. Who would not want to be rich and famous? Even if you do not particularly want to be a huge success and are not the type that hankers after material luxury, you probably would not turn down the chance of material well-being and fulfillment from personal achievement. Stars are born independently, but they are lit up by pendulums. By this, I mean that star worship is intentionally set up and flourishes thanks to pendulums. In films, on stage, in stadiums, and on TV, we are constantly being shown the society's best representatives, the chosen ones. The way the fans greet the stars with such ravish admiration is always emphasized, and we cannot but see how incredible they are, how phenomenal their achievements. The same immutable fact is always being instilled. Everyone loves the stars, and we must strive to be like them. What aim are the pendulums pursuing by putting their favorites on pedestals? Could it be that they are concerned for the personal achievements and well-being of their adherents? Indeed not. Pendulums demonstrate the achievements of their favorites so that the majority of adherents are stimulated to serve them even more conscientiously. For how does your average Joe Bloggs become a star, if not by hard work? Stars are the best of the best. Anyone can become a star, but they have to work really hard. The stars are a good example. Do what they do, and you will be successful. The stars also have unique abilities and qualities that the ordinary person does not have, which is all the more reason for them to labor intensely if they want to be a success. These are the slogans the pendulums use. They do not deny the fact that anyone can be successful, but they do carefully hide the fact that everyone, without exception, has unique qualities and abilities. It would mean certain death for pendulums if every individual were to discover their own remarkable abilities. If the adherents were to become free, escaping the control exerted over them, pendulum would simply disintegrate. The pendulum is most comfortable when its adherents are thinking and acting in the same way. As you may remember from the second chapter, the pendulum's very origin and survival depends on the uniformity of its adherents' thinking. The star's colorful individuality is supposedly an exception, and serves to prove the rule by the very fact of being an exception. The rule is, do what I do. This is why many young people fall into the pendulum's trap, striving to be like their idols, copying them, and hanging up posters of them on their bedroom walls. The mind blindly follows the pendulum. Thoughtless reason tells the heart that she is less than perfect, as if by saying, even with my superb abilities, success is beyond me, so you have no chance. These people, now that's a different story. Look at them. We need to learn from them. Sit there quietly in your imperfection, whilst I try as hard as I can to become their copy. The younger generation emulate their idols as if trying to catch hold of a mirage. The desire to emulate the success of others is the work of inner intention, like the fly beating itself against the window pane. They are effectively attuning to a foreign sector of the field in which they would be nothing more than a parody. The mind can create various versions of a copy, but they will never astound anyone. A person becomes a star because of their willingness to be different and their own unique individuality. The soul of every living being is inimitable in its own way. A unique soul has its own sector in the alternative space, where its exceptional qualities can be manifest in all their magnificence. Every soul has its own individual star sector in the information field. It is clear that there may be an infinite number of star sectors, but for the purposes of the explanation, we will conditionally assume that the individual soul has one unique sector of the field in the form of an individual goal or path. Distracted by the lure of the pendulum, the mind will senselessly stagnate in someone else's star sector, trying to copy their qualities, or repeat the script of their success. Copying someone else's script always creates a parody. The heart's potential can never be fully realized in a sector that does not belong to it. So, how do you find your true sector? There is no need for the mind to worry about this because, when left unhindered, the heart will find the path of self-expression. The mind's task is to forget about other people's experience, to acknowledge the heart's extraordinary nature, and to allow it to find its own path. Teenagers are particularly susceptible to the influence of pendulums because they are still new to the world and do not yet know what to do or how to behave. It is easier, more reliable, and safer to mix in with the crowd, living life in the same way as everyone else, rather than to stand out for any particular reason. The crowd instinct provides a feeling of security, but fundamentally severs the buds from the stem of individuality. You will have noticed how the majority of young people dress in the same style, use the same vocabulary, ace, wicked, cool, and behave quite consistently with each other. Despite their superficial gloss of independence and autonomy, they submissively follow the pendulum's rule to do as I do. They believe they embody the modernism of the contemporary generation, but who among them would actually risk creating and valorizing the new? Among the teenage population, it is always the few that have given themselves permission to reveal the hidden qualities of the soul that become the leaders and the mavericks. It is these few who develop their own individuality that later become the trendsetters, the ones to set the tone, to create new movements, and chase new opportunities and prospects. They do not copy other people or religiously obey the rules. They allow themselves to realize the distinctive qualities of their own soul. Pendulums will not ordinarily put up with any expression of individuality, but in the case of the upcoming star, they are left with no choice but to accept them as a favorite. Then, the next round of favorites is put on a pedestal and spotlighted as new models for the adherent masses to worship. There is nothing wrong with a young boy wanting to be strong like his hero, or a girl wanting to be beautiful like her heroine. But they should not only copy them, or, for example, set themselves the task of building the same muscles, acquiring the same way of moving, talking, singing, or playing as someone else. The reason we like these people is because they have realized their own unique qualities right within their own sector of the alternatives space. Of course, there should be some kind of initial role model that can serve as an example, like a demonstration copy, but not as a yardstick or template to be emulated. Your yardstick is your soul. Simply allow it to explore all its qualities within your current sector. It is better to put a photograph of yourself up on the wall and admire that than someone else's image. Loving yourself is extremely beneficial and constructive. Loving yourself leads to self-approval and is only punishable by balanced forces if accompanied by disregard for others. You really are a unique individual, and in this sense, no one can compete with you. Just give yourself permission to be yourself. There can be no competitors to your personal uniqueness. Remember that you have a right to your own individuality, and you will have a huge advantage over those who try to copy the experience of others. You will not get anywhere by striving to become like a him or a her. Become yourself. Allow yourself this luxury. Whilst you wear the mask of an existing star, at most you will be a copy, and at worst, a parody. Stars do not become stars by copying other people. When you give up on futile attempts to be like someone else, everything will work out. Likewise, when you cease futile attempts to repeat other people's scripts, everything will work out. When you acknowledge the brilliance of your own individuality, other people will have no option but to agree with you. Allow yourself to be presumptuous enough to have. All great actors play themselves. This might seem strange because the roles they play differ, but personality, character, and charm give an actor away immediately. The hardest role to play is the one where you play yourself and allow yourself to remove the mask and be yourself. It is much easier to play someone else because putting on a mask is comparatively easy, and the actor will have the professional skills to pull the role off. It is infinitely more difficult to remove the mask, but if you can take off the mask, what ensues is not role play, but what they call life on the stage. It only seems difficult, but in fact, deciding to have is quite straightforward. All it requires is for you to shake off the stereotypes imposed by pendulums and, once and for all, claim belief in the infinite possibilities of your own soul. There is nothing pendulums can do to stop you if you reject the experience of others and give yourself permission to be a star. All they can do is imbue you with oppressive thoughts like, a star has to be beautiful, and I am not beautiful. A star has to be able to sing well, act, and dance, but I cannot. A star has to have talent, which I do not have. I have not got what it takes. I am better off watching how other people do it. Do take a good look at the stars of the pop, science, sporting, and business worlds, etc. Many, if not all, fail to meet the perfect standards and expectations of what a star should look like. Every celebrity has their own bundle of flaws that could potentially eclipse their positive traits. For example, one star has a long nose, but people still think she is beautiful. Another star cannot sing, but people are mad about her songs. Another has no acting ability, and all the directors have sent her packing, but she still climbed to the ranks of the celebrities. Another is short and fat, and you can only guess why the women love him so much. Another is a right nobody. Just what do people see in him? You look at another, and he turns out to be really nondescript. You ask yourself, could he really be famous? Individuality does not fit with the rule, do as I do, but you will agree that individuality is an essential prerequisite for the birth of a star. So, a bright personality breaks the rule, and the pendulums have to acknowledge them as an exception, whilst the other stereotypes remain in force. All stars are exceptions. You too will become an exception from the conventional stereotypes. You can sing with a well-trained voice and languish in obscurity, or sing terribly, but in your own curious manner, and everyone will love it. You may boast brilliant intellectual abilities and never achieve anything, whilst the pathetic C pupil, who is constantly harping on about his mad ideas, in the end makes a brilliant discovery. You may have outstanding physical qualities, but never become a sports star, whereas the one who dares to break the conventional stereotype leads the game on the field in an unexpected way and ends up a golden player. I will not continue the list of contradicted stereotypes. You understand the principle. Do not be afraid of breaking the pendulum's stereotypes, and find the boldness to direct your mind's attention towards your own unique and inimitable soul. Watch out that you do not get caught up on another pendulum hook by being provoked into chasing after someone else's goal. This will only lead to disappointment. What good is another person's goal? Listen to your heart and not your mind. Your heart knows best of all where you can shine like a star. There is a law in the world of pendulums which has it that only the occasional few may become a favorite, and everyone else must fulfill the function of ordinary adherence and observe the rules of the system. Transurfing cannot get rid of this law, but it can help you personally to break away from it. Then, if you make the most of the unique qualities of your soul, the pendulums will be obliged to include you among their favorites. Guardian Angels. Many people believe that they have a guardian angel who helps them. If you believe in your personal guardian angel, that is wonderful because it means that it exists. When you think about your guardian angel, turn to it with confidence, be grateful, and you can be sure that these thoughts make your angel real. There is nothing that cannot exist in the alternatives space. You may even believe that thoughts can create an independent informational energetic being if it pleases you to do so. The more sincerely you love your angel and express your gratitude for any small thing it helps you with, the stronger the little angel will become and the more it will support you. Ultimately, it does not really matter whether the angel exists independently or whether it is created by your thoughts. There is nothing wrong with not believing in guardian angels. If you do not feel the need for a guardian angel, you obviously feel comfortable and good about your life, which is great. In the end, you get what you believe in, although, if I was you, I would believe in my guardian angel. What if guardian angels do exist, irrespective of whether you believe in them or not? What if they love us, look after us as best they can, but we have forgotten them and turned away from them? The angel might need your love and be weakened by your lack of attention. It might be drained of energy and unable to assist its ward whilst you give your energy away left and right to destructive pendulums. Pendulums may also assist you, but only if it serves their interests. The well-being of a specific individual is of no consequence to pendulums at all, whereas your guardian angel takes care of you alone. Imagine your angel in any form: a cherub with wings, a fluffy cloud, a bird, whatever. It really does not matter how you see your angel, for, of itself, it does not actually look like anything. It only takes a specific form within your imagination, so imagine your angel in the way that you find most comfortable. You can even identify it with your soul if you want to. People with extrasensory abilities can communicate with their angel. Do not worry if you are not one of those people. Your angel will find a way of setting you on the right path. It is important not to take offense at your angel, or even worse, get angry with it. Your angel knows what to protect you from and where to send you, because, in comparison to your angel, you are like a blind kitten. It is not for you to reproach your angel. You have no idea of the misfortunes your angel might be bending over backwards to protect you from. There is a parable about a man who meets with God in heaven. God is showing the man his entire life's path, and the man can see from the footprints that God has been walking beside him his entire life. Then, the man noticed that in the bleakest periods of his life, there was only one set of footprints on the ground. The man turned to God reproachfully. "Why, God, did you leave me at the times that were hardest to endure?" To which God replied, "You are mistaken. Those are not your footprints, but mine. In those most challenging moments, I carried you in my arms." You cannot overestimate the role of a guardian angel. Just the knowledge that there is another being who looks after and protects you as far as they are able helps to balance your confidence levels. Confidence, which generates inner calm, can play a huge role in a person's life. If you feel lonely, you can share your loneliness with your angel. Angels have yet another wonderful quality that you can benefit from. Your angel is not affected by the influence of balanced forces. If you are pleased with your success, give yourself a slap on the back and be proud of yourself. This is a good thing. It is better to praise yourself too much than to be reproachful or self-critical. The only negative thing about being very pleased with yourself is that it can create excess potential, perhaps just a little, but enough so balanced forces can end up spoiling your soul's celebration. You praise yourself, and as a result, you err or experience some unpleasantness. So, does this mean that one should fear even a secret enjoyment of one's personal achievements? There is one way of taking joy and pride in one's triumphs without creating excess potential, which is to share your glee and satisfaction with your guardian angel. Your angel took care of you and helped you get there, so it deserves your praise and gratitude. When you are relishing in the delight of a positive result and feel satisfied with yourself, remember your angel and delight in these moments together. Talk to your angel. Be unsparing in your praise and thanks. It is, in fact, better to praise your angel than to praise yourself. Have sincerity. Give away the gift of your right to reward wholeheartedly. You have nothing to lose because you have already received what is yours, leaving you free to thank and congratulate your angel. Consider your success to be your angel's merit. What will happen if you do? The excess potential of your pride will be dissipated, and, at the same time, you can give yourself the space to celebrate in your heart without caution. Feel the joy, but give the pride away to your angel. For, obviously, no one can take your achievement from you. It is better to give the reward and thanks to your angel than create the excess potential associated with pride, or express your gratitude to a pendulum that has bestowed a little joy upon you. Your angel needs your energy, but it will not ask you for it. If you think you have received help from a pendulum, there is no harm in thanking the pendulum too, but be aware that the pendulum will always automatically receive a portion of your energy, because, with a pendulum, there is no such thing as a free lunch, ever. Whatever you do, do not neglect your angel. Remind your angel constantly that you love it and are grateful to it. It will become stronger as a result and reward you handsomely. A soul box. Your soul came into the world wide-eyed, full of hope and trust, but the pendulums promptly picked it up and assured it that no one had been waiting to meet it. No one was particularly pleased to see it, and that it will be expected to do hard, dirty work just to earn a small crust of bread. Of course, not everyone is born into poverty, but the wealthy have their problems too, just of a different kind. In the world of pendulums, the wealthy suffer no less than the poor. Your soul did not come into the material world to suffer. It just benefits the pendulums when the battle for a place in the sun becomes the norm. As you already know, in accordance with the laws of informational and energetic matter, a pendulum emerges from the shared thoughts and actions of a group of individuals and later carries on to exist independently of the group. Via the process of informational energetic exchange, the pendulum compels adherents to its will and forces them to think and act in its own interests. Pendulums harvest human energy when emotions such as dissatisfaction, irritation, frustration, anger, worry, and fear are expressed, and when people are taken in battles between other pendulums. We are accustomed to living in a world of pendulums where oppression, feud, competition, war, and many other examples of rivalry are considered par for the course. It does not occur to us that this might not be normal and that things could easily be different. Look at the world from the point of view of the pendulum model. If you remember all the many different manifestations of a pendulum's insatiable thirst for energy, imagine what the world might be like if they did not exist. If these types of informational energetic exchange were not taking place, there would be no structures that absorb the energy of others by drumming up rivalry. It is difficult to imagine, but in a world such as this, there would be much happiness and very little suffering. We could live in a world where there are enough natural resources and opportunities for everyone. The idea has been instilled in us that the battle for survival and natural selection is an essential process that facilitates the evolution of life. It is true that these processes do support the development of the world, albeit of an aggressive kind. However, natural selection is not an essential condition for the growth of life. Life could equally as well develop in accordance with other, more humane laws. In the world of pendulums, natural selection occurs according to a negative script, by which the one who suffers loses their life. Selection relies on the methods of oppression and destruction. Have you ever wondered whether there could be a different, more positive script in which the one who feels well survives? These two scripts differ only inasmuch as negativity differs from positivity. One could argue that both scripts have a place in the context of natural selection, but negativity is still the predominant factor. The weakest one dies. Whatever the case may be, the system that pendulums have established in the human world is far harsher than any system supported by nature. The battle for survival, as it occurs in nature, does not exhibit the same hardened and aggressive features that it does in the human world. The pendulums people have created are considerably more powerful and hostile than any of nature's pendulums. Just because, in nature, someone is always getting eaten does not mean there is a constant war going on. The lion feeds on the cow, just as the cow eats the grass. Importance is a trait unique to human beings. Because plants and animals have zero understanding of importance, the law of balance is maintained. It is only because man observes natural phenomena from the human belfry of importance that the normal coexistence of living organisms is perceived to be a fierce struggle. Even animal kingdom rivalry over territory and mate is purely nominal in comparison to the constant warring of man. Animals very rarely inflict physical injury on each other unless they are hunting for prey. In the majority of cases, any conflict is decided in the best interests of the one that barks loudest and pulls the most intimidating grin, and if blood should be drawn, it is most likely because paws cannot avoid being heavy. Emotions, such as anger and hatred, are not characteristic of animals. Neither do they show signs of courage or cowardliness. It all comes down to survival instinct. Daring wolves and timid rabbits only exist in our imagination. We cannot change the world. We have to accept that how the world is does not depend on us. Myriad limitations and conditioning literally stuff the soul into a box. The mind captured by convention becomes the soul's jailer, prohibiting it from realizing its potential. The individual is simply forced to behave in a way the pendulum world demands. To express dissatisfaction, to get irritated, to fear, to compete, and to fight. Human thinking and behavior is determined by reliance on the pendulum world. As you have already understood from previous chapters, this type of conditioning drains a person's energy, sets balanced forces against them, and distracts them from their true path, sending them out in search of false objectives. To top it all, outer intention manages to realize our worst expectations. Most people would be happy to free themselves of conditioning and dependency. They just do not know how to. Now you know that the pendulum's power relies on their adherents' importance and lack of awareness. People are not usually aware that they are reacting to provocation. They give in to worry, fear, and frustration automatically, expressing dissatisfaction and anger out of habit. They easily succumb to gloom and will exert maximum effort when met with obstacles. People live as if in a dream, complying with the script enforced by pendulums. They are oblivious to the fact that they can take control of the script, believing that very little depends on their own actions. Importance sucks people into the pendulum's game, and lack of awareness deprives them of their final chance to shape the script. The game is played by the pendulum's rules. As you can see, sometimes I repeat the same point several times. This is because, although the insight set forth in this book might seem obvious, the conventional pendulum-constructed worldview is so deeply rooted in the human psyche that they can be difficult to feel and comprehend in their full depth and entirety. You can, however, break out of the box of conditioning if you follow the principles of transurfing. The power of the pendulums is great, but as long as you abandon importance, their power is insufficient to prevent you from consciously exercising your right to choose and to write the scripts in your life. It is in the pendulum's interests to keep people under control so that they can pursue their own goals. To the pendulums, the individual is just an instrument, a means to an end, a puppet. Your soul came into this world as a celebration, so go ahead and give yourself permission to have this experience. Only you can decide whether you want to spend your entire life working for the good of someone else's pendulum or living for your own enjoyment. If you choose to live life as a celebration, it is essential that you free yourself from the pendulums that bind and seek out your own goal and your own doorway. Your mind has to understand that you do not owe destructive pendulums anything and are not obligated to do their bidding. Establish union between the heart and the mind, and you will have anything you could wish for, literally and figuratively. All you have to do is free yourself from pendulums and soften the discord that exists between your heart and mind. Allow yourself the luxury of deserving the best. If someone tries to persuade you that you must work for the good of someone or something else, do not believe them. If someone tries to prove to you that everything in life comes through hard work alone, do not believe them. If someone is imposing a harsh battle on you to secure your place in the sun, do not believe them. If they try to tell you what your place is, do not believe them. If someone tries to draw you into a religious sect or community because you can make an essential contribution to the common goal, do not believe them. If they tell you that you have to live your entire life in poverty because that is how you were born, do not believe them. If they tell you that you have limited options, do not believe them. You will soon see that pendulums will not leave you alone that easily. As soon as shoots of your will to have begin to show themselves, pendulums will create a situation designed to force you to accept that your options are limited. The moment you feel strong enough to choose and determine the script yourself, pendulums will upset your plans. As soon as you begin to feel calm and confident, they will get their claws into you. Do not respond to provocation, and do not let them shake you off balance. Keep the importance you attribute to things to a minimal level, and be conscious of your actions. Keeping importance at zero is what the situation calls for, not massive effort and tenacity. In this game, the only limitation on your options is your personal intention, and the only limitation that can be placed on the pendulum's options are your zero importance level and conscious awareness. Remember, if I am empty, there is nothing for the pendulum to hook into. If I am aware of the meaning of the game, pendulums will not be able to enforce their scripts on me. If they still manage to disappoint you, upset you, or throw you off balance, take a good look at where you have attributed inflated importance. Change your relationship to whatever threw you off balance in the first place. Try to be consciously aware of the fact that it is the pendulum and not you that is desperate for importance. The box that inhibits your soul is made from the importance you attribute to things. Do not attribute excessive importance to anything. You must simply take what is yours, calmly and without insistence. If it does not work, do not make that important either. The pendulums are just waiting for your spirits to fall. If something distresses you, make it seem less important. Be aware that it is just a game, and precisely that, a game and not a fight. For, in essence, the pendulums are like clay goons. The game is harsh and relies on human weakness. The moment you give any slack to importance, you lose. If you keep importance at zero, the pendulums fall through your emptiness and the clay golem disintegrates. You will source strength in the awareness that you understand the rules of the game. As soon as you notice that a pendulum is trying to hook into you and knock you off balance, have a chuckle to yourself and adamantly reduce the level of importance. Gradually, this will become a habit, and when it does, you will feel your strength and understand that you can determine the script yourself. By winning the pendulum game, you beget freedom of choice. Frail. Until now, we have been talking about how sectors of the alternative space have specific characteristics or parameters. For the sake of simplicity, we agreed to consider these characteristics frequencies. If, when there is unity between heart and mind, the frequency of your thought energy corresponds to the frequency of a sector in the alternative space, power of outer intention will facilitate your transition to that same sector. In other words, the scripts and scenery of the sector in question will become materialized in the layer of your physical world. The soul also has a unique range of parameters which, in the context of transurfing, is referred to as frail. Again, for the sake of the simplicity of the model, we will consider the soul's frail, its characteristic frequency. Everyone's frail is unique, like the structure of a snowflake. No two are the same. The frail characterizes the unique and incomparable essence of a person's soul. We can only guess at the form frail takes because it manifests implicitly, hidden under the masks of the intellect which every individual wears. For this reason, there would not be much point in going into this notion more deeply here. It is beyond doubt, however, that every individual has a unique soul essence. You can describe the character, habits, manner, and appearance of a person you know, and yet there will be something else beyond these characteristics, an integral image of that person that you understand without words. It is this individual essence that requires no explanation that we call frail. You may have come across people who emanate an elusive and indefinable charm. Surprisingly, they may be relatively unattractive in their outward appearance, and yet, as soon as they begin to speak, you immediately forget their physical shortcomings and are entirely spellbound. When asked wherein lies that person's charm, you can only mutter, "There is something about them," finding no other explanation. Such people are extremely rare. If there are none in your circle of acquaintances, look for them among the stars of show business. The hallmark of these personalities is the exceptional beauty and charm which seems to radiate from the depths of their soul. you will immediately recognize that their beauty is different to a doll-like beauty, for doll-like beauty is purely external and corresponds to conventional, established standards. From the point of view of frail, the secret of this type of charming beauty lies not in the fact that a person has a beautiful heart or other special spiritual quality. You will come to accept, or not, as you wish, another paradox of the Transurfing view. Beauty lies not in the heart or soul, but rather in the harmonious connection between heart and mind. No one who has not yet learned to love themselves, who is self-critical, begrudges their work, lives in mental turmoil, or at odds with their own soul, can ever radiate the beauty of charm. Conflict between the heart and the mind is reflected in a person's outward appearance and their character. If a person is happy and has learned to love themselves, if they enjoy life and do what they want to do, then they will exude a certain inner light which indicates that the mind is attuned to the soul's frail. Unity between heart and mind equates thought energy with the nature of outer intention. Self-fulfillment and a balanced relationship between heart and mind generate something very similar. Inner peace ignites an inner light that reminds the heart of its true nature, which is why the beauty of harmony is interpreted as charm or spiritual beauty. This kind of beauty sometimes evokes hidden envy, and people ask, "How come you look so radiant?" The heart is not at peace when the mind is suffocating it in a case, but when it is caressing the heart like a rose in an orangery, admiring and caring for it, allowing every petal to open freely. This is that rare thing we call happiness. Frail can manifest in the form of a hobby or other pursuit, and anything that is done with love and enthusiasm. Often, the strings of the frail rest silent for a long time. Sometimes a sign of some kind will cause a string to sound. It could be an unexpected passing comment that, for some reason, strikes a chord in your soul, or something you see that has a special magnetism that immediately draws you to it, and you begin to sense a vaguely perceptible urging over and over. This is the outer intention of the soul working. But, since it is a vague yearning, outer intention works without a specific aim. It is important to listen to the dictates of your heart so that the mind can pick up on them. Then you can catch hold of outer intention and quickly achieve your desire. What prevents the mind from entering into a relationship with the heart? Once again, importance is the problem, along with our old friends, the pendulums that instill false aims and values. As we said earlier, it is pendulums that set the standards of our notions of beauty, success, and abundance, and inner and outer importance that motivate the individual to compare themselves with these standards. Naturally, the mind finds a bundle of shortcomings and starts to hate itself, and consequently, the heart too. It tries on all sorts of masks, trying to make the frail fit the standards. But, as a rule, nothing good comes of it. As a result, the rift that exists between heart and mind widens. How then can there be any question of inner peace? The mind waters its rose with reproach and dissatisfaction, and the rose becomes ever more feeble. The mind will search for treasure anywhere except in its own heart. Pendulums tout loudly and seductively, while the heart tries quietly and delicately to make its abilities and inclinations known. The mind does not listen to the heart and tries to change frail. Naturally, nothing good comes of this either. As a result, the heart and mind converge in their decision to negate these imaginary imperfections. Outer intention immediately transfers the individual to a lifeline where hostility intensifies because the imperfections have literally materialized. The mind assumes that if it wears a correcting mask, it will be able to meet the established standards. As you know, this is fruitless, like chasing after a mirage. Rather than making the most of frail's precious uniqueness, people beat against the window pane, chasing after the success of another. And yet, the star's success is born from having attuned the mind to frail. The one hunting the mirage achieves nothing and is deeply dissatisfied with self. No one can ever reach a lifeline where they accept themselves and feel fulfilled by expressing fundamental dissatisfaction with the self. The parameters of their energy field will simply correspond to lifelines where they have even more reason to feel unfulfilled. This is the game that pendulums inflict upon us. It appears senseless, but from the pendulum's standpoint, the game has a very definite meaning. Dissatisfaction and lack of fulfillment are their favorite dishes. How can you attune the mind to the heart's frail? The only way is to convince the mind that, above all, the heart is worthy of love. You have to first love yourself, and only then pay attention to the virtues of others. Love for the self should not be confused with self-satisfaction, vanity, or complacency. Complacent self-satisfaction comes from considering oneself superior to others and creates dangerous excess potential. To love yourself means to understand your own uniqueness and accept yourself the way you are, warts and all. The love you have for yourself must be unconditional, otherwise it will turn into excess potential. Surely you are worthy of your own love, for you are the only one there is of you. If a person has gone too far in the battle with their frail, it will be difficult for them just to up and love themselves. How can I love myself if I do not even like myself? This is pure excess potential born of increased inner and outer importance. Outer importance lies in the fact that I take someone else's standards to be the immutable truth. Perhaps I am valuing the virtues of others too highly. Internal importance lies in the fact that I force myself to follow other people's standards. Who said that I am any less than they are? I am just me. Could my self-esteem be too low? To learn to love yourself, shake outer importance off its pedestal, and give up worshipping other people's standards. Who is stopping you from creating your own standards? Let others chase after your standards. Release inner importance and let yourself go. You are not obliged to follow or live up to other people's standards. You have to remain aware of the fact that the pendulums need importance, not you. When you love your heart with all your mind, outer intention will carry you to a lifeline where you will be totally accepting of yourself. If you like yourself, no matter what, you will succeed in deceiving outer intention and reveal qualities you never suspected having. When your thought energy radiates at the frequency of self-acceptance and self-fulfillment, outer intention will pick you up and carry you onto lifelines where you really do have something to be proud of. One of the commandments says, "Love your neighbor as yourself." For some reason, everyone seems to focus on the necessity to love your neighbor, but the commandment presupposes that one already has a love for the self. Leave the game enforced by the pendulums and begin to love yourself, starting today. Buy yourself a favorite treat and have a personal party. Give yourself some tender, loving care. Some may maliciously continue, indulge in all your weaknesses and bad habits, but this is the demagoguery of pendulums, and I see no reason why I should debate with them. You already know what it means to love the self. Weaknesses and bad habits are only induced by pendulums. There is no need to set out in search of the Holy Grail somewhere in the depths of the jungle. The Holy Grail is within you. It is the frail of your soul. Unity of heart and mind. The heart comes into the world trustingly reaching out with a child's arms. Then it discovers that pendulums have conquered the world and transformed it into a jungle. Pendulums immediately try and convince the heart that no one was expecting it, and that, in this world, everyone has to fight for a place under the sun and pay tribute to the pendulums. The naive, direct heart must be put in its place straight away. The heart is told that no one is interested in her desires, that there is more suffering than happiness in the world, that holidays are only held on prearranged dates, and that it will have to work extremely hard just to earn a crust of bread. That is it. The heart is crestfallen. The eyes well up with tears of despair, or the heart is increasingly indignant. That's not right. It's not fair. The hackles are up. and it looks as if the only choice is to plod dejectedly along a path enforced by pendulums, or scratch away desperately in an attempt to pursue one's own goals. The pendulums take hold of the mind on all levels: mental, emotional, and energetic. The conventional worldview and human behavioral responses are also shaped by pendulums. People think and act in a way that is advantageous to them. The heart, like the mind, also ends up in the conditioning box. There is an element of conditioning in literally everything. People have come to terms with the limitations placed on them and play their role in the game that has been forced upon them. In conditions such as these, the heart gradually retreats to the back burner, whilst the mind takes the reins into its own hands. The mind counsels the heart as if it were a small, unreasonable child. I know better than you what needs to be done. Your foolish babble makes no sense. In the majority of people, the heart shrinks into a frightened, powerless creature that is left in the corner, mournfully observing all the frantic mind gets up to. Sometimes, moments of union between the heart and mind occur. In these moments, the heart sings and the mind rubs its hands in satisfaction. But such moments are rare. More often than not, agreement between the heart and mind arises in moments of negation, fear, and hatred. The heart is given no voice in issues of choice. The mind treats the heart as if it were a child asking for a toy in a shop. The mind usually answers in the standard fashion that sounds, "We cannot afford it," and with that, the dream is instantly nipped in the bud. Look at what happens. The child needs the toy now. If you genuinely cannot afford to buy the child the toy, there is nothing wrong with refusing the child their desire. But the heart is willing to wait. And yet, the mind places a crucifix on the entire situation with the conviction of an idiot. We do not have enough money. It turns out that the dream is fundamentally unattainable in principle. The mind has a logic imposed by pendulums who gain from keeping adherents on a leash, denying them even of the freedom to choose their own dream. The heart has no logic and understands everything literally. The mind insists that there is not enough money, and yet the heart is not asking for money. It is asking for a toy. Arguing that there is no money, the mind places a taboo on the toy. It is unrealistic, elusive, and the heart has nothing else except to close up inside and not mention the toy again, and the dream's funeral is over. The mind cannot see how to realize the dream, and so will not let it into the layer of its physical life, for in life, everything should be logical and clear. The mind should have agreed to having the toy, and then outer intention would have taken care of how to find the money for it. However, the worldview constructed by pendulums does not allow for such miracles. That adherents should have freedom of choice just does not fit with the pendulum's interests. People erroneously accept the rational worldview as immutable law. This law, however, is a sham and can easily be deconstructed. Sometimes in life, little, inexplicable miracles happen. So why not allow one of these miracles into your own life? All you have to do is allow yourself to have what the heart desires. If you brush away the web of prejudice and limitation the pendulums weave around us, and genuinely believe that you deserve your dream, and allow yourself to have what you desire, it will come to you. Allowing yourself to have is the most important condition for wishes to come true. The mind has other responses for the heart in the toy shop as well that sound, "Do not be silly. I know what you need better than you do. We are simple people. It is not possible. Not everyone can have these things. You do not have the right qualities or abilities. You can hardly compare yourself with him, her. Just live like everyone else does," etc. If it were not for the impact of pendulums as a mitigating factor, one would accuse the mind of extreme stupidity. One can only hope that, on listening to these words, it will wake up from its tenacious illusion and comprehend the absurdity of its reasonable arguments. Without the heart, the mind is not capable of very much at all, and yet, together, the heart and mind are capable of almost anything because their merging generates the magical power of outer intention. The mind governs internal intention, and the heart governs outer intention. Without help, the heart is not able to direct outer intention in a goal-oriented manner. And yet, when the heart and mind merge, outer intention becomes controllable and can be used in pursuit of specific goals. Everything that you think is unattainable is indeed impossible to achieve via internal intention, which is governed by the mind. No one is arguing against that. Whatever goal you set yourself, I agree that it would probably be hard to achieve within the limits of a rational worldview. And yet, why should you have to walk away from your dreams simply because some puffed-up authority claimed the right to determine what is real and what is not? Why should not you claim your right to a personal miracle? The secret of happiness is just as straightforward as the secret of unhappiness. In both cases, it comes down to unity or disunity between the heart and mind. The older a person gets, the greater the discord becomes. The mind succumbs to the influence of pendulums, making the heart unhappy. In childhood, the heart still hopes that someone will give it the toy it wants badly, but with time, hope fades. The mind finds more and more confirmation that the dream is difficult to achieve and puts off realizing it until later. Usually, the putting off till later lasts for a lifetime. Life comes to an end, and the dream is stored away in a dusty box. In order to achieve unity between heart and mind, first of all, one has to determine what exactly there should be agreement on, i.e., identify one's goals. Despite seeming obvious, this question is not as trivial as it might first appear. As a rule, people know exactly what they do not want, but find it difficult to express their true desires. This can be explained by the fact that pendulums strive to subdue people enough to impose their own false goals upon them. There can be no question of unity of heart and mind if the mind is chasing after a seductive mirage and the heart longs for something else entirely. On top of that, people are so intensely busy and concerned with carrying out various types of work for pendulums that they have no time to simply sit quietly and consider their true desires. You have to deliberately set aside time and remember what your heart longed for in childhood. What did you like? What did you want? What really attracted you? And what dreams did you have to give up on over time? Ask yourself, does the goal from that distant past still attract you? Think about what you really want. Could it be a false goal? Do you really desire it with all your heart? Or do you just want to desire it? When you think about your goal, you must reduce inner and outer importance. If outer importance is heightened, the goal will appear seductively prestigious and unattainable. Are you sure you have not been caught on a pendulum's hook? If internal importance is heightened, you will think the goal is beyond your capabilities. In this case, you will again be attracted to the goal because it appears unattainable. Do you really need it? When considering your goal, do not think about whether it is prestigious. Shake the goal from the pedestal of unattainability. This will reduce outer importance. Likewise, when you are thinking about your goal, do not think about how to achieve it. This will reduce internal importance. Only think about how comfortable you feel. Imagine how you would feel if you had already reached your goal. Do you genuinely feel good about it? Or is it like a heavy weight in your heart? Doubting whether your desired goal is realistic or not does not mean that it is not needed. The important thing is that your heart sings when you think about your innermost goal. However attractive something might appear to you, if it evokes a heavy feeling in your heart, the goal could be false. We will look at all these questions in more detail in the next chapter. If you have no specific goal and do not desire anything in particular, you either have a weak life force or your mind has finally driven your heart into its box. In the first case, you could increase your vitality by looking after your health better. It might be that you do not truly know what good health is. When a person is in good health, life is pleasurable, and they want to experience everything all at once. The heart is incapable of not wanting anything, because, for the heart, this life is a unique opportunity. In the second case, you only have one option, which is to love yourself. Might you have gone a little overboard looking after everyone else? Put yourself first. You cannot do anyone any good if your own heart has been pushed onto the back burner. You can waste your entire life sacrificing yourself to serve others, even if it is for the sake of those closest to you, to say nothing of pendulums. We are not given this life to serve others. We are given this life to realize our own individual potential. Shutting away your heart in a box creates powerful excess potential in the shape of a hidden lack of inner fulfillment, which will spill out in all kinds of trials and tribulations for yourself and those close to you. You will think you are doing good deeds, whereas, in fact, from a wider perspective, all those good deeds are to the greater detriment. Look after yourself tenderly, attentively, and enthusiastically. Then your soul will be warmed through and spread its wings. Do not believe anyone who tells you that you have to change yourself in order to be successful. No doubt you have heard such things said. This is the pendulum's favorite recipe. Apparently, if something is not working, you have to work on yourself. What do pendulums mean when they say that you should change? They mean turn away from yourself, face the pendulums, and follow the rule, do as I do, in order to fulfill their demands and act in their interests. In order to change yourself, you have to struggle to overcome yourself. What question can there be of unity of heart and mind if you cannot accept or love yourself and are in conflict with your inner self? The soul will not accept false aims. It has its own inclinations and needs. When you work towards false goals, you either end up achieving nothing, or, when you arrive at your destination, you finally understand that it was not where you wanted to be after all. Transurfing has no relationship to pendulums, and so recommends a completely different path. Do not change yourself. Accept yourself. Turn away from the husks the pendulums impose and lure the mind's attention towards your heart. Listen to the dictates of the heart, consciously reducing importance as you go. Allow yourself to have, and you will receive anything your heart desires. To bring your heart and mind to unity, you have to pay attention more often to your level of inner peace. You feel comfortable, calm, and at peace when nothing is worrying you or getting you down. Inner tension signals the opposite. You feel uneasy, oppressed, afraid. You feel down, or something is weighing on you. If these are the feelings that arise, and you know what is causing them, then the tension begins in the mind. As a rule, the mind knows what is frightening, worrying, or oppressing it, and so you can rely on the mind to find a solution. The heart's tension is a little more complicated because the discomfort is manifest furtively as a vague presentiment. The mind will insist that everything is fine, that everything is going as it should, and there is no need for concern. And yet, despite all these reasonable arguments, you know that something is getting you down. This is the rustle of the morning stars. It is not difficult to hear the voice of the heart. The task lies simply in paying more attention to it. The mind, with its logical reasoning, sounds too loudly for the individual to attach any meaning to a vague and elusive presentiment. Absorbed in its own logical analysis and prognosis of events, the mind simply is not in the mood to listen to feelings of the heart. There is no other way of learning how to listen to the rustle of the morning stars than to develop the habit of paying attention to your level of inner peace. Every time you have to make a decision, first listen to the voice of reason and then the feelings of the heart. As soon as the mind has made a decision, the heart will react to it either positively or negatively. In the case of the latter, you will experience a vague feeling of inner tension. If you forget to pay attention to your level of inner peace until it is too late, try and remember, in retrospect, which feelings the decision evoked. You will have experienced a fleeting feeling precisely at the moment the decision was made. In this moment, the mind was so involved in analyzing the situation that it was too busy to take note of any whispering from the heart. Now, try and remember what this first fleeting feeling felt like. If it was an oppressive feeling on the background of the mind's optimistic reasoning, this is the heart's way of saying no. To what extent can you trust the presentiments of the heart? If you think you have experienced a premonition of a particular event that is going to happen, it is not advisable to place too much trust in these feelings. There is no guarantee that the mind will correctly interpret the information the heart is providing. Only a feeling of inner tension in response to a decision made by the mind can serve as a reliable guideline. A feeling of inner peace, however, is not necessarily a guarantee that the heart is saying yes. It might be that the heart simply has no particular response to your decision. Yet, when the heart says no, you will feel it distinctly. As you know from the material in previous chapters, the soul is capable of seeing sectors in the alternative space that will be transformed into physical reality as a result of an intellectual decision being put in action. When the heart sees the result, it will express its response to it as positive or negative. You will know from your own experience that when the heart says no, it is always right. You now have the reliable criteria of inner tension as a way of determining the truth when you have to make a decision. If the heart says no and the mind says yes, boldly refuse if at all possible. The heart is not capable of desiring anything bad. If, however, the mind still insists that we have to, act as best you can in the circumstances. Sometimes in life, we do have to accept the inevitable. In any case, the criteria of inner tension will help bring clarity and certainty to situations where the scales fluctuate. Once you have achieved unity of heart and mind on the issue of your chosen goals, the next step is to attain unity in the decision to have and to act. Internal intention of the mind has to merge with outer intention of the heart. If you act within the framework of internal intention at the same time as directing outer intention in the necessary direction, you can consider that the goal is in the bag. If you are uncertain of the internal intention because you cannot see clearly how to achieve your goal, work on the decision to have. Outer intention is much stronger than internal intention and will find a way. You have to achieve the same unity of heart and mind over the decision to have that is present when you experience powerful emotions. The heart and mind are usually united in strong feelings such as adoration, hostility, fear, and our worst expectations. We love, hate, and fear with all our heart. When the heart and mind are united, a passionate feeling is born. As the famous Russian writer Nikolai Chernyshevsky said, "The one who does not know how to hate will never learn to love." If the goal is chosen correctly, the heart and mind will both be satisfied. The feeling of pleasure that arises can only be marred by thoughts of how inaccessible the goal seems, or if the goal is beyond the person's individual comfort zone. Slides can help correct the situation if the mind doubts the potential reality of the goal and the heart feels bashful in the director's chair. You already know how slides work. By widening the limits of your comfort zone, you will achieve the passionate joy of unity in which the heart sings and the mind rubs its hands in glee. I repeat, when considering your goal, don't think about how prestigious it is or how achievable it is, or how exactly you might achieve it. The only thing you should pay any attention to is how comfortable it makes you feel. Does thinking about it make you feel good or bad? This is the only thing that matters. Otherwise, you may end up confusing feelings of inhibition with feelings of inner tension. When faced with a challenging or unfamiliar situation, it is natural to experience some reluctance, inhibition, or shyness. You may wonder, can all this really be for me? Whereas gut feelings and inner tension are associated with dejection, chore, oppressive responsibility, despondency, apprehension, and painful anxiety. If creating slides does not ease feelings of inhibition, then what you are experiencing is clearly a negative gut feeling of inner tension. In this case, you should be totally honest with yourself and decide whether the goal is really that essential after all. Soundbite slides. Human perception can be divided into three main types: auditory, visual, and kinetic. Some people can better operate with visual images, others are more sensitive to sensation, and the third group is particularly receptive to sound. Until now, we have talked about creating slides with a preference for visual and sensory objects. Some spiritual development practices use positive affirmation, which involves a person repeating their goal as a positive statement many times over in their mind. For example, I have perfect health, a powerful energy field, and inner peace. I am calm and confident. Multiple repetitions of phrases like this, spoken aloud or silently, are most suited to people with auditory perception. However, there is no such thing as an absolute type, so anyone can use the positive affirmation technique successfully. Affirmations work in the same way as slides, but when you use a positive affirmation, you have to take into account the difference between the language of the heart and the language of the mind. Firstly, the heart does not understand words, and so mindless repetition will have no effect on it. The heart only understands feelings and thought, which go beyond words. Words can be used to simulate thoughts and feelings to a certain degree, but they are not as efficient because speech is a secondary medium. It is more effective to feel something once than to repeat it 1,000 times in words. Strive to experience the feeling and repeat the affirmation simultaneously. Secondly, each affirmation should have a narrow focus. There is no point in grouping several goals together in the same affirmation. For example, the affirmation cited above would seem to have great content because it includes everything you might need in life, but you will not be able to evoke the whole set of associated sensations when you are repeating the affirmation. Thirdly, avoid humdrum monotony and uniformity. Every new series of repetitions should be accompanied by fresh elements of feeling and experience. For example, if you consistently repeat to yourself, I am calm and confident, these words will very soon lose their meaning. Desire has to be nurtured and persuaded. Intention, on the other hand, acts instantly, with confidence appearing in the moment of your intention to be confident. Therefore, if you want to be confident with intent. Finally, there is no point in creating an affirmation that fights against an effect without first eliminating the cause. For example, there is no point in repeating, I have nothing to fear and nothing to be worried about, if the cause for concern is still present in your life. Moreover, the affirmation should be designed to have a positive note. Instead of endlessly repeating what you would like to avoid, program yourself to the result you wish to achieve. For example, the negative affirmation, I am not afraid or concerned, would be more effectively replaced with a positive affirmation such as, everything is working out well for me. Be specific about what would have to be going well for you to have no cause for concern as a result. Note also that you should say, everything is working out fine and not, everything will work out fine. If you write the affirmation using the future tense, the future will never become the present, being simply transformed into an oasis somewhere just ahead of you. You have to set the parameters of your energy as if you already have the thing you are ordering. Neither is there any point in ordering inner peace. Inner peace results from a harmonious connection between heart and mind on a specific issue. Harmony cannot be achieved as a general principle by abstract autosuggestion. The heart can, however, be taught and soothed with the help of a slide. Affirmations work most effectively when you are in a zero emotion state, i.e., when there is no excess potential. The subconscious cannot be persuaded, instructed, or ordered to do anything. As soon as you switch on any emotion, you destroy the balance. If you try to beat a thought into your brain, your heart will simply stick its fingers in its ears and ignore you. An affirmation is most effective when it is repeated dispassionately in a relaxed state. Then, perhaps, your mind will get through to your subconscious. If the mind has to desperately try and convince the heart of something, it means that the mind does not really believe it either, and no amount of repetition will dispel its doubts. Nothing can be achieved by the mind pressuring the heart. Neither can you generate will to have with intent when you are riding an emotional high. The things that belong to you seem mundane, and you take them for granted. You handle things that are yours calmly, without insistence, in the same manner that you take letters out of your postbox. If you mistake assertiveness for will and the intent to have, you will end up spinning in circles on the spot and taking a pendulum by the hand. Before you have time to blink, the pendulum will let go of your hand and send you sliding headlong into the pit of your former indecision. When your will to have with intent is free of your desire to have, the pendulum will have nothing to hook into. As you can see, an affirmation represents a kind of sound slide. You can use affirmations and film slides, and of course, they are additionally effective when integrated into the same practice. Here is an example of an integrated slide. It contains a picture of your new home. You are sitting beside an open fire, in a creaking rocking chair, with the logs in the fire happily spitting and crackling away. It is so nice to sit and watch the fire. You can hear the sound of the rain outside where a cold wind blows, but you are warm and cozy beside the fire. You have your favorite treat on a small table beside you, and there is an interesting film on television. You see, hear, and sense the whole scene and say to yourself, I feel comfortable. You are not simply watching the slide, you are living it. A window onto the alternatives space. People always have controlled and uncontrolled thoughts running through their mind. Some people refer to this as the inner dialogue, but in essence, it is not a dialogue, but a monologue, because the mind really has no one else to chat to aside from itself. The heart is not capable of thinking and talking. It only feels and knows. The inner dialogue is loud in comparison to the silent sensations of the heart, and so intuition manifests itself very rarely and is barely noticeable. Some people believe that if you can quiet the inner monologue, the mind will give you access to intuitive information. This is true, but it is not possible to switch the monologue off totally when you are in a conscious state. Imagine that you have concentrated on being still and have managed to relax the flow of thoughts and words. You may have no apparent thoughts, experiencing the emptiness within, but this does not mean that the monologue has been silenced. The mind is not asleep. Quite the opposite, in fact. It is very alert because its task has changed. It must not think or chatter. It is as if the mind is saying, okay, I'll be quiet. We'll see how you get along without me. That the monologue appears to have been silenced is an illusion. The inner monologue can only be truly quieted when the mind relinquishes its control, or at least relaxes its vigilance. When the monologue only appears to have been stopped, the mind is still on the lookout, and you could say drowns out the feelings of the heart even more with its very deafening silence. When the mind really surrenders its control, your perception falls through into the alternatives space. The inner monologue is only truly muted when you are sleeping or experiencing deep meditation. This only has any practical benefit if a person practices lucid dreaming or deep meditation in which a state of consciousness is maintained. Lucid dreaming can be used as an experimental way of training the skill of outer intention. But what about in waking? Can you silence your inner dialogue when you are in a conscious state? Fortunately, there is a loophole. In moments when the mind gives some slack on its control, a narrow window spontaneously opens, and through it, the intuitive feelings of the heart erupt into consciousness. Intuition is felt as a vague presage, also called the inner voice. In moments when the mind is distracted, it is easy to intuit the feeling and knowledge of the heart, to hear the rustle of the morning stars, the voice without words, meditation without thought, and sound without volume. In these moments, you begin to get a sense of something, but it still has an elusive quality to it. Do not think. Feel intuitively. Everyone has experienced the thing we call intuition at some time or another in their life. For example, you get the feeling that someone is about to arrive. You sense that something is about to happen. You have an unconscious urge to do something, or you realize that there is something you just know. In the game of thinking, the referee is the mind's analytical apparatus. The mind quickly sorts any data it receives onto shelves reserved for different signs to make everything logical and rational. Silencing the inner monologue is like confiscating the referee's whistle and making him sit out the game on the reserves bench. The mind continues to observe, but it is incapable of controlling the game. The mind occasionally takes short breaks from juggling data, as if, for a brief moment, sitting down on the bench for a rest. During these breaks, the window opens to intuitive information. In these moments, you fall asleep. This may be news to you, but this really is how it works. Everyone falls asleep during the day several times. It is just that they are not aware of doing it, because the window is open for a very brief instant. The dozing mind wakes up and continues with its monologue. Sometimes an impression of what was glimpsed through the window reaches the conscious mind in the form of intuitive information, but more often than not, the mind pays no attention to these brief visions because it is so engrossed in its own thoughts. In sleep, the soul can travel anywhere and flies about purposelessly, but when the window opens during waking, the heart specifically sees the sector of the alternative space that backgrounds the mind's current thoughts. The soul's gaze is directed towards the corresponding sector of the alternative space where it sees knowledge related to the mind's current thought content. As soon as the window opens, this knowledge breaks through to consciousness. If, on waking, the mind pays attention to the impressions of the soul, i.e., remembers the short burst that took place during sleep, it will receive what is called intuitive knowledge, information that comes as if from nowhere, as if pulled out of a hat. An intuitive revelation is sometimes claimed to be a spontaneous flash of mental insight, or a solution that suddenly falls into the mind as if out of a hat, as well as a solution the mind comes to of its own accord. So where exactly does this knowledge out of nowhere come from? In the conventional worldview, people usually close their eyes to this strange type of occurrence and make allowances for it, accepting it as a quirky feature of the mind. Based on the Transurfing model, we can see that inspiration works quite differently to the explanations people usually come up with. The mind finds a solution to a problem via logical inference. Revelation, i.e., the missing link that cannot be obtained from the existing chain of logic, comes from the alternative space through the medium of the heart. The subtle feelings of the heart are manifest as anxiety and depression, or excitement and high emotion. All these feelings can be covered by one term: vexation. It is as if the heart is striving to communicate something to the mind, but cannot quite explain what it wants to say. Lingering anxiety, guilt, the burden of responsibility, and depression can become transformed into physical reality in the shape of our worst expectations. In all these feelings, there is unity of heart and mind. Our worst expectations become a reality due to outer intention. We know that misfortune never comes alone. With these energy parameters, we shift onto the worst lifelines where misfortune has no chance of getting lonely. Sometimes an induced shift shoves us into a run of bad luck that takes us a long time to free ourselves from. You will notice that when you experience this state of lingering anxiety, your worst expectations are immediately realized. Outer intention moves you onto unsuccessful lifelines where the situation escalates before your very eyes. The heart actually helps to materialize the misfortune it has foreseen because it is united with the mind over its worst expectations. You can turn outer intention to your advantage by establishing unity of heart and mind on the question of your best expectation. Transurfing recommends abandoning importance and negativity and consciously directing your thought energy towards the achievement of your goal. As you are already aware, the conscious use of slides can help attune your thought energy, and the same technique can be applied when the window opens, as long as you can catch the moment. Intuitive knowledge and premonitions come to us spontaneously. When this happens, the mind uses the heart's capacity for premonition in standby mode. It simply receives information from the sector the soul has randomly wandered into. So, our task is to learn to generate intuitive premonitions intentionally in order to set the heart's sail in the right direction. How is this done? Rather than simply being intuition, the premonition must be intentionally induced. You have to seize the moment when the mind is distracted and quickly place a slide in the window. The image must contain the feelings you experience from living inside the slide. When you place a slide in the open window, information is deliberately dispatched into the target sector of the alternative space, as opposed to being received randomly from the heart. If you manage to insert the slide in the open window, your mind will have touched on outer intention. You might think that you can create the same effect by running a slide lying in bed before you fall asleep. You would think that the slide would gradually slip into a dream, and the heart and mind would be united. Yet, as strange as it may seem, this approach does not work. I will explain why in the next section. Before I do, though, see if you can answer the question, why is there no point in trying to run a slide in your sleep? The frame. A transitional zone exists between the moment in which we have an intuitive premonition of an event and the actual event as it is shaped by outer intention. In other words, when you intuitively sense that a certain event is going to happen, your thoughts brush across it without thinking. Then, ordinarily, the event is later materialized, particularly if the mind agrees with the heart's premonition. It makes you wonder whether you simply had a premonition that the event was going to happen, or whether your subconscious thoughts actually induced the event, working in a similar way to outer intention. There is no unequivocal answer as to which serves as the original cause. Both explanations have their place. In dreams, everything is much clearer. You barely have to think, or rather sense, that an event will develop in a particular way, and the scenario is realized instantly. During sleep, outer intention works flawlessly. So, where does that leave us? It leaves us with just that. We see the realization of a foreseen scenario in a dream, but dreaming has no impact on material reality. Virtual reality remains just that, virtual. So, why does not outer intention materialize a virtual sector as a result of our dreaming? You might think that it is because of the inert quality of material realization. Dreaming, in comparison to physical reality, is as a paper boat to a large frigate. The paper boat flies off at the slightest whiff of outer intention, whereas only a large sail and extended period of time will shift a heavy frigate along. Yet, inertness is not the reason why outer intention does not transform virtual sectors into physical reality as a result of our dreams. You can run your slide as much as you like, even in lucid dreaming, but it will not bring you a single step closer to your goal. The thing is that, in dreaming, outer intention only has one function, which is to carry the soul from one virtual sector to another. This is how it works in dreaming. The mind sets the rudder of the heart's sail in line with its expectations. Outer intention instantly shifts the paper boat to the corresponding sector, and with that, it is done. The mission of outer intention is complete. In physical reality, the work of outer intention can never be completed with one small puff. The wind of intention blows, but the frigate is unmoved. If there is unity of heart and mind, the sail will adopt the necessary position. The size of the sail depends on the power of unity that exists. The wind cannot instantly shift the frigate to the necessary sector. The qualities of a person's thought energy may already correspond to the target sector, but material realization lags behind in the previous sector. In order for the target sector to be realized, the wind of intention has to work for much longer. The outer intention that works in dreaming has no chance of shifting a frigate for the simple reason that the frigate sail has been taken down, leaving just the small rudder of a paper boat to do its work. The wind of intention can propel the paper boat of dreaming, but its capacity for material realization is powerless to work on a frigate. This is why running a slide in your sleep will not help the process of material realization. The heart's sail is sufficient to power flight around virtual space, but is totally different to the kind of movement that occurs in material realization. In lucid dreaming, the slide's only function is to widen your comfort zone, and this is enough. If you practice lucid dreaming, the slide can be an excellent way of widening the limits of your comfort zone in your sleep. In waking, both your conscious and subconscious mind are firmly anchored in the material world. The mind keeps the heart clearly focused on the sector of material realization. As we showed earlier, the mind is constantly correcting its perception to fit in with the established template. By running the slide in waking, you attune your thought energy to an unrealized sector of the information field. Depending on the strength of connection between heart and mind, the sail fills up with the wind of outer intention, and the frigate begins to move, slowly but surely, towards the target sector. Outer intention will continue to do its work until such time as material realization reaches its destination. Can you see the difference? In dreaming, the work of outer intention culminates quickly, whereas, in waking, it continues over time. In dreaming, the parameters of thought energy and the targeted sector correspond instantly, and with that, the job is done. Whereas, in waking, the process is slow and gradual. When you run the slide in waking, the frigate's sail of material realization is set, and outer intention works on moving the powerful frigate rather than the little boat of the dreaming realm. You must not be put off by my bold use of such simple metaphors to describe these complex processes. They help to convey the essence of things more clearly, and, in any case, there are no other analogies in the mind's list of symbols that would be more apt. When the mind has momentarily switched off, and the window opens onto the alternative space, the focus of one's perception remains within the context of the current sector that has been realized materially. Unlike in ordinary dreaming, through the window the frigate's sail is still up. If, in this instant, you place a slide through the window, a gust of the wind of intention will propel material realization a considerable distance. The window is so effective because, in this moment, the connection between heart and mind is at its strongest. The dozing mind relaxes its control and allows something unreal into its perception template, just as it does in dreaming. As a result, the sail takes on significant proportions, and outer intention acts with greater force. This technique is more complex than the others we have introduced, but that is not to stop you from giving it a go. Start by paying consistent attention to your intuition and observing the self. Then, you will realize that, during the course of the day, the window opens quite often. From time to time, the mind gets tired of control and chatter and loses its concentration for a few moments. This is the time to deliberately insert the feelings associated with the event you want to induce. It has to be the feelings specifically, rather than an expression of those feelings in words. Imagine how you would feel if the imagined event had already been streamed into physical reality. Run the slide over in your mind, picturing the fulfillment of the goal, and then take one integral exposure or frame from it. For example, you sign a contract and feel contented, or you pass an exam and the teacher shakes your hand. Or you win the race, you push your chest through the tape at the finish line. This exposure is the formula you need to insert into the open window. You can give the frame a one-word title such as victory, yes, I did it, or anything else you prefer. The title just serves as a reference point for the frame. It is difficult to catch the moment when the window opens because your mind is involved, even though it is dozing, which means that as you set about inserting the frame, the mind will wake up and the window will be instantly slammed shut. With time, you will get the knack for it. The important thing is to be patient and keep your intention strong. First, your mind has to develop a frame for the feeling associated with the material realization of your goal event. The mind should actively participate in the development of the slide. Then, without yet trying to catch the open window, turn the slide over in your mind to get a clear sense of the final feeling associated with the event. Create a hook for this integral feeling. Then, you will be ready to deftly insert the frame the moment the window opens. Ideally, the dozing mind becomes aware of its sleeping condition and immediately throws the frame through the window before it has time to come to fully. This is how outer intention works when the mind has silenced its inner monologue. Repeated attempts, even if they are at first unsuccessful, gradually become habit, making it easier for your mind to instinctively throw the frame through the window. The point of having the frame is that the mind can activate it rapidly and automatically before fully waking up. If you find the frame technique very difficult to work with, do not worry. Leave it for the time being. The frame technique is described here more for the sake of information than anything else. If it does not work for you straight away, maybe the technique is not for you. Focus on the standard slides and practice the visualization process instead. In any case, it is very useful to acquire the habit of being attentive to the window. If you can learn to catch the open window moment, you will begin to have intuitive insights more often. Summary. The mind has will, but it is incapable of feeling outer intention. The heart can feel outer intention, but is not capable of will. When heart and mind are united, they harness the will of outer intention. Your heart is just as good as the heart of others. You deserve the absolute best. You have everything you need. All you have to do is use it. Stars are born independently, but pendulums light them up. Pendulums hide the fact that every individual has unique abilities. The rule, "do as I do," creates the pendulum's widely accepted stereotypes. Every soul has its own individual star sector. If the mind allows it to, the heart will find its sector. Allow yourself the boldness to sneeze at stereotypes. Allow yourself the boldness to believe in the unlimited capabilities of your soul. Allow yourself the boldness to exercise the right to your own amazing individuality. Keep the joy and give the pride to your angel. Human thought and behavior is conditioned by dependency on pendulums. Keep importance to a minimum and act with conscious awareness. Do not attribute anything excessive meaning. You do not need importance. Pendulums do. It is not effort and steadfastness, but conscious intention that keeps importance at zero. Frail characterizes the individual essence of the human soul. In chasing after other people's standards, the mind becomes all the more divorced from the heart. You will acquire many hidden virtues by attuning your mind to the soul's frail. In a state of unity, the heart sings and the mind rubs its hands in satisfaction. Focusing on the means, the mind places a fatal cross on the elusive goal. Allowing yourself to have is the most important condition to fulfilling your desires. Despite all its attractiveness, if something weighs on you, the goal may be false. Never believe anyone who expects you to change yourself. Inner discomfort manifests as heavy anxiety, a feeling of being burdened, and oppression. A feeling of inner comfort does not signal an unequivocal yes. A feeling of inner discomfort signals an unequivocal no. When considering your goal, do not think about how prestigious or realistic it is. Do not think about the means to achieving it. Give your attention to how comfortable thinking about it makes you feel. Any affirmation should be accompanied by corresponding feelings. Every affirmation should be positive and have a narrow focus. Focus the affirmation on the cause, not the effect. Formulate the affirmation in the present tense. When the will to have is free of the desire to have, the pendulum has nothing to hook into. You calmly take what is yours without insistence, just like you take the post from your letterbox. Chapter 10. Goals and Doors. By breaking through stereotypes, you open doors. How to choose your own things. In this chapter, we will talk about how to discern the true strivings of the soul from the false goals pendulums are everywhere trying to impose upon us. The problem is that a false goal, however attractive it may seem, ultimately will not bring you anything but disappointment. When you chase after a false goal, you either achieve nothing, your efforts simply providing feed for pendulums, or you achieve the goal, but discover it was not really what you wanted after all. Is it really worth missing the unique opportunity of this life, spending valuable time correcting your mistakes? Despite the fact that a lifespan seems a long time, it passes quickly and unnoticeably, and so it is essential that you learn to find the things that bring you personal happiness. I do not want to start this chapter with theory, as the listener is, no doubt, tired of complex theoretical explanations. I have tried as much as possible to keep the expression of ideas from being too heavy, but fear I may not have always succeeded in doing so. This is perhaps unavoidable, as the questions we have touched on are a little offbeat, and the conclusions drawn no less unusual. Your mind would never have taken the ideas of transurfing seriously if I had not given at least some kind of theoretical basis for them. However, the worst is behind us, and I will begin this chapter with questions of a more practical nature. The clearest and simplest mark of your ability to determine your own goals is evident in the way you choose your clothes. Searching for new clothes can also be a good exercise in helping you to choose your own goals effectively. If you think back, there have probably been occasions when you have purchased something you thought was suitable, only later to discover that you do not like it anymore, it no longer suits you, or it has some kind of defect. There may also have been occasions when you saw something you liked and bought it straight away without hesitation and are happy with it still. The difference between these items is that in the second scenario, they are meant for you, and in the first scenario, they are meant for someone else. The first type that attracted you is meant for someone else. It may be something you saw on a mannequin, or something a friend was wearing. Just because something looks good on someone else does not mean it will necessarily look good on you. It may have nothing to do with a shortcoming in your figure or other virtues. It is terrible being a mannequin that everything looks great on. It is individuality successfully emphasized that makes an impression, not a copy of the widely accepted notion of beauty. I know I am not the first person to have said this, but nonetheless, people spend a lot of time out shopping, not knowing what to buy. Knowledge of style, a feeling for fashion, and even good taste does not help. Even if you have bought something, having searched for it for a long time, you may still not be totally satisfied with your purchase. If you always want to be able to always find exactly the thing you are looking for, you have to learn to distinguish between things that are yours and things that are meant for someone else. So, how is this done? You will not believe how simple it is. Firstly, never torture yourself with the problem of choosing, because this destroys the balance. The more stressed you become over it, the worse the result. There is no point spending a long time looking at things, analyzing their strong points and weaknesses. The mind should not be involved in the choice, because, in this case, mind is not you. It is the buildup of plaque from pendulums. Just walk around the shops and observe, as if you were at an exhibition. Do not think. First, make sure you have a general picture of what you would like to buy. There is no need to focus on the details necessarily. It is enough to describe the type of item you want. For example, if you need a coat, set yourself the goal of choosing a coat without insisting on any other superfluous conditions. Let your heart choose, because the heart is much closer to knowing who you really are. Your heart will not miss the tiniest detail and will point to the right item at the right time. You will know immediately when you have found the right thing lying among the numerous other items, because you will see it and feel instantly drawn to it. I emphasize once again that you should not analyze why you are attracted to a particular item. You just like it, and that is all. You can say about it, "This is exactly what I was looking for," and then you should buy it without any further thought. Even if you have been looking for something for a long time without finding it, have no doubt that exactly the right item for you is lying in a shop somewhere. If you do not find it in the third place you look, you will find it in the 10th. It is waiting there for you, patiently, and so you should show some patience too. Do not rush about, stressing yourself with doubts or getting cross with yourself. Just so that you can be completely confident, I will tell you a little secret about the difference between your things and the things meant for others. It is as simple as it is reliable. As I have already said, there is no point in weighing up the strengths and weaknesses of the things you are choosing. There comes a moment when you have to say yes or no to the shop assistant. In this moment, you are sleeping soundly, even if it does not seem that way to you. If the shop assistant or your friend makes a comment about the things you are choosing between, the sleep will be particularly deep. When you are busy making a decision, only your mind is working. It is analyzing the fors and the against, and building a conceptual justification that is both sound and rational, at the same time as listening to the opinion of someone else present. The mind is so immersed in the process that it pays no attention at all to feelings of the heart. In this sense, the mind is deeply asleep, and so be it. Do not disturb the mind until it has made a final decision. Wait for the decision, and immediately afterwards stop listening to anyone else. Wake up and tune into the feelings you experienced at the moment you made the decision. How comfortable you felt in this moment will reveal your heart's attitude to the mind's decision. As you know, inner peace does not signify an unequivocal answer. The heart cannot always know what it wants, and is also capable of being indecisive. If you love something, the moment you set eyes on it and you feel delighted straight away, then the soul is saying yes. Then the mind switches on and begins to analyze and justify its decision. If, at the end of the analysis, the mind also says yes, it means the thing is yours. If, however, you decide to buy something, not because you fell in love with it at first sight, but because it is practical, then you should pay particular attention to the slightest hint of inner tension. The soul always knows exactly what it does not want. If you find yourself hesitating, or something about the item is inconvenient or causes you slight concern, if you feel that a slight shadow of doubt or heaviness has been cast, you can be sure that the item is meant for someone else. The mind will try to persuade you otherwise and eloquently list the item's positive points. If you catch yourself persuading or trying to convince yourself that something is right for you because of the style or size, you should immediately put the thing to one side without an ounce of regret, because it is not yours. An unequivocal criterion for personal choice can be expressed in one simple phrase. If you have to persuade yourself to have something, it is not yours. Remember, if a thing is meant for you, you will not have to convince yourself of anything. Finally, is it worth listening to other people's opinions when you are choosing something? I do not think so. No one but you can choose the things that are yours. If you like a thing so much, you just have to have it. You can be absolutely sure that other people will be very impressed when they see it on you. As far as pricing goes, all I can say is that your things do not necessarily have to be found in expensive shops. However, if it really comes to it, Transurfing can eliminate the problem of money from your life. If you define the goal that is meant for you and strive towards it, rather than striving for money, the resources will come to you of their own accord in great abundance. The next step is to abandon the desire to achieve your goal. You are calmly aware that your thing is waiting for you somewhere, and you know exactly how to distinguish it from things that are meant for another. This assures that importance is kept at a minimum level. Immediately after having made your decision, you wake up and allow in the awareness of what the decision felt like. This means that you are acting consciously and determining the game script. Having made a final decision, you rely on how comfortable it makes you feel inwardly. You will not be mistaken because, fortunately, there is reliable support available in this shaky world. Unity of heart and mind. Finally, you will make the task much easier if you forget about strict planning. Rather than tying yourself to circumstances or stubbornly insisting on your own ways of doing things, trust the alternative's flow. Life can be an easy holiday if you allow it to be. Take what is meant for you calmly and without insistence. As you can see, the process of choosing things encompasses all the main principles of Transurfing. You wander around the shops as if you were at an exhibition. You simply observe without necessarily setting yourself the concrete task of buying something. Now, you have a simple but powerful tool at your disposal. Now, you can go shopping with ease, and even if you do not buy anything this time, you will know that you have protected yourself from the things that are meant for others. You will be calm and confident in yourself because you know that the thing you need is somewhere waiting for you, and you are sure to find it. The main thing is to remember that before you finally answer yes or no, you have to wake up and listen consciously to your feelings. This technique will not work if you are choosing clothes for someone else. For a child, perhaps. At least it will not work with the same level of accuracy. Your soul cannot choose something meant for another, so you have to rely on being guided by practical concerns. At the same time, you can give the child the chance to choose for itself. Unlike adults, children are very good at finding the things that are theirs. Of course, this technique does not only apply to clothes, but to any other case where you have to choose something for yourself. I would very much like to hope the book you are listening to is yours. How to become a trendsetter. Do you ever want to become a trendsetter? Previously, you had to watch how others dressed and try to keep up with the fashion. But did you ever ask yourself who created fashion? Fashions already exist before they reach the salons of the leading couturier. New trends are created by people who are relatively free from pendulums. They are ruled by their own independent judgments and preferences. They dress by listening to their heart and hit the mark. Then their idea is noticed, picked up on by others, and begins to spread spontaneously. This is how they begin to dictate fashion. If you blindly follow the latest fashions, you can totally cripple your outward appearance. If you observe other people, you will notice that certain individuals dress extremely elegantly, but not in the latest fashions. You can see immediately that these individuals have a certain edge, and it would not occur to anyone to accuse them of being unfashionable. Quite the opposite, in fact. Everywhere you see people dressed strictly to fashion, but you cannot help feeling sorry for them because it just does not suit them. They are imitators, blindly traveling the road of inner intention towards another's goal, buying into a fashion created by pendulums. Rather than understanding their own preferences and what really suits them, they follow the pendulum's rule, do as I do. A French saying comes to mind that goes, "Do not be afraid of looking unfashionable. be afraid of looking silly. Style is just the outer, superficial side of fashion. The essence of fashion is conveyed when a person finds clothes that fit the style context and complement their individuality. You have to be sure of what you really want, to look fashionable or to look elegant, because these are not the same thing. What do you think is better? You can dress in some weird retro style way off the spirit of the era, but if the style is yours, everyone will be green with envy. You have probably already realized that following the fashion is nothing other than participation in the pendulum fashion game. The fads of fashion come as quickly as they go. They are one of the most perennial pendulums. There is nothing wrong with succumbing to its influence. The important thing is to be aware you are doing it and gain the benefit of the fashion for yourself, rather than simply paying tribute to it. You can create your own fashion pendulum. It is very simple to do. You just have to turn away from the pendulums and toward yourself. Set yourself the goal of looking elegant and interesting. You do not have to make anything too specific. Just walk around the shops and look at what is on display using the method described above. Forget about the current fashion. Pay attention only to what you are feeling when you look at things. Turn off the analysis apparatus. Stop thinking, comparing, and expostulating. The moment you catch yourself trying to reason and speculate, stop the process immediately, because it is futile. Instead, listen to the rustle of the morning stars. You might not be very successful at it when you first start, so it is better not to set a time limit on things. Let go of the desire to achieve your goal. If it does not work, well, you have not lost anything. Take off the pressure of having to achieve your goal. Reduce importance and relax control. Just window shop. Try things on out of curiosity. Trust the alternatives flow. It can be useful to run the slide of your goal in your mind whilst you are shopping. The slide must include the quality of how you feel when you attract a lot of attention, because you are looking so elegant, interesting, and different, rather than being a detailed picture of what exactly you look like when that is happening. Give up on the desire to find something artsy and extraordinary. The extraordinaire does not necessarily guarantee success. Believe me, you will stumble upon all sorts of unexpected discoveries. After a while, you are sure to discover unusual and original ways of putting things together. As soon as the heart and mind are united, you will experience an incomparable feeling, a combination of surprise and delight. You will recognize it straight away, and rather than saying to yourself, "That is what I was looking for," you will want to cry out something more like, "No way, that's amazing." That is how it works. Your potential is only limited by your own intention. The secret to success lies in freeing yourself from pendulums and going your own way. So, what do pendulums do when they see a new star rising on the horizon? As you know from previous chapters, they light it up. They have no other option than to make you a star, i.e., their favorite. Because pendulums need to be in control of everything, they will even help you. If you are lucky, you will become the favorite of your own pendulum creation. All that has just been said relates to more than clothes. Of course, you can apply the same principles to everything you do. It is such a luxurious privilege to be yourself. It is the one privilege everyone can afford, but only a few muster up the courage to enjoy. The only reason for this is that people are dependent on pendulums who need obedient puppets, not free-minded individuals. You just have to understand the principle, free yourself from their needless influence, and be yourself. In other words, the mind has to include one simple truth into its list of references. Everyone owns a precious treasure, the uniqueness of their soul. Every individual carries the key to success in their pocket, and yet leaves off using it. Have your mind take the heart by the hand, take it to the shops, and let it choose its own toy. Unity of heart and mind is such a rarity that you can literally sell at a huge profit. All great achievements of art and culture are an expression of this unity. Stars become stars only because people are interested in what is missing from their own lives: unity of heart and mind. Other people's goals. Until now, we have looked at the outside world as alternative space, with sectors linked together in lifelines. If the parameters of a person's thought energy correspond to the energy of a given sector, that sector is then transformed into physical reality through the process of material realization. On an energetic level, the individual also represents a unique essence imbued with its own inimitable spectrum of emission. There is a lifeline in the alternative space that matches every individual's frail perfectly. When a person lives out this lifeline, they encounter minimal obstacles and circumstances always work in their favor. The soul's frail successfully fits into its own true lifeline and easily reaches its goal in the same way that your own key easily turns in the lock and opens the door. We do not necessarily need to know why and how this happens. What is significant is the fact that each individual has their own path. When a person walks towards the right goal along the path meant for them, everything turns out favorably. When the opposite happens, and a person turns off the path they were traveling, they meet with all kind of adversity, and life becomes a continual battle for survival. This is a tragedy for the soul. You get upset if the weather is foul at the weekend, so just imagine how the soul feels when it sees the unique chance given to it in this lifetime being wasted. The soul can see how the mind, infatuated with pendulums, ruins its life, but it is powerless to change things. When the soul comes into this world, it does not know exactly what to do, what it wants, and what to strive for. If the soul does not know exactly, it can at least guess, but the mind will not listen. Then, the pendulums put the mind into circulation, imposing on it their own goals and game rules. They force people to choose goals that are not their own and to crowd around other people's doorways. The soul's feeble attempts to influence the mind come to nothing. So powerful is the pendulum's influence. For many of us, the idea that success only comes from grueling hard work is instilled in us from childhood. Equally ingrained is the idea that you have to stubbornly strive toward your goal, overcoming all obstacles along the way if you want to succeed. One of our greatest delusions is that we have to fight for happiness, be stubborn, persevering, overcoming countless obstacles, and basically fighting for a place in the sun. This is a particularly misleading and undermining formula. Let us look more closely at how this received idea was formed. Normally, a person turns off their path when they succumb to the influence of a pendulum. Naturally, numerous obstacles start piling up in front of them. If a person wants to be happy, they have to overcome the obstacles, do not they? Can you guess where the delusion is? Perhaps the delusion lies in the fact that the person effectively begins working towards someone else's goal, passing through someone else's door. But no, this is not it. Again, the answer is surprising, like everything else in this book. The fundamental misconception lies in the erroneous conviction that if a person overcomes the obstacles in front of them, happiness will be waiting for them on the other side. This is the illusion. There is no happiness on the other side. However hard a person tries, they will always find themselves chasing after the setting sun. No happiness awaits a person in the near or distant future when they are living a lifeline that is not their true path. Many people just feel depleted when, not without great difficulty, they finally reach their goal. What happened to happiness? Well, it was never there in the first place. It was just a mirage of illusory happiness created by pendulums to make people give up their energy. I say again, happiness is not out there, somewhere just ahead of you. It is either in your current lifeline right here, right now, or it is not there at all. What does happiness look like in the Transurfing model? Maybe it is something you achieve when you have attained your true goal. You guessed wrong again. Happiness is what you experience on the journey towards your own goal, on the path through your own door. When a person is on a lifeline meant for them and following their own true path, They experience happiness in the present moment, even if attainment of the actual goal still lies ahead. Life becomes transformed into an ongoing celebration. When the goal is achieved, they will be doubly happy. But in the meantime, the process of striving makes every day a holiday. Movement towards someone else's goal always places happiness in an illusory future. Achieving a goal that is not truly yours will bring disappointment and depletion, but never happiness. Your goal is the thing that makes you feel deeply fulfilled. It is not something that fulfills you temporarily. It is the thing that gives you a sense of the real joy of life. Your personal door represents your journeying along the path towards your goal, experienced with passion and inspiration. It is not necessary that everything comes easily, but when you are using your own door, you do not feel depleted. On the contrary, you feel energized. When you work towards your own goal through your own door, obstacles are easily overcome, and work does not feel like a burden. If you are making maximum effort to achieve your goal, but left feeling uninspired and fatigued, either the goal is not meant for you, or you are banging on the wrong door. These are the features of goals that are not your own. A foreign goal always feels like an obligation. It is punishing and forced. If you feel that your goal represents an enforced obligation in the slightest way, you should dump it boldly. If the goal is yours, you should not have to persuade yourself to work on it because you will be enjoying it so much. When you work towards a foreign goal, there will always be numerous obstacles to overcome along the way, and it will always be a struggle. The pendulum requires everyone to work like a cog in the greater machine, and so, when you are working for a foreign goal, you will continue working even though it is a slog, because you have been programmed to believe that everything will come to you eventually if you can just work hard enough. If you are strong and cool, you will master yourself, clear everything from your path, survive hell at high water, and finally win your place in the sun. If you are weak, shut up and know your place. A foreign goal is presented as being fashionable and prestigious. Pendulums need to lure you away from your perfect lifeline, and so they do their best to offer a really delicious-looking carrot to trigger the adherent's mind into rushing headlong after it. Pendulums cannot always force you to follow the rule, do as I do. You have to want to observe the rule, and so myths are created that tell the story of the star's successful career. The pendulums demonstrate the pattern of their success and leave you with a choice of either repeating someone else's experience or ending up with nothing. For how could you possibly know how to achieve success? The pendulums clearly know exactly what a person must do to become successful, and the results are there to prove it. As we have already demonstrated, stars achieve success precisely because they do not follow the rule, do as I do. They go their own way. Only your soul can know the algorithm of your own individual success. A foreign goal attracts you by nature of seeming unachievable. The human psyche is such that we are attracted by everything kept under lock and key. It is human nature to long to possess things that are unavailable. This feature of the human psyche originates in childhood, when we have many desires, but very little is accessible to us. When a child is refused a toy, it will often play up until it gets it, and yet, when it finally receives the toy it so longed for, it suddenly loses all interest. Adults have their own toys, and get themselves just as wound up over them as children do. For example, a grown-up child with a terrible voice and no ear for music thinks they love to sing. In reality, the little nightingale just does not want to accept the fact that singing is not for them. Everyone else can sing. Why should they be any better than me? So, when considering your goals, drop the importance of the goal and ask yourself, do I really want this with all my heart and soul, or do I just enjoy wanting it? If achieving the goal would mean that you could prove something either to yourself or to others, then the goal is also misguided. Your goal does not hang around your neck like a lead weight. It gives you genuine pleasure. A foreign goal is imposed by others. No one but you can define your goal. You can calmly hear out the teachings of those who know better on how you should act. But afterwards, you must draw your own conclusions and act as you see fit. No one should presume to teach you what you should be striving towards, and such a rude intrusion into your soul should be quickly nipped in the bud. Your heart has enough to put up with listening to the foolish ideas of the mind. No one can point to your goal, the only exception perhaps being via the casual passing phrase. As you remember, phrases mentioned in passing can serve as signs. When a passing phrase is a sign, you will sense it instantly. An unintentional phrase can unexpectedly ignite a flame in your soul. If the phrase touches on your goal, the heart will become enlivened, prompting you to the awareness that this is what you need. It has to be an incidental remark or recommendation spoken with no agenda and absolutely no intention of setting you on the right path. A foreign goal always serves to better someone else's well-being. If a goal does nothing to improve the quality of your life, then it certainly is not meant for you. True goals always work for you, for your well-being and success. You are the only person that has need of your individual goal. If a goal serves directly to fulfill other people's needs and improve other people's prosperity, then it is a foreign goal. Pendulums will use any pretext and any means to try and force you to serve others. Words like must, obligated, and have to usually have the necessary effect on people with a heightened sense of guilt. People like this often find solace in absolving their imaginary sins. For others, the slogan, "Your help is needed," is more effective, and it works. As you now understand, these methods rely on outer and internal importance. You have to remember that first and foremost, you live for yourself. You do not owe anyone anything, and you are not beholden to anyone. You cannot make other people happy, but you can easily injure others with your own unhappiness. A foreign goal evokes inner tension. Foreign goals are usually very attractive. The mind will paint a lavish picture of the goal's virtues in all its various hues. But despite its lure, if something about the goal does not sit right with you, then you have to be honest with yourself. Obviously, the mind will not want to listen because it is sure that everything is fine. So, where does the shadow of apprehension come from? This is a good time to repeat an important rule from the previous chapter. When considering your goal, do not think about how prestigious or seemingly unattainable it is, or the means to achieve it. Focus your attention on inviting your inner voice to speak. How comfortable does thinking about the goal make you feel inwardly? Imagine that you have already achieved your goal and all this is behind you. Does it make you feel good or not? If the pleasurable feeling is mixed with anxiety or the heavy feeling of burden, this is inner tension. Is it really worth committing to someone else's goal? Your own goal will be even more attractive and will give you even more pleasure without having to put up with inner tension. All you have to do is turn away from pendulums and discover your true goal. If you are unfulfilled by your current position in life or have been plagued by a wave of misfortune, it means that, at some point, you have come under the influence of a destructive pendulum and passed through a foreign door towards a foreign goal. Foreign goals demand a lot of energy and hard work. Your own goals, on the other hand, seem to achieve themselves and everything goes like clockwork. Foreign goals and doors are always fraught with suffering, and yet, when you find your own goals and doors, all your problems will disappear. You might ask, how can I discover what I really want if I do not already know what that is? I would answer this with another question. Have you ever once seriously thought about it? However strange it might seem, the majority of people are so preoccupied with the affairs of pendulums, spending all their time running around in circles like the proverbial hamster in the spinning wheel, that they just do not find the downtime for their own soul. People think about what they really want in life in random moments when they are under pressure, rushing from one place to another, fleetingly catching ideas in snatches. Determining what your true goal is does not have to involve any deep navel-gazing. It is enough to take a time alone to relax and finally listen to the rustle of the morning stars. What if you find there is nothing you really want? If you look inside yourself and have no sense of an innermost desire, this suggests that your life force is depleted. Depression and apathy is a clear sign that your current energy levels are only sufficient to support your basic existence. In this case, you should focus on increasing your energy reserves. It is not possible for your heart to have no desires, but you do have to have the strength to hear it. Breaking through stereotypes. Despite the fact that we have said a lot about pendulums already, I would like to introduce some new examples of how they can knock you off track. Ask yourself whether a pendulum is imposing a foreign goal on you under the guise of some noble pretext. For example, an appeal is being made to kind souls to help protect defenseless animals, injured soldiers, starving children, or other vulnerable groups. Or perhaps someone somewhere is fighting for their freedom and they need your courageous heart. The kind soul flies off there and then to wherever it is needed. In reality, it is not the kind heart that responds, but the kind mind, and it is not so much kind as soulless. The mind forgets about the soul and drops everything to run to the aid of others. It is like leaving your own children in trouble to save someone else's child. The kind mind stuffs the heart back into its box to be left in peace with its reasonable thoughts. Spiritual emptiness grows, and the mind needs something to fill it with. Pendulums are quick to offer all kinds of compensation. They will demonstrate a wide range of ways that you can contribute your energy to the benefit of others. And yet, could not be that spiritual emptiness is what prompts people to respond to the call of others so enthusiastically. The kind-heartedness and charitable feelings associated with the positive stereotype is really the effect of spiritual emptiness. Caring for others is the mind's way of compensating for spiritual emptiness, leaving the heart's needs unfulfilled. It is in the pendulum's interest to pass up caring for others as compassionate altruism. As you can see, pendulums are very sophisticated when it comes to creating convincing stereotypes, but it is nothing more than a beautiful demagoguery. What about your own soul? Surely your mind will not abandon it to save another. This is why I so strongly recommend that you turn your back on pendulums and let the heart out of the box. When you learn to love yourself, you will find your goal. Once you are securely on the path to your true goal, you will commit many good deeds and be better able to help those who are poor and unfortunate along the way, because you will be attracting greater resources and opportunities into your life. Until your own goal is clearly defined, you should be extremely cautious in responding to appeals for help. Internal and outer importance should be kept to a minimum. Pendulums particularly need more energy during their battles. When two pendulums are about to start a fight, one will announce itself the earnest liberator and accuse the other of being a dictator and potentially dangerous aggressor. What the righteous pendulum really wants is to swallow its competitor and take over its oil or other resources, but this is kept under wraps whilst an extensive propaganda campaign is developed in defense of justice and freedom. The person who becomes inspired with importance and takes the pendulum's bait says to themselves, "I will free the oppressed people. I will show that dictator and aggressor." At the same time, the other pendulum prepares its own camp of adherents. The pendulum dictator claims that it is the goody, and that the pendulum claiming to be the liberator is, in fact, the true aggressor. Another person, equally filled as inflated with importance, boils with indignation. How can they have declared war without consulting me? I'll take to the streets in protest. They may even rush into the war and give up their life for someone else's freedom. As you can see, the adherents in both camps are drawn into the pendulum's battle. Internal and outer importance is revved up on a background of spiritual emptiness. Rather than filling the emptiness, the problem is further exacerbated. For what do the adherents who have been pulled into the battle receive? The supporters of war tell themselves that they have been tricked. The war turned out not to be necessary after all, and brought misery to all its participants. The supporters of peace also take a slap. The defenseless nation attacked by the pendulum aggressor hastily disowns its conquered ruler and overthrows the embassy of the protector country of peace, steals its humanitarian aid, and starts to lick the aggressor's boots. The lofty ideals the adherents fight for are like soap bubbles. The surface of the bubble is covered with a rainbow-colored film of pumped-up importance, but they are empty inside. Do the souls of the adherents really need all this fuss? There is a very simple way of telling whether the goal you have set yourself serves you or others. If the idea of needing to take care of others originates somewhere outside yourself, whatever the source, it represents a foreign goal. If the impulse to take care of others comes from deep within your heart, then the goal may be yours. For example, I love spending time with my pets. It is not a chore at all. Or, I love the kids, grandchildren, and I enjoy looking after them, watching them grow up, having fun with them. When the kids grow up, of course, you will have to find a new goal. No one else can identify your goal for you. There is only one way of finding your innermost goal, which is to reduce importance, turn your back on pendulums, and appeal to your heart. To love yourself first and foremost, and to take care of yourself. This is the only way of finding the path to your own goal. The mind's mistake is that it tries from the very outset to evaluate how realistically achievable the goal is and calculate, in advance, all the ways and means to achieve it. Everything has to be logical and reasoned. If there is doubt as to whether the goal is realistically achievable, then the mind either drops the goal in principle or stores it away in a distant drawer. With this attitude, you will never attune your thought energy to your target lifeline. By thinking about the means to achieve a goal, you attune your thought energy to a lifeline of bad luck because it involves the mind running through all the potential scenarios of defeat. No goal is ever reached by the obvious means, and it will not by a miracle either. Any challenging task is rarely fulfilled within the context of the conventional worldview, which is not surprising because the frequency of a person's thought energy, when they are in doubt, differs so intently from the frequency of the target line. Miracles only happen when you break the conventional stereotype by thinking about the goal rather than the means to achieve it. Then, what previously seemed so unrealistic will suddenly present itself in a different light. As if quite randomly, a totally realistic path will open up in front of you. According to the conventional worldview, this would be called miraculous coincidence. All the mind can do is shrug, for who would have thought it? From the point of view of transurfing, there is no miracle here. You have simply attuned to the frequency of the target line, decided to have with intent, and outer intention has carried you to a lifeline where new opportunities appear and new doors open, which you would have never suspected existed when your vision was limited to the previous lifeline. We have become so accustomed to stereotypes that we consider them representative of the valuable experience accumulated by humanity over the years. In reality, the pendulums generate stereotypes and people are obliged to conform to them. All society is based on pendulums that develop independently according to their own laws as informational energetic beings and then subjugate adherents to their will. Their influence on man is so great that the mind is literally becoming clouded, losing its capacity for independent, conscious thought. Take, for example, the terrible crimes of the German Nazis during the years of the Second World War. Could it be that the fascists were just particularly cruel people with pathological sadistic tendencies? No. The majority were normal people like you and I. They too had families, loved their close ones, and took care of them. After the war, they returned to living a peaceful life like all other normal, good-natured burghers. Why is it that respectable family men are transformed into beasts when they enter a war? It is because their mind succumbs to the power of a pendulum. Adherents drawn into the battles of pendulums literally know not what they do. This is particularly evident in the cruel, senseless acts sometimes committed by teenagers. A young and shaky psyche is particularly vulnerable and susceptible to influence. If you took any of these teenagers individually, would you really say that they were cruel? Indeed not, and their parents would swear to it. And yet, when they come under the influence of a pendulum, for example, becoming part of a crowd, they cease to be consciously aware of what they are really doing. The mind of a member of a crowd is literally sleeping because it has been caught in the pendulum's trap. You might remember how the induced shift works. All the evil, cruelty, and violence in the world originates not in the darker side of human nature, but in the greedy nature of the pendulum. The human heart knows no evil. All evil is concentrated in the mind, like a plaque that builds up from the destructive influence of pendulums. Pendulums provoke people to use violence not only against others, but against themselves. What do you think of the brave slogan, "No risk, no champagne"? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Its content is provocative, a challenge to put your well-being or your life on the line in the name of someone else's idea. Of course, if the idea is your own and the risk is justified, then maybe it is worth it. But there is nothing more foolish than taking reckless action that may threaten your health or even your life. Pendulums provoke people into taking risks because the fear, tension, and excitement the risk-taker experiences are the pendulum's favorite energy dishes. Using the stereotype of false courage or the help of another adherent, the pendulum tries to hook its prey. Stick to your guns. Show them what you're worth. Do you want people to think you are a coward? The person filled with internal importance rushes to prove the opposite to themselves and to everyone else. Firmly in the trap of a misguided stereotype, it does not occur to them that they do not have anything to prove and can disdain the opinion of their manipulators. A person suffering from a feeling of inferiority is easily led by the nose. Rather than a display of courage, taking undue risks is usually an attempt to conceal one's false complexes. The mind irresponsibly throws the life of the heart around in order to accommodate dubious stereotypes. The poor little heart rolls into a ball and observes the frantic mind's actions in horror, powerless to do anything about it. The way the mind behaves towards the heart is, at best, like a chronic loser venting their inadequacy on their loved ones, and, at worst, like a mad animal that slaughters its defenseless offspring. May your mind awake from its heavy apparition to see that it has a wonderful, priceless treasure in the heart. By uniting the heart and mind, you acquire true freedom and strength. Do not be afraid to break through stereotypes created by pendulums. If you do, you will discover the true nature of many things in the world. Breaking through stereotypes, you open locked doors. Your goals. I suspect that you already have an innermost goal and at least a rough idea of how to achieve it. It does not really matter, though, if you cannot yet see how to make your dream a reality. If you have the will, a way will present itself. The important thing is to define your innermost desire and acquire the will to have and act with intent. Intention transforms desire into a concrete goal. Without intention, a desire can never be fulfilled. First of all, however, you have to be distinctly aware of what you want in life. Obscure wording such as, "I want to be rich and happy," will not work. Imagine that you are strolling around town without any particular purpose. You are simply wandering wherever your nose takes you. Where you will end up, no one can say, but if you have somewhere specific in mind, you will eventually end up there, even if you do not know the way. It is the same in life. If you have no goal, you are a paper boat in a raging river. If you have set a goal and are striving towards it, you might achieve it, or you might not. The only 100% guarantee of reaching a goal is if it really is your own innermost goal and you head towards it through your door. No one and nothing can stop you then, because the heart's frail key fits the lock to your path perfectly. No one can take anything from you that is truly yours, so there will be no problem in achieving your goal. The only issue is how to find your real goal and your real door. Firstly, your goal cannot be determined by a temporary need. Your goal should be the answer to the question, what do you want most out of life? What will make your life happy and joyful? This is all that matters. You can consider anything else to be pendulum husks. Settle on one main goal. Achieve that goal, and the fulfillment of all your other desires will follow on behind. If nothing specific comes to mind, you start by defining a general type of general goal, such as comfort and well-being in life. Ask yourself what comfort and well-being mean to you personally. The need for a house, a car, beautiful clothes, and other attributes can be replaced with the single goal to have a high-paying job. But, as you know, this would not be a goal so much as a door, and a fairly big one at that. A high-paying job can be replaced by a more specific expression of the goal, to become an excellent or even unique specialist in your field. What is your heart drawn to? The question is whether this job alone will bring complete meaning to your life. If it can, then you are lucky, because your goal matches your door. You may be drawn towards a certain field of science, culture, or art, and, whilst doing the thing you love, make a brilliant discovery or create a masterpiece. On a lifeline such as this, happiness is to be found right here, right now, not somewhere just around the corner. All the attributes of a comfortable life that other people obtain with great effort will come to you seemingly automatically, for you are following your own path. Even if you love what you do, if your work does not solely represent the one thing that brings you joy and will fill your life with things that make you feel good, it means your work is a door, but not strictly speaking, a goal. Do not forget that your goal should make your life feel like one continuous holiday with all its accompanying attributes. Do not think about the door, i.e., the means to achieve your goal, at this stage. The important thing is to define the goal, and then, with time, the door will find itself. Ask yourself the following question. What does your heart long for? What would make your life feel like a continual holiday? Put all thoughts aside that focus on the prestige associated with the goal or how difficult it may be to achieve. You should not be inhibited by any sense of limitation. If you do not believe that anything is possible for you, at least pretend you believe it, and then you will be free to make a real choice. Do not be shy. Go for it and order whatever you want. If you want to have a boat, what about your own yacht? If you want to have a flat, what about your own mansion? If you want to be head of your department, what about being president of the corporation? If you want to work hard and earn a lot of money, what about not working at all and living a happy life? If you want to purchase a piece of land that is not too expensive and build your own house, what about having your own island in the Mediterranean? The list of what-abouts goes on forever. You cannot begin to imagine how modest your requests are in comparison to what you could have if you went down your own path through your own door. Do not make a wish with your mind. No time spent trying to clarify what your heart really wants is wasted. The expression that something is after your own heart speaks for itself. It expresses your relationship to something, not your opinion. An opinion is the result of the mind's intellectual activity. Your relationship to something comes from deep within your heart, and only this can serve to discern between your personal and foreign goals. When you are defining your goal, ask yourself, how comfortable do I feel in the bubble of the goal now that I have achieved it? Once you have made a wish, in order to check whether it is truly meant for you, ask yourself 2 more questions. Firstly, do I really need it? And secondly, but seriously now, do I really need it? Try and measure all aspects of a foreign goal up against this wish. Do you really want this thing with all your heart, or do you just want to desire it? Are you trying to prove something to yourself or others? Do you really want it? Might it be a tribute to fashion or prestige? An invalid might think that they want to ice skate with all their heart, whereas, really, the goal comes not from the heart, but from the pain caused by their handicap. A goal will lure you by being unattainable. If the goal is difficult to achieve, try letting go of it and observing how you feel afterwards. If you feel relieved in any way, it means that it was a foreign goal. If, however, you feel indignant or finding yourself wanting to protest, it means that the goal may well be yours. The only reliable criteria you can use when choosing your goal is inner tension, the heart's negative reaction to a decision that has already been made by the mind. You can only use this test of how comfortable you feel about something after the mind has made a decision about its goal. Imagine that you have already achieved your goal and all this is behind you. As soon as you can feel it, you must stop discussing the goal and listen to the promptings of the heart. Is your immediate reaction negative or positive? If the feeling of pleasure is mixed with fear, a heavy sense of burden, a sense of urgency or obligation, then the heart is clearly saying no. The mind might not suspect the troubles the goal hides under its beautiful packaging, but the heart can sense it. The feeling of inner tension can be elusive and vague. Try not to confuse inner inhibition with discomfort. As we mentioned in the previous chapter, it is natural to feel some inhibition or kind of shyness when we experience an unfamiliar situation. Can this really all be for me? Inner tension is an onerous feeling of oppression or strain that appears quietly amid the optimistic reasoning of the mind. Inner inhibition can be overcome with the help of slides, but inner tension, never. The worst mistake would be to consider yourself unworthy as a result of the tension. Absolute rubbish. This is a primitive label pendulums have forced you to wear. You deserve the absolute best. At the very least, do not be in a hurry to make a final decision. Try testing your goal against the slide technique. If, after some time, the onerous feeling has not passed, it means that you are dealing with inner tension. If you experience inner tension because of some aspect connected with the goal itself, this means that it is a foreign goal. If you experience inner tension from the awareness that the goal is difficult to achieve, this means that it lies beyond the limits of your current comfort zone, or that you have chosen a foreign door. Do not think about the means of achieving your goal until you have firmly decided on what the goal should be. If you cannot see yourself clearly in your imagined role, it might be that you are not ready for it yet. The limits of your personal comfort zone can be widened with the help of slides, and there is no need to worry about doors. All that is required of you is the will to have, and then, sooner or later, outer intention will lead you to the right door. Do not be tempted to make money your goal, as if all your problems would disappear if only you had more money, because, after all, you know what to spend it on. Remember the suitcase full of notes in the chapter on slides. There, we said that money, of itself, cannot serve as a goal and can only serve as an accompanying attribute to another goal. You may readily agree, but the statement is less trivial than it appears. We are so accustomed to money that we can translate almost anything into a monetary equivalent. Money is an abstract category designed to help the mind, but in no way intended for the heart. The heart has no idea what to do with money because it is not capable of abstract thinking. The thing is that your end goal has to be comprehensible to the heart. The heart has to know what you want to buy with the amount you have requested, be it a house, casino, or private island, etc. It's not a matter of the means, but the heart must like it. All the time that your inner accountant is calculating the means to the end, you will not be able to determine your goal or attune your energy to your target lifeline. Activate your inner guardian and give yourself a nudge every time you catch your mind trying to evade the question, what do I want in life? The stereotype of the unattainable goal is the most deeply ingrained, and so you will need to be patient. The mind will be trying to find the answer to a different question. But how do I achieve it? Here, your heart needs to tell the mind to be quiet. That's not your problem. We are choosing a toy. It is important to strive for freedom from destructive pendulums, but this does not mean that you have to isolate yourself entirely. All society is constructed on pendulums, and so you are left with no choice other than to seek out your own pendulum or disappear to the Himalayas. It is easy for hermits to converse with eternity when they are living in distant solitude, but as soon as they return to the aggressive environment where pendulums function, they instantly lose their inner balance and meditative detachment. Your goal will also belong to a pendulum, but that will not be a threat as long as the goal truly represents your innermost desire. Find your goal, and the pendulum will be obliged to make you its favorite. You can even create a new pendulum. The important thing is to practice your right to freedom of choice and not allow pendulums to establish control over you. You cannot determine your goal through analysis and reasoning, because analysis is the activity of the mind. Only your heart can identify a true goal, and the heart is not capable of thinking. It can only see and feel. It is not the task of the mind to do the searching in your process of choosing a goal. The mind will search in its usual way, by method of analysis and the construction of logical connection based on common stereotypes and cliches. If a person's true path in life could be determined in this way, everyone would be happy, without exception. It is the task of the mind to process all external information, at the same time as paying particular attention to the inner voice. The mind has only to establish the precept that it is looking for what will make life feel like a holiday, then allow in external information and observe the inner feelings of the heart within the context of that precept. Active searching for your path will lead to nothing. Do not worry about it. Wait and observe. If the instruction for the search has been given, the right information will present itself. A moment will come when you will receive certain information that inspires your interest. At this point, simply pay attention to your inner voice. Do not let the mind get involved. You can quicken the coming of the necessary information by extending your circle of interests. Visit places you have never been to before: the museum, an excursion, the cinema, trekking, a different part of town, a bookshop. Wherever, there is no need to actively search for information. Simply widen the diapason of external information you receive and observe. Do not set any particular timescale. Do not pressure yourself with temporal limitations or turn the search into a chore. Simply hold the following statement in mind: I am looking for the thing that will make my life feel like a holiday. Be more attentive to your inner feelings than you have been before. Have the statement working constantly in the background of your mind. Pass any information that comes to you through the questioning filter. How do I feel about this? Do I like it or not? Sooner or later, you will come across a sign or some information that makes something inside reverberate, "Oh, I like it." Think the information through from all angles, remaining carefully attentive to the small voice inside. So, finally, you will have succeeded in resisting the temptation of obsessing about the means and can concentrate on defining your goal. When your desire to have with intent and act in the name of achieving your goal, your world layer will undergo an amazing transformation, and when it does, this is what will happen. Your chest will breathe freely, having freed yourself from the burden of false goals. You will no longer feel that you have to force yourself to do things your heart does not feel drawn towards. You will give yourself permission to be happy right here, right now, having abandoned the struggle for an illusory happiness that only exists in the future. The mind will let the heart out of its box and discover the wonderful feeling of lightness and freedom that comes with the onset of spring after a long hibernation, instead of trying desperately to fill the spiritual emptiness with cheap pendulum surrogates. The onerous feeling of depression and strain will be gone. It is much more pleasurable, is it not, to head towards your own goal, knowing that it comes from within you, than to search in vain for your goal in the outside world. Your mind will have rid itself of useless junk and things that belong to others. It will abandon the futile search for the means and simply launch the necessary task into the layer of your world. The heart will choose its own toy and jump up and down, clapping its hands in delight. You will have broken through the conditioned stereotype, giving yourself permission to have, despite the seeming unattainability of the goal. As a result, doors will fly open before you that previously had been closed. The mind will at last have accepted the idea that the goal can be realistically achieved. Life will be transformed into an ongoing holiday. The heart will skip joyfully after the mind. The heart and mind will walk hand in hand together along the smooth, cheery road to the kind of happiness that exists right here, right now. Your doors. If, on the path towards your goal, you find yourself constantly with obstacles, it suggests that either you have chosen a foreign goal or that you have set off through a foreign door. The only thing in life that is genuinely important is the process of defining your own goal and finding your own door. You can spend your entire life working and yet achieving nothing because it is not the right goal for you. Nothing is more disappointing than finally coming to the realization that your efforts were all in vain and life has not worked out the way you dreamed it would. Pendulums have taught people to do what is essential and, moreover, to accept without question that this is the way things are meant to be. The stereotype of forced necessity has been taken to the absurd. One would think that life is a term of sentence or compulsory labor that must be served. People are so used to the demands being made of them that the heart's true inclinations are pushed to the farthest corner of their consciousness and made to wait for better times. Then, life comes to its end without better times ever having presented themselves. The erroneous stereotype depicts happiness as something that looms in the near future and which must be achieved, earned, and hard-won in order for it to become part of the present. People often abandon the thing they love doing for financial reasons. They divide their activities into leisure and paid work. Aside from setting false goals, enforced necessity is just another method used by pendulums to draw the individual away from their true path. In reality, you can even make a hobby profitable if the hobby fits your goal. If you are forced to abandon the thing you love doing most because it does not provide you with an income, you should look at whether the activity is related to your heart's innermost desire or not. Would doing the activity you love make your life feel like a continual holiday? If the activity is not related to your innermost goal, it is difficult to say whether it will provide you with an income or not. However, if you are certain that the activity you love doing is strongly connected to your personal goal, you can expect it to bring all the attributes of a comfortable lifestyle. When your goal coincides with the door, you no longer have to worry about material prosperity. If a person desires material well-being, it will come into their life automatically. However, the rigid stereotype of enforced necessity deprives people of the opportunity to throw themselves completely into the things they love doing that fits with their innermost goals. There are numerous examples to illustrate how this happens, such as the eccentric, who has to go to work like everyone else, and, in his spare time, creates and invents things. It never occurs to the eccentric that his creations could be sold to fetch a good price. He lives poorly, with total conviction that a mere crust of bread has to be hard-earned, and that his passion for invention is just for pleasure. Do you see what is happening? People spend the majority of their lifetime sweating on behalf of the boss man because this apparently is essential for their survival, while the soul receives crumbs of time left over after the main job is done. Who are these people living for? The boss man? If your door fits your goal, you will become rich doing the hobby you love most. In the process of achieving the goal, all your other desires will be fulfilled, and, what is more, the results will far exceed your expectations. Have no doubt that everything in this world that comes from the heart is extremely expensive. Products of the mind, on the contrary, are less highly valued. As you know, a genuine masterpiece is born of the union between the heart and mind. You will create masterpieces on the path to your goal as long as you do not allow pendulums to lead you astray. It is very simple. All you have to do is calmly follow your path without succumbing to their wily tricks, and, sooner or later, you will achieve huge success. If the door does not coincide with your goal, things can get a little more complicated. However, think very carefully before drawing this conclusion. Your goal should not have to complicate your life. Quite the opposite, in fact. Defining your goal will simplify your life significantly and free you of a mountain of problems. Do not be in a hurry to choose a door. When you find the will to have, a door will present itself. If you cannot see clearly where your door lies, work with slides and widen the limits of your comfort zone. Reduce the importance and abandon your attachment to achieving the goal. As soon as you give yourself permission to have, outer intention will offer you an appropriate alternative. The right door is the path that will lead you to your goal. Once you have defined your goal, you can ask yourself the following question: how might this goal be achieved? Sooner or later, outer intention will present you with various opportunities. Your task lies in deciding which among them specifically represents the right door for you. Consider all the possible options. Every option should be tested against the inner voice. Here, you can be guided by the same principles for choosing your goal. Let us suppose that your goal presumes you to be a very wealthy individual. You will have to decide by what means you are going to become wealthy. For money is attracted not to the individual as such, but to what the individual represents: a star of show business, a large industrialist, a financial expert, a leading specialist, or perhaps an heir. So, who do you want to be? You have to find your own true path to wealth, the thing that calls to your heart, and what calls to the heart must be asked of the soul, not the mind. The mind is a product of the social environment, and society hangs on pendulums. Society says, become a celebrity, a politician, rich. It's prestigious. However, a pendulum can never determine your niche in life because it has absolutely no interest in your personal happiness. Your mind and acquaintances will advise you to look for a highly paid job, as a lawyer, for example. They will tell you that once you become a qualified lawyer, you will be earning big bucks. Of course, everyone wants to earn a lot of money, but this might not be the door that is meant for you, and if you walk through it, you will end up feeling out of place. If the goal has been chosen wisely, the door will open up opportunities such that you never dreamed of. Let us suppose that your requests include a house, a car, and a good salary. When you walk through the right door, meant for you alone, you will receive so much that your original requests will appear ridiculous. But you must not err in your choice of door. Do not hurry and never regret the time it takes you to make your choice. You will waste a lot more time and effort if you rush in and make a choice you later regret. Choosing your goal and door can take months. During this time, you will have to observe a kind of fast of impeccability as strictly as possible, following the main principles of transurfing with which you are now familiar. Primarily, this is conscious awareness. You have to be aware of the motives for your subsequent actions. Do you behave with awareness and understanding of the rules of the game, or are you limply obeying a pendulum? Keep an eye on levels of internal and outer importance. Think about your goal and door as if you had already acquired them. There is no such thing as prestige, unattainability, or necessity. Be rid of all importance. There is nothing unusual in what you have. Come to terms at the onset with the idea of possible failure. If things work out well, then great. But if things do not work out, it obviously was not right for you, and there will be nothing to mourn. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Allocate a place in your life for defeat where you can keep an eye on it. From the text that follows, you will also learn that a disappointing failure need not necessarily mark defeat, so much as a landmark on the path to your goal. Find a safety net and a substitute for the door. Do not leave your previous door straight away or burn all your bridges in one go. Proceed cautiously. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. Give yourself alternative paths. Continue to picture the slide of your goal. This will enable you to widen the limits of your comfort zone and attune to the frequency of your target line. Outer intention will present you with the information you need. To guard against missing any information outer intention is sending your way, conjure up a slide in your mind depicting the search for your personal goal and door. Filter any information you receive from the outside world through this slide. Assess whether the information is relevant to you or not. At the same time, listen to the rustle of the morning stars and not your mind. Do not track your thoughts in this process. Track whether the information inspires you or weighs heavily in your heart. Take note of the heart's response to any information you perceive. There will be a moment when the heart will zing and exclaim, "That is exactly what I was looking for." And again, do not be in a hurry to rush ahead. Expand your comfort zone and attune your thoughts to your target line until such time as the goal and door have been expressed in a clear concept. You have to come to the distinct conclusion, yes, this is what I want. This will transform my life into one ongoing holiday. Your heart will sing and your mind will rub its hands together in satisfaction. If the heart is singing but the mind is still in doubt, work again on expanding your comfort zone. This will enable you to break through the delusion that will hold you back, that the goal is not realistically achievable. Do you know why the door seems impregnable? It is because it is padlocked with the false stereotype of unattainability that sits in your mind. When you break through the stereotype, the door will open. I'm not calling you to believe me, or yourself, or anyone else for that matter. You will never succeed in forcing the mind to believe anything. The mind only accepts facts on an unconditional basis, nothing else. In order for the door to become real, you have to transition to your target lifeline, and only your target slide can help you achieve that shift. At the beginning of your line, the goal lies ahead of you in the future, but the mind will be able to see a clear path to it. It is futile to try and convince yourself that something is achievable, or to fight to overcome a stereotype. This is not what breaking through the stereotype is about. The stereotype will crumble automatically when outer intention shows you the new opportunities that await you on your target line. This is why I draw your attention to the fact of not trying to persuade yourself of anything and not battling with the stereotype. All you have to do is systematically run the target slide in your mind. Far from being a meaningless, speculative exercise, picturing your target slide represents a concrete step towards your goal. Do not forget that material realization is inert, and so outer intention cannot carry out your order instantly. You will need to be patient. If you run out of patience, then you obviously have a passionate desire to achieve your goal as quickly as possible. If this is the case, go back to the beginning and reduce the level of importance. If you desire something, it suggests that you doubt whether the goal is realistically achievable. So, work on expanding the limits of your comfort zone once again until you can see real prospects unfolding. Pendulums may disguise your true door with the mask of insignificance and low value. Everything you are capable of doing easily, comfortably, and willingly has meaning and value. You do not have a single meaningless virtue. Any characteristic folly that appears to have no meaning within the context of rigid stereotypes can be the key to the right door. Try holding your characteristic foolishness and silliness up against serious doors. For example, if you have a reputation for being a clown, perhaps you could become a great comedian. If everyone says that you are no use and you spend all your time dressing up and titivating your appearance, maybe your door leads to the profession of top model, makeup artist, or designer. If you are irritated by bad adverts and love to shout about how the advertising should have been presented totally differently, it is not because you are in a bad mood. It is an expression of a hidden desire to demonstrate your abilities in that area. I have listed specific examples, but generally speaking, personal qualities that are usually considered useless can be expressed in unexpected ways. You will discover this for yourself if you turn away from pendulums to face your heart. Think about it. if you really do display some kind of silly behavior willingly and with ease, there will be a purpose to it. Everything said above relates to the process of choosing the right door. If you are already on the path to your chosen goal, there is a way of determining whether you have chosen the right door or not. It is not the right door if you get tired on the path to your goal, becoming drained. If, however, when you are busy doing something that brings you closer to your goal, you are filled with inspiration, you can boldly claim that this is the door meant for you. There is another way of testing whether a door is yours or not. A foreign door might pretend to be yours, opening up before you, but at a critical moment, it will slam shut in your face. Everything may go quite well initially as you pass through a foreign door, but eventually, when you find yourself right at the cutting edge of things, failure will befall you. When this happens, you will know that you passed through a foreign door. That they deliberately open public doors to lure in new adherents illustrates just how insidious pendulums are. As a rule, private individual doors do not have a crowd of people hustling around the entrance. Even if you meet people who say they would like to pass through your door, they will step aside, instantly clearing the way for you to walk through unhindered. Public doors are open to all and sundry, but only a few will walk through them. Remember how the pendulums create myths surrounding the star's successful career in an attempt to force everyone to observe the do as I do rule. People are entranced by the mirage and crammed together around the same entrance, whilst the true doorway for them stands just next to it, entirely empty. Even a door meant for you personally will close if you crudely contradict the law of balance by giving it too much importance or putting all your eggs in one basket. Yet, if you reduce importance, the door will reopen. We will return to this idea at the end of the chapter. Intention. I believe that if you have taken the time to choose the goal and door for you, it shows that you have intention. Intention is what transforms a desire into a goal. Without intention, desires are never realized and dreams do not come true. A goal is different to a dream in the same way that intention is different to desire. When you have intent, your dream becomes a specific goal. Empty dreams and castles in the air will not change anything in life. Only intention, i.e., the will to have and act, can change your life. Let us suppose that you have managed to define your goal and are full of the will essential to achieving it. You are burning with impatience to get going. This is the moment to release the grip. Reduce the importance of surrounding your goal and abandon any attachment to reaching it, so that all that is left is intent. All that remains then is to act within the context of purified intention, i.e., to do everything that is expected of you without desiring or pushing for the end result. The only thing that can spoil your progress along the path to your goal is taking on the burden of excessive responsibility, making excessive effort, extreme diligence, or coercion. In the context of the conventional worldview, this may sound strange and unfamiliar. However, I hope that by now, you at least will not find the idea absurd or harebrained. Now, we are going to turn everything on its head. When you are moving towards your goal through the right door, there is no need to apply excessive effort. Nor should you have to force yourself to do anything. If you find the opposite is true, you have either chosen the wrong goal or the wrong door. The mind is accustomed to struggle and having to overcome obstacles, and yet the mind creates all these problems itself by attributing excessive meaning and fighting against the alternative's flow. Your ideal lifeline will contain minimal obstacles as long as you do not lean too hard on importance. Go after your goal in the same way that you go to get the post from a letterbox. What will remain of intention if you purify it of importance and desire? All that will remain is the will to have and the need to place one foot in front of the other. Stop imagining the post to be a problem and simply put one foot in front of the other in the direction of the letterbox. Do not think about the problem. Act, create momentum, irrespective of how things might turn out. and then the problem will be resolved in the process. Inner intention of the mind will urge you to slap your hands about in the water. I insist that such and such happen. Outer intention functions entirely differently to internal intention. It turns out that such and such has happened. All the time that you are insisting on something, pressuring for something to happen, you are preventing outer intention from realizing your goal in harmony with the alternative's flow. For how can the mind know exactly how the goal should be realized? Moving towards a true goal through the door that is meant for you is like passing along a well-trodden road. No one and nothing can stop you as long as importance is kept at a minimal level and you refrain from fighting against the alternative's flow. Because you are walking your true path, you have nothing to worry about, even if difficulties temporarily arise. Give yourself permission to enjoy life and accept everything that comes to you as a gift. As soon as you feel a cloud forming over your holiday, try to discern where you have increased importance. What is it that is preying on your mind? There is a ready answer to this question. You are forcing yourself to do something. You are overly impatient to achieve your goal, or you are attributing something excessive importance. Relax your grip. Oppressive thoughts and feelings can arise as a result of narrow comfort zone. For example, if, as a result of achieving your goal, you plan to receive a large sum of money, a whole range of anxious thoughts may instantly pop up. Where should you keep it? How should you invest it? What if I lose it? How should I spend it most wisely? What if they take it back? With this state of mind, you are not ready to have the money. When the realization of the dream is fraught with these kinds of issues, inner inhibitions will inevitably arise, and with it, the subconscious striving to free yourself of the cause. In this case, outer intention will work against you. The will to have must be constantly maintained, although it is not essential to be picturing the target slide in your mind all the time. It is a pleasant thing to think about the goal you desire, and so you do not have to use persuasion and coercion. You can try and convince yourself of something until the cows come home, but you will never be successful. Unlike autosuggestion, with intention, the decision has been made and the decision is final. Nothing is open to discussion. The goal will be reached. That is self-evident. All doubts will fall away of their own accord as you continue widening the limits of your comfort zone. I wish to warn you against making a major mistake. There is one more false stereotype to be aware of. This stereotype encourages you to think positively and only examine successful potential outcomes. How strange it sounds, this is indeed a false stereotype, and there are so many. Do you think you could manage to limit your thinking exclusively to successful outcomes? Hardly. If you strive to exclude negative potential outcomes from your script, it will not work because it is almost impossible to convince the mind that everything could go smoothly. The mind is perfectly capable of acting the part, pretending that it believes the scenario you are presenting, but deep in your heart, you will still have doubts because the mind is doubting. The heart will unquestionably come across the negative alternative which the mind has chucked in the closet. You do not need to include any scenarios in your target slide that depict you in the act of achieving your goal. The target slide must simply depict a final picture of what life looks like to you once the goal has already been achieved, as if you already have it. All that is required is that you take pleasure in watching the slide, and that you put one foot in front of the other with the help of purified inner intention. Visualization of the process involves working on the scenery, but in a completely different way. You convince the mind not that everything will go smoothly, but that everything is already going smoothly. Visualization of the current link in the transfer chain should keep pace with what you are doing now and what you will be doing just one step ahead of that. In convincing yourself that everything will come to favorable fruition, you continue to hold the deadly grip of control. Relax the grip. Do not think about problems that have not happened yet. Just go calmly with the alternative's flow. Realization. I walked on the wet pavement. It had rained in the morning, and so the worms had crawled out of the lawns onto the pavement in search of the meaning of life and new horizons. The fate of the worms concluded differently. The lucky ones managed to crawl to the neighboring flower bed, laden with deep black soil. Some were pecked at by the birds. Others were squashed by the souls of monsters walking along the pavement. Then, the sun came out and warmed and dried the moisture. The sun's rays reached one worm who had crawled to the middle of the path. By the time it realized its mistake, it was too late. It would not have the strength to crawl to safety. A slow and painful death would hover above it until the worm dried out completely. Suddenly, some mysterious power lifted it up and threw it onto the wet ground. From the point of view of the worm, what happened was theoretically impossible, and it had no way of understanding, let alone explaining, what had saved its life. Whereas, from my point of view, nothing supernatural had taken place at all. I was simply sorry for the little worm, and so picked it up and threw it onto the flower bed. Evidently, the lonely pilgrim has chosen his goal and door very well. If your goal seems unattainable, the entire holiday will be spoiled by doubt and depressing thoughts of possible failure. How do you ultimately believe in the impossible in order for it to become possible? Well, you cannot. That is impossible. What a stupid question. You just cannot. So I return once again to what I have said above. There is no way of successfully persuading, convincing, or forcing yourself to believe something. Put these meaningless cares to one side and get back to doing something more beneficial, i.e., the process of putting one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. Do not worry if the goal seems unattainable. It might be difficult for you to imagine how your goal could be at all possible to achieve, but really, this is a useless concern. All you have to do is make your order properly and leave the rest to the waiter. Many people who have achieved phenomenal success all say that, in hindsight, they would never have believed that they were capable of achieving such amazing results. When the heart wants to strive towards the goal and the mind is worried about the means, mutual understanding between them is blocked. The heart has no concept of the notions of means. In dreaming, the heart is used to getting anything it desires because any striving is instantly brought about by dream intention. Where the soul flies off to whilst the mind is in deep sleep, no one knows. We only remember the dreams we have in a lighter sleep state when the mind is dozing. Unfortunately, though, our dreams cannot serve as a criterion for the desires of the heart because, as soon as we wake from a deep sleep, the mind resets the heart's sail in accordance with its own expectations and experiences. We are unable to remember the soul's past lives for the same reason, if, of course, they actually happened. Unlike the heart, the mind comes into this world as a clean sheet of paper. There are many accounts of how the human mind has had access to information from past lives under the right circumstances. However, past lives are a separate issue and go beyond the scope of this book. The mind has to consider the means because it is used to acting within the limits of inner intention. Within these limits, there will undoubtedly be potential scenarios with unfavorable ending, and so, in this case, outer intention will not only help you, it will act to your detriment. This is why I so insistently recommend that you stop thinking about possible scenarios of how events might develop. On the path to your goal, the will to have must prevail. This is what you should focus on above all else, and the remaining aspect of intention, i.e., the will to act, must be purified to the maximum from the undesirable elements of desire and importance. The will to place one foot in front of the other represents the inscrutable intent to do the minimum of what is required of you. To act dispassionately does not mean to act indecisively or sluggishly. I am sure you know what I am trying to say. Excessive will is also a consequence of importance. Your actions will be effectively to the degree that you manage to purify inner intention from desire and importance. You should think through scenarios of actually achieving the goal in general terms only, enough to determine the main stages of the path, i.e., the links in the transfer chain. Once this is done, it is important to let go of thinking about the general scenario altogether. At this stage, only the target slide should occupy your thoughts. The target slide should only include the final picture of your life once the goal has been achieved, without any additional scripts. Turn the slide over in your mind continuously. Live inside it. Your comfort zone will begin to expand, and the parameters of your thought energy will become attuned to the target lifeline. Eradicate any desire or importance from your attitude to it all. If you are trying to make a huge effort to achieve the goal as soon as possible, or you doubt your abilities or fear difficulties, it means your importance level is embellished. Give yourself permission not to be perfect and to make mistakes. If you do not allow yourself to make mistakes, you cannot expect others to be lenient towards you either. If you fear that the goal is unachievable, it means you have strong desire. But how can one not have desire? Accept the possibility of defeat in advance and consider emergency exits and backup plans. Have them prepared. Unless you take this step, you will not be able to free yourself of desire. Most importantly, whatever happens, never put all your eggs in one basket. For example, never ditch everything and throw yourself into an infatuation. What if you suddenly discover that you have made a mistake and taken a foreign goal and door to be your own? Then, having placed all your bets on one card, you destroy the balance. There must always be some kind of counterbalance, fallback option, or retreat, because when you have these, your heart is calmed and balanced forces will leave you be. For example, do not leave your previous job until you are guaranteed of finding a new one. Do not slam doors behind you or burn bridges. Be careful and prudent. Even if you are absolutely certain that the goal and the door are your own, it is still better not to make any sudden movements that could, in the case of misfortune, leave you without a crust of bread and a roof over your head. No one is immune to misfortune. In any case, you are now armed with the powerful transurfing technique, and so you should have less cause for fear and anxiety. Now you at least understand the rules of the game, which is something in itself. People normally participate in the games of the pendulum world without knowing the rules, and so lose straight away. The methods you have become acquainted with here will give you a huge advantage, but that is not all. In the remaining chapters, you have yet to learn about Transurfing's heavy artillery. If you do not get in Outer Intention's way with intense actions motivated by heightened importance, it will almost certainly deliver you to your goal. Go with the alternative's flow. Do not try to fight against it. The mind's habit of controlling everything may cause you to go against the tide, but you will agree that it is better to trust the flow. For no one is given the gift of anticipating every move ahead of time. If you practice visualizing your target slide, Outer Intention will guide you, and because Outer Intention works beyond the limits of familiar scenarios and stereotypes, it will introduce unexpected changes. The mind will perceive these changes as unfavorable and respond by slapping its hands in the water, spoiling everything. To avoid this happening, allow the dynamic of change to take place organically. Let go your grip of control on the situation. If something does not turn out as you expected, do not hurry to correct the situation. Instead, try and see the unexpected event in a positive light that shines in your favor. At first, it may not be obvious, but in the majority of cases, you can begin to see the truly positive nature of the event. People upset themselves unnecessarily, for, in reality, things really are not too bad at all. I am not suggesting that you should blindly believe the saying, all's for the best in the best of all possible worlds. There are two seeds of truth in this saying. One is obvious, and one is more obscure. The obvious part relates to standard stereotypes and presupposes that things are not bad overall. Indeed, the alternative's flow always takes the path of least energy expenditure. Problems always involve huge expenditure of energy and, what is more, are generated when a person fights against the current. People only interpret changes in the direction of the current as a problem because it does not fit with their plan. The hidden grain of truth in the saying has much greater weight. The point is that if you can take it into your head to perceive the seemingly unfavorable change in the scenario as a positive thing playing for your hand, this is exactly how things will be. This statement might seem harmless as well as doubtful. Nonetheless, here lurks great force, which we will talk about more in the next chapter. When you are going with the alternatives flow, you can accelerate your speed by using a paddle. The paddle is the visualization of links in the transfer chain. Unlike the slide, this type of visualization includes a script of how you move towards the goal. But, as you know, visualization of the current link does not include the entire script, just a fragment of it that relates to the present time. You place one foot in front of the other, guided by your current intention. Whilst you are taking one step, you simultaneously set the intention to take the next. Remember how a mother watches over her child as it grows. In every moment, the mother is visualizing the current link in the transfer chain. In her mind, the chain consists of several tiny links. She delights from the fact that today her child stood up unaided, and imagines that the child may take its first step the next day. A mother does not imagine her child growing up into an adult overnight. She takes joy from the present. She caresses the moment of now in the firm knowledge that tomorrow new achievements will be made. Visualization of the current stage in the process of achieving your goal should be practiced according to this same principle. Today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be better than today. There is no point in trying to anticipate every coming turn in the alternatives flow. It is better to take pleasure in the present moment and simply, dispassionately, and impeccably place one foot in front of the other. Imagine that you wanted to go for a swim in a pool, but in order to do so, you have to first run 100 meters and jump into the water. Now, imagine that you dive to the ground straight away, sweeping your arms before you have reached the water. Absurd. When visualizing the current link in the chain, a statement is made about the successful status of the course of events at the present time. Everything is going well. This provides the foundation for the next rung of the ladder. Tomorrow will be even better. You mentally intend to step onto the next rung higher than the previous one. When this happens, a feedback circuit is created. As a result, the stages of moving towards your goal are imagined as climbing up a ladder. Coming success is mentally imagined not as a cloud hanging in the air, but as a ladder on which every rung supports the one above it. Your level of success has a rising tendency, like climbing a ladder. Every day brings with it a particle of your coming success. Do not worry about the future. Live the present. On the path to your goal, pendulums will find all sorts of ways of knocking you off course. Take any setbacks as par for the course. Nothing ever goes entirely smooth. When you upset yourself over a setback, the rung you are currently standing on breaks, and you end up sliding back down the ladder. This makes you cross and sets off the inner critic because things have stopped going according to the mind's plan. When this happens, you are caught on the pendulum's hook. You will never cross onto a lifeline filled with happiness and good fortune whilst you are dissatisfied with yourself. For when well-being and good fortune shine upon you, are you not pleased with yourself? How can you get onto these lines if the parameters of your thought energy are attuned to self-criticism? Do not forget that the mind perceives an unforeseen change in the alternatives flow as a failure because it is not written into the mind's script. Why not accept the change and see the setbacks as a success? Try playing the flowing game. Greet every setback with joyful surprise rather than annoyance. For apparent setbacks are the work of outer intention that moves us towards our goal in ways unforeseen to us. How can the mind possibly know exactly which paths lead towards the goal? The mind thinks the goal is difficult to attain precisely because it does not see the single path among the well-beaten tracks that leads to your goal. Naturally, you will not achieve anything unless you give in to the alternatives flow and allow outer intention to nudge you onto the right path. Do not watch how other people walk their path to success or try to keep up with them. Do not give in to the herd instinct. You have your own calling. The majority take the roads well trodden, but true success is achieved by the few who refuse to follow the rule, do as I do, and independently tread their own path. That brings me to a final word of warning. If you associate your dream with the idea of helping those close to you, everything could go very wrong. For example, you may think along the lines of, when I realize my dream, I will be able to help my loved ones. The heart is selfish by nature, and, as things stand, it receives just a modicum of what it desires in life. So one can hardly imagine it possible for the heart to think of anyone else's happiness besides its own. The heart does not really care about other people, no matter how near and dear they are. It thinks only of its own well-being. Its life in this world is a remarkable and unique opportunity. Contrary to popular belief, all gestures of altruism originate in the mind, not the heart. The heart will do anything possible to achieve its innermost goal, but if the goal serves someone else instead, it will lose all interest and leave the mind free to exhaust itself, battling to find the solution to its one task. In the well-known fairy tale of Pinocchio by Carlo Collodi, the wooden boy sets himself the task of getting rich in order to help his father. He reasons that if he plants golden coins in the field of miracles, a golden tree will grow, and then he will be able to buy Papa Carlo a theater. Naturally, he does not achieve his goal, and it causes the small boy all sorts of troubles. Pinocchio makes two major mistakes when he sets his goal. His first mistake is that the goal does not serve himself, but someone else. Pinocchio's heart dreams of something for itself, while his mind envisages Papa Carlo's future well-being. Altruism is a wonderful quality to have, but if you choose to devote yourself to serving others, you will never find your own happiness. To perceive your personal fulfillment in service to something or someone else, in helping the weak and defenseless, or in giving yourself fully to someone else's vision or idea, is nothing more than an illusion and self-deception. In the illusion, the mind has been seriously gripped by a pendulum and sees its happiness exclusively in service to it. However hard the mind tries to convince itself that it has found happiness in service to other people or to some lofty idea, this person's heart will be miserable and forced back into its box, with no strength to even verbalize its right to personal happiness. The conviction that another person's idea is one's own, or that another person's happiness represents one's own fulfillment, is a misconception held by people who have been unable to find their own goal, or perhaps have not even tried. Pinocchio's second mistake is that he sees money as a means to an end. As you will remember, money can serve neither as a means nor a goal. Money is simply an accompanying attribute along the way to your goal. There is no point in sharpening your focus on money. Quite the opposite. As a rule, chewing over money thoughts only creates harmful excess potential. If the set goal is truly yours, money will come to you of its own accord, and you will not need to worry about it at all. The tale of Pinocchio is the perfect illustration of this. The fairy tale confirms the idea that if you find your own happiness first, you can make other people happy as a result, because when you achieve your goal, money and well-being come to you. Then, obviously, you have ample opportunity to help the ones you love, because you will have greater resources at your fingertips. For now, whilst you are only on the path to your own goal, you should put your own happiness first. Then, you will avoid frightening your heart away from the goal. On the path to your goal, allow your heart to think only of itself. Once you have achieved your goal, you can afford your altruistic mind as much freedom as it desires in looking after your loved ones, nature, homeless animals, starving children, and whoever else you feel drawn to help. Inspiration. Once on the path to your goal through the right door, you will be racing the crest of the wave of good fortune. You will radiate harmonious energy because of the feeling of ease that has entered your heart. We have already talked about transmission in the chapter on the wave of fortune and how to drum up and maintain an emotional high. It can be quite difficult to maintain this feeling consistently, but once you are experiencing the joy and peace that comes from unity of heart and mind, the quality of energy radiating from you will adjust itself. Everything will start to pick up. Various problems will find a way of disappearing, and inspiration will visit you often, provided you do not try to evoke the feeling intentionally. Inspiration is a wonderful thing, but for some reason, it has become cloaked in an aura of mystery and inscrutability. It is assumed that inspiration is extremely difficult to find, and that it appears spontaneously and always unexpectedly, like a muse that pops in for a bit without prior warning. Then, the muse flies away just as suddenly as she appeared, without returning for long periods of time. The suffering one agonizingly awaits his lady's next visit, but nothing he can do brings her to him, and the solution eludes him. In reality, everything is a lot simpler. Inspiration comes from union between heart and mind in the absence of importance. The first part of the definition will be clear to you. Inspiration is the state of elation which makes the creative process easy, simple, and most importantly, brilliant. It is quite clear that this can only happen when there is union between heart and mind. You are never truly inspired when you are working on something you do not feel passionate about. When you are focused on working towards the realization of your goal, you will definitely achieve unity of heart and mind, and this will serve as the essential condition for inspiration. However, this unity alone is not enough. Why is it that inspiration suddenly appears and then disappears somewhere? Perhaps it leaves when we are fatigued. And yet, in an inspired state, you can usually work for many hours before being overcome with tiredness. The second part of the definition of inspiration gives us to understand where inspiration comes from and where it disappears to. You can probably already guess what this is about. The thing is, inspiration does not appear from anywhere. It is simply freed up when the importance potential drops. Wherein lies importance? Firstly, in the passionate desire to achieve your goal, and secondly, in the insistent striving to find a source of inspiration. As I have said many times before, desire will not help you achieve your goals. Painful hankering after a goal whips up a whirlwind of balanced forces instead of the wind of outer intention, which quickly scares all your kind fairies and muses away. The desire to invoke inspiration has the same effect. Any preparation and subsequent expectation of inspiration creates the excess potential of importance. You may carefully arrange your work area in minute detail, tidy up, put everything in its proper place, be well rested, prepared, and in general, have created all the necessary conditions for a meeting with your muse. In your intense preparation, you will have materialized the potential of importance, causing the wind of balanced forces to start howling alarmingly outside your window. Then you set the table, light the candles, and sit in expectation of a visit from the temperamental lady, but she still does not appear. And you can be sure she will not appear, because inactive waiting is like desire squared. Outside the window, such a hurricane of balanced forces is raging that no winged lady would dream of flying up to your house. If you show signs of impatience bordering on despair, the raging wind will smash the windows, making chaos of the energy in your house. The commotion will build like a wall standing between your heart and mind, and it will take some time to reestablish the connection that existed previously. Can you see how charged preparation, anticipation, and desire really are? Likewise, inspiration will not come to you until you release the stranglehold of anticipation. Inspiration does not arrive. It is freed up in the moment that the potential of importance leaves, and the other way round. Inspiration is clamped the moment the impatient mind drives the heart back into its box to wait. In the end, the mind's nasty habit of subjugating everything to its control ruins the whole party. Nonetheless, despite inspiration's apparent insubordinate and unpredictable nature, the mind has an excellent way of bringing inspiration under its control. It is just that the element of control has to be used totally differently to how the mind is used to exercising control. Usually, the mind beats against the window pane with its inner intention, whilst, next to it, another window is open. Now, the mind must do the exact opposite. Firstly, abandon the desire to achieve the goal, for if the goal is truly yours, you will not succeed in getting rid of it for long anyway. Sooner or later, the goal will be fulfilled. The will to have and the complete absence of insistence and determination on your part play the key role. Take what is yours calmly and without pressuring the situation, just as you would take the post from your letterbox. All inner intention should do is place one foot in front of the other on the way to the letterbox. Secondly, forget about specially preparing for the mystery. Any preparation for inspiration to come to you, in whatever form, creates excess potential because all the time that you are busy getting ready for it, you are signaling that you wish to attract something you do not currently have. The more carefully you carry out the preparatory ritual, the worse the outcome will be. If you think back, you can probably recall situations when you conscientiously prepared for an action, event, or meeting, but things did not work out. The meeting did not happen. And the plan fell apart. If balanced forces are capable of disturbing the interaction between material objects, they can blow away a barely discernible whiff of inspiration as lightly as a feather. Thirdly, abandon the habit of waiting for inspiration. Is it not right that inspiration comes when you least expect it? So why wait for it and negate the condition required for it to appear? So let us suppose that you have observed these three conditions. All that is left of your personal inner intention is the will to put one foot in front of the other, i.e., to take action. Just start, and, what is more, start without waiting to feel inspired first, and in the process of doing, inspiration will come to you. Inspiration is freed up in act of working. You cannot disperse the potential of desire and anticipation fully until you begin, irrespective of whether the initial results are good or not. As you know, intention in action disperses excess potential. So, this is the scene you end up with. You set the table for yourself, light the candles for yourself, make yourself comfortable, and begin drinking tea for your own pleasure without waiting for anyone else to arrive. You can be certain that the whimsical muse will be affected by your display of indifference, wondering how you could have forgotten about her. She will appear and instantly fall in beside you. That is the secret. Reviving the goal. What should you do if you have set about achieving someone else's goal, but do not want to abandon it? Can a foreign goal be achieved? Indeed it can. Armed with the Transurfing method, you will have a huge advantage in comparison to those who do not know the rules of the game in the pendulum world. However, achieving a foreign goal requires considerably more effort, and you should be aware of this fact. On the path to achieving a foreign goal, you should allow yourself to be guided by the same principles described for following your own goal. The only difference being that all the principles have to be followed with the utmost impeccability. That is all that remains to be said on the subject of achieving a foreign goal. If you have chosen to work towards a foreign goal and feel that you would like my advice on whether you should abandon the goal or not, you have not fully grasped the principles of the Transurfing method. This book only gives a map of the general area and discloses the rules of the game. You have to make the decisions yourself. Transurfing cannot help you if you are not ready to take full responsibility for your own destiny. These methods will only work if you take the helm of intention into your own hands. You now know how to handle the helm, but it is for you to decide in which direction you wish to travel. Only pendulums can provide ready solutions, but relying on other people's decisions, you place your destiny in their hands. If it is too late to abandon a foreign goal, you can achieve it quite easily by freeing yourself of desire and the excess potential of importance. There may be many obstacles on the path to a foreign goal, but the majority are born of the mind itself when it fights against the alternative's flow and pumps up importance. Detach yourself. Act in a manner that is both emotionally detached at the same consciously aware. Do not battle with problems and obstacles. Reduce importance, and they will withdraw. Suppose that you are moving towards your goal, but have met with formidable obstacles along the way. What causes them? Now, you can pinpoint the reason more easily. Analyze the situation to discover where you have overindulged the level of importance. Examine what you have attributed excessive meaning to and where you have tried to fight against the alternative's flow. Reduce importance. Detach yourself from the situation. Trust the alternative's flow, and things will improve. The goal may remain equally elusive if you are setting off towards it through a foreign door. Perhaps it would be worth looking around and choosing a different door. However, before you boldly swap doors, be sure to reduce importance first and see what effect that has. Even your own door can slam shut if you have somewhere attributed significantly embellished importance. For example, if you place all your eggs in one basket, the goal will have too great a value. The door will reopen if you reduce importance and give yourself the protection of having an alternative route. As a rule, foreign doors that once stood wide open will, at some stage in the game, slam shut quite unexpectedly. There is such a rational explanation for this that the mind will take its hat off and shrug its shoulders in bewilderment. Who would have thought it? What happens is the opposite to what happens when the mind puzzles too deeply over the means to achieve the goal to see a realistic strategy, i.e., the right door. The thing is that if the goal is genuinely yours and you are ready to give yourself permission to have, your true door will open just as suddenly as a foreign door closes. If you give yourself permission to have, even foreign doors will open before you. Just as you may have more than one goal, you have more than one door. In fact, you may have several. Hence, it is never too late to look for a new goal, even if several previous goals have become objectively impossible to attain. There is no reason why you should not go after a foreign goal through a foreign door, searching for your own goal along the way. There is no need necessarily to abandon something that has already been started. The shift to your target lifeline can be orchestrated quite smoothly. You can be working towards a foreign goal and holding a mental picture of your own goal slide in your mind at the same time. Then, outer intention will, with time, open unseen doors that will allow you to painlessly change your activities. It is unlikely that anyone can free themselves totally from the influence of pendulums that strive to impose foreign doors. It is likely that you previously burst through the wrong doors. Even now that you have more knowledge, you are not immune to error. Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is not to fall into despair or criticize yourself too harshly. You will eventually find your own door. A person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. You are surrounded by people who live like robots, who do not set themselves goals and do not read books like this one. These people want more, but they do not have the intent to act. The advantage people like this have is that they do not make mistakes. You, on the other hand, will undoubtedly make mistakes. All you have to do is use them. True success grows from the ruins of past failures. You will inevitably encounter difficulties when you knock at foreign doors. From the outside, it will be obvious to everyone that you are having to overcome obstacles and are battling with various problems, but that is just the superficial view of things. No one, including you, will see that, deep down, your heart is strongly opposed to having to walk through a foreign door. The mind oppresses the heart with its forceful will, insisting that they fight to the end. But even in people who are very strong-willed, there is a limit to how long the heart can take being oppressed, and things end in crisis. The annoying thing is that the crisis can take the form of committing an unforgivable faux pas. When a person is in a state like this, they easily make very basic mistakes. It can happen to anyone, including the powers that be. On the path that leads through a foreign door, you can expect there to be moments of crisis, and you can expect to make mistakes, but try to avoid making blunders. Rent yourself out. Proceed with impeccability. The paradox is that a major mistake tends to be forgiven more easily than a minor oversight. Do not expect any sympathy, even from those closest to you. If your loved ones are in the slightest bit dependent on you, either materially or socially, the worse it will be, for you will have failed their expectations. Accusers and manipulators do not set themselves high goals, which is why they do not make mistakes. Do not give them reason to accuse you of an unforgivable, if relatively minor, offense. Be impeccable in the small things. Then, any crisis you have on the path through a foreign door will be less traumatic. It is also advisable to be cautious of the advice given by loved ones who definitely want the absolute best for you. It can be awful to watch compassionate parents predetermining their child's goal in life from very early on. If you are decidedly going your own way in life and suffer some kind of defeat, you can expect no mercy. They will cry, "We told you so, but you never listened to us." At this moment, your position will be very weak, upset by the misfortune you have had to endure, and the manipulators around you will exploit your weakness, trying to get their claws into you. It is more convenient for them that way because they get to assert themselves while you are on hand, resigned, and submissive. Anyone who finds themselves in a quandary will always attract advisors and manipulators pursuing the same goal: to put you in your place, to seize the opportunity of manipulating you, or of going up in their own estimation by coming all the old soldier over the newfound foul-up. Their words, clothed in the packaging of sincere participation, can be translated as follows: "Whatever did you think you getting yourself into? Did you think you were better than us? Sit here and keep your head down. Live like we do. We know more about life than you do." In a moment of weakness, doubts will sneak in. Maybe they are right. I do not know what I am doing. You inevitably ask yourself whether it is worth listening to the advisors and manipulators. How might they be right? Only in the fact that you have made a mistake. Anyone who ever tries to achieve something will have times when they make mistakes, even if they are guided by the advice of those who supposedly know better. Only you can find your goal. No one else can do this for you. Even those who genuinely wish you well cannot look right into your soul, for even you hear the whisperings of your heart as the rustle of the morning stars, i.e., barely audibly. Do not give in to the influence of other people. Believe in yourself. In the search for your goal, do not listen to anyone and follow your heart. As far as choosing your innermost goal in life is concerned, you have to be persistent and adamant in relation to pendulums and extremely attentive to your own heart. As you can see, the only excuse in the process of choosing your destiny is the fact that not all goals and doors in the alternative space are truly meant for you. This does not mean, however, that you cannot choose them. Nothing prohibits you from making such a choice, but you can expect to encounter problems as a result. Do you really need that? When you choose foreign goals and doors, you are taking the path of greatest resistance. The whole beauty of the freedom of choice lies in the fact that personal goals and doors appear to the individual to be so much better than any other. But in order to indulge in freedom of choice, you have to free yourself from the influence of pendulums that impose foreign goals and doors. Summary. A foreign goal is always punishing, coerced, and feels like an obligation. A foreign goal appears in the guise of fashion and prestige. A foreign goal attracts you with its apparent unattainability. A foreign goal forces you to prove something to yourself and others. A foreign goal is imposed upon you by others. A foreign goal serves to improve someone else's material well-being. A foreign goal makes you feel uneasy. In the process of achieving the goal, you will fulfill all other desires along the way. What is your heart drawn to? What would make your life joyful and happy? Do not think about the means until you have clearly determined your goal. Having made the decision, be aware of how your inner voice responds. Slides can eliminate inner inhibitions, but never inner discomfort. The heart always knows exactly what it does not want. It is not the mind's task to do the searching when you are looking for your goal. It is the mind's task to absorb information from the outside world at the same time as paying particular attention to the still, inner voice within. Your door is the path that will lead you to your goal. If you cannot see the path, picture the mental image of your target slide. Outer intention will open your door for you to your target lifeline. If you experience a feeling of inspiration on the path to your goal, you know that you have chosen the door and specifically for you. Everything you do willingly and easily has meaning and value. Do not include any scripts in the target slide. You already have what you want. Do not put your goal and door in one basket. Find a potential substitute. Do not slam any doors or burn any bridges. Do not allow yourself to be influenced by others. Trust yourself.
Thank you so much for listening. We truly appreciate you spending your time with us here on Better You Audio. If you found value in this audiobook, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Your support helps us continue bringing powerful and inspiring books to you. And this is just the beginning. We've got more audiobooks coming your way in the days ahead. So be sure to check back soon and keep growing with us. Until next time, take care and stay focused on becoming the best version of yourself.